Hello, and welcome back to Zenin Fanfics. Today we're starting an exciting new series. What if Deku went to Pokémon World? If you enjoy this video, please like and subscribe for more content. The story we're featuring is written by MHA and N1NT3ND0 fan on Wattpad. You can find all the relevant links in the description, so be sure to check out the author's profile and say hello. Now, let's dive into the story. Now that the traitor of U.A. has been discovered, there's only a few days left before Tamura Shigaraki recovers. Izuku Midoriya has decided to talk to Kurogiri to see if he has any info on All for One. His teacher, Shota Aizawa, came with him to watch and make sure he tries nothing. Kurogiri. Hello, Midoriya. What is it? Izuku. Kurogiri, I need information. What do you know about All for One? Do you know of any counters? Kurogiri, no. All I know is what you yourself already know. Nothing else. Izuku, I see. Well, I better leave. But then a hooded figure with a gun showed up in front of them. Hooded figure. Oh, you'll be leaving all right. Izuku got into a fighting stance, ready to fight. But then the hooded figure shot Kurogiri. But it wasn't a bullet. It was an injector. Izuku, what? Hooded figure. Huh. Now he's been injected with trigger. And I added a little something extra into the mix. Aizawa tried to wrap his capture weapon around the hooded figure, but he had a speed quirk and managed to escape. Then Kurogiri's warp gates went haywire. Portals were appearing everywhere. Kurogiri was panicking. He wanted this all to stop. Izuku, what was in that serum? Kurogiri. Stop. Kurogiri. I can't. It's out of control. Then a warp gate appeared in front of Izuku, and he fell through. Aizawa, Midoriya. That was the last thing Izuku heard before the warp gate closed. 10 minutes later, he fell to the ground, now free from the warp gate. But where did he end up? A forest. This is the world of Pokémon. Incredible creatures with incredible power. But most of these Pokémon could only say their names. Until a few years ago, a strange meteorite crashed to the world. It caused no effect to humans, but it did to Pokémon. All of a sudden, Pokémon were able to speak human language. They could communicate, and that made raising these Pokémon easier. And now a new person has arrived. But what will be in store for him? Izuku got up and began to look around. Izuku, where did Kurogiri's warp gate quirk take me? Before he could think about it anymore, leave me alone. Izuku, what was that? Not a chance, you little brat. Izuku decided to go check it out. When he arrived at the scene, he was quite surprised. He saw 4 strange creatures, and 3 of them were trying to hurt the smallest of the 4. Izuku. What the heck are these creatures? No, Izuku. What the heck are these creatures? And oh, I shouldn't focus on that. I have to save that jackal, I think. It doesn't matter. The blue jackal tripped and fell face first. He turned around to see the 3 jerks smirking and ready to beat him up. The buff dog raised his fist, but then the buff dog was sent flying back. What the hell? What's up with that human? Izuku, who are you, and why were you picking on him? TCH, I'm Okadoji, Pheasantipity, Monkidori. Okadoji, now step aside, human. Or else. Izuku stood his ground. Okadoji, fine then. Let's get him. The 3 creatures rushed at Izuku. Izuku charged in with one for all, but then Monkidori's eyes glowed a light blue. Monkidori, psychic. Izuku was then hung in place. The blue jackal could only look on in horror as Okadoji approached him quickly and used poison jab on him, effectively poisoning him. Okadoji, you shouldn't have interfered. Now, but then a bunch of black tendrils of energy shot out of Izuku's back and wrapped around Okadoji and Monkidori. Oh my Arceus. How did what? What kind of human is he? Izuku then flung the 2 creatures into a tree. Danger sense kicked in, and he dodged a kick from Pheasantipity. Monkidori. So that's how you want it, huh? Fine then. Future sight. He sent a bunch of electrified psychic energy into 5 wormholes. This confused Izuku. Danger sense then kicked in once again as he dodged another kick from Pheasantipity. Izuku. St. Louis smash. Izuku kicked Pheasantipity in the stomach and sent it flying back towards Monkidori and Okidoji. Okidoji, you okay, Pheasantipity? Pheasantipity, yeah. Geez, what has that human been eating? Izuku stepped forward and flinched in pain from the poison. Monkidori, well, it doesn't matter now. He's been poisoned. Izuku then started doing a bunch of squats. Okidoji, I think the poison is affecting his brain. The three laughed until they saw his legs start to glow red. Pheasantipity, I'm not even sure this guy's human. Izuku, full 100%. Manchester Smash. The attack hit Okidoji dead on, and he fainted. Pheasantipity and Monkidori. Okidoji. Izuku rushed to the other two, trying to ignore the poison as he tried to punch them. But Monkidori used Psychic and pushed him back. Who is this guy? Izuku was ready to try again, but then the wormholes appeared out of nowhere and hit him dead on. Izuku fell to the ground with very little strength, but the poison sapped the rest of it. Okidoji then woke up. Okidoji, yow, I'm gonna feel that in the morning. Good job, you too. The blue jackal could only watch in fear of what would happen to him. Monkidori, what shall we do with him? Pheasantipity, allow me. I'll fly up as high as I can, and then I'll dive down as fast as I can. Then I will slam him into the ground. That should put him down. Okidoji, you. I love that. Do it. Do it. Pheasantipity grabbed onto Izuku and took off with the blue jackal watching in horror. What do? I have to try something. But what? Then he remembers something from years ago. Flashback. I'm just saying, Ricky, you should save it as a last resort dash. I'm just saying, Ricky, you should save it as a last resort. You should know it better than anyone. You should know it better than anyone dash. Peeboo's right. Even if it causes recoil damage, you should still keep it in your arsenal. Peeboo, thank you, Blaze. Ricky, but Inazuma, Pero, what if Ricky, but Inazuma, Pero, what if... No, but man, you don't see me doing it, do you? Even with that recoil damage of some of my moves. Blaze, see. Tamao agrees. Ricky, I guess you're right, Shinka. Thanks. In a flashback, Ricky, I have no choice. I have to use it. Ricky then started running as fast as he could towards Pheasantipity. Monkidori, what an idiot. Ricky, don't worry. I'll save you. Then Ricky's legs started to glow, and he jumped really high and caused a lot of wind pressure. Okidoji, the hell. Pheasantipity turned its head around to see Ricky rocketing towards it. Pheasantipity, how is he doing that? Ricky, take this. Sinnoh strike. With that single punch, Pheasantipity let go of a surprised Izuku and was sent flying far into the sky. With that single punch, Pheasantipity let go of a surprised Izuku and was sent flying far into the sky. Monkidori and Okidoji, let's get out of here. The two run off. But the problem was that Ricky's arm and legs were broken and the two were plummeting to their doom. Ricky, I really should have thought this through. Luckily, Izuku acted fast, and with what little strength he had left, he managed to grab Ricky and activate float to land safely on the ground before the two collapse. There they stayed for about an hour before someone found them. Oh my Arceus. What happened here? Chansey, can you help me? Dash. Oh my Arceus. What happened here? Chansey, can you help me? Oh my Arceus. What happened here? Chansey, can you help me? Chansey, sure thing. Don't worry, little Riolu. You and your trainer are in good hands now. Izuku opened his eyes to see he was staring at a hospital roof again. He slowly got up but flinched in pain. Slow down. You're still recovering from your injuries. Izuku turned to see a pink-haired woman in a nurse outfit. Izuku, who are you? Right. Sorry. I'm Nurse Joy. It's nice to meet you. What's your name? Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Wait, where is he? Nurse Joy. If you're referring to the Riolu, he's in the next room. Izuku Riolu. Nurse Joy. Oh, you don't know about them. They're a rather popular Pokémon. Izuku, what's a Pokémon? Nurse Joy's eyes widened at this. How could he not know what Pokémon are? Nurse Joy, are you feeling all right? Izuku, just in a little pain. Chansey, Nurse Joy, we have to check on the Dodrio patient. Its neck is tied up. Nurse Joy then left with a concerned expression on her face. Izuku then decided to visit the other room to see what a Riolu was only to find Ricky. Izuku, Okay, I guess that's what a Riolu is. Izuku went towards Ricky, who noticed Izuku. Izuku, hi. I'm Izuku Midoriya. What's your name? Ricky, hi. My name is Ricky Steele. It's nice to meet you. Hey, can I ask you a question? Izuku, sure. Ricky, why did you help me? Those three are pure evil. They killed a man for their own greedy purposes and harmed many innocent lives. And they had the strength to do it. Most people just run in fear. Izuku, what kind of hero would I be if I just stood there and watched you get hurt when I could have done something about it? Ricky, hero. Izuku, I want to be a hero like my idol. A hero who saves everyone with a smile on his face. It's always been my dream. Ricky, you do know you weren't smiling at all during that fight, right? Izuku's sweat dropped. Izuku, to be fair, Ricky, I've actually been through a war. Ricky, I should have kept my mouth shut. Izuku patted Ricky on the head. Izuku, don't worry about it. In any case, I'm glad you're okay. Ricky, thanks, Seiji. Izuku paused. Izuku, Seiji. Ricky, one moment please. Ricky jumped out of bed and started to bang his head on a wall. Ricky, why? I keep doing that. Izuku. Ricky, calm down. Izuku grabbed him to get him to stop. Ricky, sorry. It's just I have a bad habit of giving everyone nicknames. I try not to, but I can't help myself. By the way, what was that power you used? It's honestly surprising to see humans with superpowers in general. Izuku, but wait, Kud Kurogiri score caves at Meadow another universe scoot this beside effect off, trigger and can send people to for universe cease and muttermut. Translation, could Kurogiri's quirk have sent me to another universe? Could this be a side effect of Trigger, and he can send people to different universes and mutter? Ricky, Seiji. Hey Seiji. Izuku, oops. Sorry. I tend to have a habit of muttering my thoughts. Ricky, all I got was that you're from another universe. Please elaborate. So Izuku told Ricky everything about his world, and Ricky told Izuku everything about his world. Great. Now I've got the song stuck in my head. Izuku. So, I'm stuck here forever. Ricky, maybe not. There is someone who can bring you back to your world. The god of our world. The one and only Arceus. Izuku, Arceus. How do I find him? Ricky, I'm afraid that's not so simple. You need a special artifact called the Azure Flute. But they only give those to trainers who have become champions. That alone is not an easy task. Izuku, well, if it's the only way to get home, then I have to do it. Ricky, not without any Pokémon, you can't. You may be strong, but they don't allow humans to fight. Izuku, oh no. What do I do now? Ricky, well, Seiji. Izuku, if you don't mind me asking, why do you call me Seiji? Ricky, easy. Seiji is the Japanese word for justice. And I can sense it in your heart. I have never met someone with such a strong sense of justice. So you're Seiji. Izuku, I see. I like that name. Ricky, so it's okay that I call you that. Izuku, of course. Ricky, phew. Anyways, I'll be your first Pokémon. Izuku, seriously. Ricky, I feel like I could learn a lot from you. And you're not the only one who wants to be a hero. And most importantly, I can't just leave a friend alone when they need help. Izuku began to tear up. Izuku, thank you, Ricky. Nurse Joy then entered the room. Nurse Joy, I heard everything. Now it all makes sense. Izuku, if you're to try and become a champion, you'll need to register for the Pokémon League. But you can't do that without a Pokédex. So go to the professor a few roads down to register. Izuku, right. Thank you. Nurse Joy, and one more thing. Here. She hands him Izuku, what's this? Izuku, what's this? Ricky, that's a cherish ball. A special kind of Poke ball used for very special occasions. Nurse Joy, use this to catch Riolu. Izuku took the cherish ball. Izuku, okay, how do I do this? Ricky, throw it at me. Izuku, what? Ricky, don't worry. It doesn't hurt. Just trust me. Izuku, well, all right. Izuku then throws the cherish ball at Ricky and hits him on the head and gets sucked in. The ball drops to the ground and shakes 3 times before it clicks. Izuku, did I do it? Nurse Joy, you did. Smiling, Izuku picked up the cherish ball. Izuku, how do I bring him out? Nurse Joy, toss in the air. Izuku did just that as the ball opened up and Ricky came out in a blue glow. Ricky, so that's what it feels like to be captured. Ricky then climbs on top of Izuku and hangs onto his shoulder. "Ricky, let's get this adventure started, Seiji." And with that, the two left to find the professor. Izuku was walking to the region's professor with Ricky in his shoulder, and he decided to ask him something that he couldn't stop thinking about. "Izuku, hey Ricky." "Ricky, what's up, Seiji?" "Izuku, I've been wondering, that power you used when you saved me from Pheasantipity, what was that?" "Ricky, it's not something I tell most people, so tell you what, you tell me about the origin of your powers, and I'll tell you mine." Izuku thought about it for a bit until he decided that Ricky was someone he could trust. "Izuku, all right, I'll start." And so, Izuku told Ricky everything about One for All and its origin. "Ricky, wow, that's a lot to take in. Well, it's time for me to tell you about my power. Ricky, an entire millennia ago, there was a Pokémon known as Zorua. Zorua loved to pull practical jokes on people. But one Zorua was exiled from its region because of its practical jokes. He ended up in a different region with a horrible climate. The Zorua couldn't handle the climate and died as a result. However, its spirit remained. He became what is now known as a Hisuian Zorua, a depressed spirit that is honestly sad to have their life leave. Arceus took pity on this poor Zorua and gifted it amazing power, one that could be passed down to others. But only Pokémon. If a human were to try and inherit this power, nothing would happen. The ability to stockpile aura and even turn into strength. This power came to be known as One for Aura. Izuku, it's just like One for All, although it certainly wasn't created by God, no matter what All for One believes. Ricky, yeah. Anyways, throughout the past millennia, One for Aura got passed down many times. But I only know of 3 users. Me, the Zorua, and my father, Max, get the reference. Izuku, let me guess you can't control your power at 100%. Ricky, yeah. Wait, how did you? Izuku, I was the same when I first got my quirk. I guess we both had bad teachers, huh? Ricky, about that, my dad is actually dead. He died before I was born. He unintentionally gave me One for Aura because of genetics. I am the 10th user of One for Aura. Izuku, oh sorry. Ricky, don't worry about it. You didn't know. Izuku, quick question. Have you ever thought about limiting your power? Ricky, Izuku, Ricky. Ricky, Izuku, are you there? Ricky, why didn't I think of that? Izuku's sweat dropped at this. Izuku, well, you never really had someone to teach you, so Ricky. Point taken. Hey, we're almost there. Izuku, thank you for trusting me, Ricky. Ricky, no problem, Seiji. And so the two kept on walking until they finally reached the professor's lab. Ricky, are you ready, Seiji? Izuku took a deep breath and got himself ready. Izuku, yes I am, Ricky. Yes I am. And so, the two entered the lab. When Izuku and Ricky stepped in, they saw 3 Pokémon there. When Izuku and Ricky stepped in, they saw 3 Pokémon there. Izuku, Ricky, who are those Pokémon? Izuku, Ricky, who are those Pokémon? Ricky, they're Trico, Torchic, and Mudkip, the starter Pokémon of the Hoenn region. I see you two have taken an interest in them. Izuku and Ricky turn to see Izuku, and Ricky turn to see Dash. Hello. You must be Izuku Midoriya, right? Izuku, why yeah. How did you know? Nurse Joy told me everything. I'm Professor Birch. It's nice to meet you. Izuku, nice to meet you too. Birch, I was told that you're on a quest to get the Azure Flute, so you can get to Arceus. I wish I could give it to you, but that's not up to me. But I can help you register. Do you have a phone? Izuku, no. I left it back in my world. Birch, not a problem. I have an extra one here. He gives Izuku a brand new phone. Ricky, well, that was convenient. Izuku, no complaints here. Birch, one more thing. He gets a Pokeball and releases the Pokemon inside. He gets a Pokeball and releases the Pokemon inside. Ricky, a Rotom. The Rotom went inside of Izuku's phone. It then changed to Izuku. What just happened? Izuku, what just happened? Birch, you now have your very own Rotom phone. It has many functions, but its best known function is its Pokédex function. Izuku, what does that do? Ricky jumps off Izuku's shoulder. Ricky, point at me and see what it says. Izuku points the phone at Ricky and Rotom phone. Riolu, the emanation Pokemon. A fighting type. Riolu can understand how people and Pokemon feel, by observing a kind of wave called aura. It has a flexible body with enough power to cross 3 mountains and 2 canyons in one night. Izuku, Ricky, that's awesome. So that's what a Pokédex does. Birch, it can also check your Pokémon's moves. Check it out. Izuku did just that. Izuku, it says here Shadow Claw, Blaze Kick, Poison Jab, and Aura Sphere. Birch, that can't be right. Riolu can't learn Aura Sphere. Ricky, most Riolu can't. There are a select few that can. I'm one of them. Hey, why don't you check out the starters, Seiji? Izuku, sure thing. He points the phone at each one of them. Rotom Phone, Trico, the wood gecko Pokémon. A grass type. Numerous tiny spikes cover the bottoms of Trico's feet, allowing it to walk on ceilings and walls. Torchic, the chick Pokémon. A fire type. It feels toasty warm if you hug it. It has a flame sac inside its belly, and the flames burn continuously as long as Torchic has life in it. Mudkip, the mud fish Pokémon. A water type. Mudkip uses the sensitive radar receptors on its head fin to determine what's going on around it. In a pinch, it can brandish enough power to crush rocks. Izuku, wow. Pokémon are incredible. Birch, one more thing. Take these. Izuku, Pokeball. Izuku, Pokeball. Birch, exactly. They're meant to capture other Pokémon. You may have a Pokémon now, but you'll need more than one to complete your quest. Izuku takes the Pokeball and bows. Izuku, thank you so much, Professor Sir. Birch, no need to thank me. I'm just doing my job. Izuku then turned to leave, but he felt something in his hair. Ricky, I'm Seiji. Look. Izuku looked up to see Izuku Rotom. Who's this Pokemon? Izuku Rotom. Who's this Pokemon? Rotom Phone. Rowlet, the grass-cool Pokemon. A grass and flying type. It stores energy during the day from photosynthesis. It swoops down without making a sound and unleashes a powerful kick without being noticed. Birch, I think it thinks your head is a nest. Ricky, I can see that. Rowlet, this is nice. I think I'll stay here for a while. Izuku, what do I do here? Ricky, catch it. Duh. Rowlet, you what him ate. Rowlet, you what him ate. Ricky, the heck. Rowlet, if you think I'm about to let you capture me, Rowlet shoots off of Izuku's hair. Rowlet, think again. Birch, if you want to catch this Pokemon, you will need to battle it and weaken it. Izuku, hey Rowlet, if we're going to battle, can we please take it outside? We don't want to destroy anything here. Rowlet, I suppose that's okay. All right then, let's take this outside. And so Izuku, Ricky, Birch, and Rowlet all went outside as Ricky and Rowlet were about to battle. Izuku and Ricky were facing one side, while Rowlet was facing the other. Izuku, ready Ricky. Ricky, just tell me what to do, Seiji. Rowlet, let's get this started. Rowlet then suddenly sent a column of leaves at Ricky. Izuku, quick, dodge it. Ricky dodged the attack, just barely. Ricky, I wasn't expecting this Rowlet to know Grass Pledge. Izuku, go after Rowlet and use Blaze Kick. Ricky rushes at Rowlet and jumps at him with his leg ignited. But Rowlet acted fast and flew up to avoid the attack and slammed his wings down on Ricky twice. Rowlet, dual wing beat. Ricky ga. Ricky was sent down to the ground. Rowlet, time for Shadow Claw. Rowlet started to rush down to the ground as his Talon became a Shadow Claw. Izuku, Ricky, use Aura Sphere. Now, Ricky turned to face Rowlet and shot out an Aura Sphere that hit Rowlet dead on. Rowlet was falling to the ground. Izuku, now's your chance. Use Poison Jab. Ricky ran up to Rowlet with Poison Jab at the ready. But as he was about to hit Rowlet, it blocked the Poison Jab using Steel Wing. Ricky, crud. Rowlet, dual wing beat. With 2 wing slaps, Ricky was sent flying back to Izuku. Ricky, dang it. If only I could use one for Aura without the recoil. Izuku, quick question, Ricky. What do you do when you're about to use one for Aura? Ricky, what do you mean? Izuku, what are you thinking about when you use it? And visualizations. Ricky, no. Izuku, that's the problem. When I use one for all, I visualize an image in my head to keep myself from using it at full power. That allows me to use it without breaking my bones. Ricky, I see. So like when you anger a Voltorb and it gets ready to explode. Izuku, I guess. But there's more to it than that. Don't use it on a single part of your body, only at the times you need it. Spread it out around your body at the percentage you can handle, and keep it like that until the battle is over. This way, not only does your strength increase, but your speed increases as well. Ricky, spread it out around my body. Good idea. Here goes. Ricky started to spread one for aura around his body as aura started leaking out, reducing his power. Roulette, well, that's new. Izuku, that's it, Ricky. What do you plan on calling this technique? Ricky, I don't know. I'll figure it out later. What now? Izuku, how much power are you using? Ricky, 10%. Anymore, and I feel like that's too much. Izuku, then give Roulette a taste of your moves. I don't know your one for aura moves, so I want you to show me. Ricky, you got it, Seiji. Here goes. Ricky rushes at Roulette at incredible speed. Roulette, what the heck? How'd he get so fast? Ricky then appeared, Roulette with a lot of strength. He was then sent flying back. Roulette ended up crashing into a tree. Izuku, good job, Ricky. But remember, don't just use your fists. You have legs to help you fight. Use them. Ricky, right. Roulette sent out another grass pledge at Ricky. Luckily, he managed to dodge it and jumped above Roulette. Ricky, Callow strike. Rowlette's face was met with Ricky's foot and was sent straight down to the ground. Rowlette's face was met with Ricky's foot and was sent straight down to the ground. Roulette could barely get up and narrowly avoided another attack from Ricky, but he was still right in front of him. Ricky, Hoenn strike. Roulette was barely able to hang on because it had a focus sash with it from its Roulette was barely able to hang on because it had a focus sash with it from its previous trainer. Birch, Izuku, now's your chance. Throw your pokeball at Roulette and catch it. Izuku got out one his pokeball and threw it at Roulette. Roulette was then sucked in as the pokeball shook 3 times before it clicked. Birch, you caught it. Ricky, you did it, Seiji. Izuku, no. We did it. I couldn't have done it without you, Ricky. Birch, good job, you too. I'm very impressed. Do you plan on giving him a name? Izuku thought for a second until he finally decided. Izuku, Archie. Ricky, I like it. Welcome aboard, Archie. Izuku. Thank you for your help, Professor Birch. Birch, it's no problem. Now, my advice as of right now is to go to the nearest Pokémon Center to register for the league. Nurse Joy will tell you where to go from there. Izuku, you got it. Thanks. And with that, Izuku and Ricky left and went to the Pokémon Center. Izuku and Ricky have just arrived at the Pokémon Center. It was the same one they were at before. Nurse Joy, oh, you're back. Did you get what you need? Izuku, I did. But if it's not too much to ask, could you please heal my Pokémon? Ricky was hurt pretty badly by this Roulette I just caught. Nurse Joy, why of course. Just give me them, and I'll take good care of them. Nurse Joy took Ricky and Archie as she gave them to Chansey. Izuku. So, how do I register for the Pokémon League? Nurse Joy, just place your Rotom phone on this platform, and you'll be registered. Izuku, got it. Izuku places his phone down on the platform. Register. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Birthday, July 15th. Badges, 0. Registry complete. Nurse Joy, all right. You're ready for the Pokémon League. Izuku. So I just go to the Pokémon League now. Nurse Joy. No. First, you have to win 8 gym badges. Only then can you enter the league. Izuku. Then where do I go first? Before Nurse Joy could answer, an explosion happened near the entrance as fire spread everywhere, freaking everyone out. Nurse Joy, Gaia. Izuku, what's going on? Laughter was then heard. Izuku. Who's there? Show yourselves. Prepare for trouble and make it double. To infect the world with devastation. To blight all people in every nation. To denounce the goodness of truth and love. To extend our wrath to the stars above. Cassidy. And Butch, of course. Cassidy. We're Team Rocket, circling Earth all day and night. Butch, surrender to us now, or you'll surely lose the fight. Nurse Joy. Why are you here? Cassidy. Well, isn't it obvious? Butch, we're here to steal all your Pokémon. Izuku, what was that? Cassidy. Are you deaf? Or just stupid? He said we're here to steal all your Pokémon. Izuku. Over my dead body. Cassidy. That can be arranged. Butch. It's just one little brat. This is too easy. They then sent out 2 of their Pokémon. They then sent out 2 of their Pokémon. Izuku, who are these Pokémon? Izuku, who are these Pokémon? He points his Rotom phone at the 2. Rotom, Charizard, the flame Pokémon, a flying and fire type. When competing in intense battles, Charizard's flame becomes more intense as well. Aggron, the iron armor Pokémon, a steel and rock type. Aggron has a sharp horn that can pierce through thick iron. It rams opponents with its horn to stop them in their tracks. Izuku, sounds dangerous. Cassidy, Charizard, use flamethrower. Charizard let out a stream of fire at Izuku. Izuku, I don't think so. Delaware smash. Izuku flicks his fingers with One for All and makes a blast of wind that counters Charizard's flamethrower, surprising the 2. Butch, did he just... Cassidy, yeah he did. Butch, Aggron, use Mega Punch. Aggron followed his command and tried to punch Izuku with Mega Punch. Keyword, tried. Izuku, Detroit Smash. Izuku not only countered the Mega Punch, but he also sent Aggron flying back. Cassidy, what the heck? Butch, what's with this kid? Cassidy, Charizard, use Dragon Tail. Charizard's tail glowed light green, and it swung at Izuku, only for Izuku to stop the tail in its tracks by catching it. Shocking Charizard. Cassidy, how did you catch it? Izuku said nothing as he spun Charizard around and around until he launched it at Cassidy, sending her flying out of the Pokémon Center. Butch, why you little Aggron? Use Hyper Beam. Aggron started to use Hyper Beam, but before it could let loose its attack, Izuku used Black Whip to clamp its mouth shut, causing the Hyper Beam to blow up in its face. Literally, the force of the attack caused Aggron to faint. Butch, is he even human? Izuku, sorry Butch, but I'm not letting either of you steal any Pokémon. Butch, ITSBU, oh wait, you actually said it right. Izuku, it's not a hard name to remember. Izuku then threw Aggron at Butch with Black Whip, sending him out of the center with Cassidy. Cassidy, this can't be good. Izuku was right in front of them and picked them up with Black Whip and rammed them into the ground, knocking them out. Izuku, is everyone okay? Applause was heard. Lots and lots of applause. People were cheering for Izuku, who went up against 2 fully evolved Pokémon. Nurse Joy, thank you Izuku for helping us. Just then, more Pokémon appeared. Squirtle 1, alright troops, let's take care of the fire. Squirtle 1, alright troops, let's take care of the fire. Squirtle Squad, SIR, yes SIR. The Squirtle Squad made quick work of the fire and tied up Cassidy and Butch and took them away. Izuku, who were they? Nurse Joy, oh, that was the Squirtle Squad. They work as firefighters and assist the police. Izuku, interesting. Nurse Joy, looks like your Pokémon have been healed. Chansey came in with Archie in his Pokeball and Ricky. Ricky, what happened, Seiji? Izuku, I fought these villains named Team Rocket. They were trying to steal everyone's Pokémon, so I stopped them. Chansey, I now see why you call him Seiji. Ricky jumps on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku, so, where do we go to next? Nurse Joy, my suggestion would be to go to Rustboro City. It's where the Rock-type gym leader is. Your Rotom phone will guide you to Rustboro City, so follow its path. Izuku, got it. Thank you. And so, Izuku and Ricky left the Pokémon Center to finally get their journey truly started. Izuku, okay. So what's our route idea? Ricky looks at the map. Ricky, our quickest way to Rustboro City would be to head through Route 102 to Petalburg City. From there, we can stop at the Pokemart and buy some more Pokeball. You only have 4 left. From there, we pass the Petalburg Gym and make our way to Route 104. We will then head through Petalburg Woods, and then we'll finally arrive at Rustboro City. Izuku, wait, Petalburg has a gym. Why don't we go there first then? Ricky, we're not quite ready just yet. The Petalburg City gym leader is really strong. Archie and I aren't ready. You would need 3 Pokemon to actually participate in it. And if you want to get the Azure Flute, you will need a total of 6 Pokemon. Izuku, 6. Ricky, that's the amount a trainer can have in their party. And if you ask me, you should try and catch more than 6 to give to your friends to help fight in this war against Handyman and Power Stealer. The more the merrier. Izuku, wait, you guys are going to come with me. Ricky, of course, Seiji. We want to help you. Tears were flowing from Izuku's eyes. Izuku. Sniff, thank you, Ricky. Thank you. Ricky, no problem. Now let's get going. And so, the two friends left Oldale Town and went through Route 102. Ricky, fair warning, Seiji. Pokémon tend to hide in tall grass. If you encounter one, be ready to fight. Izuku, right? Thanks for the warning. Izuku decided to walk around the grass. But a bug catcher approached him. Bug catcher, you. Battle me. Izuku, what? Bug catcher. It's a rule for trainers to battle as soon as they make eye contact. Izuku. That makes no sense. Ricky, just roll with it. The more we battle, the stronger we become. Izuku. Well, if you say so. All right then. Let's battle. The bug catcher sent out Izuku. Who's that Pokémon? Izuku. Who's that Pokémon? He points his phone at the Pokémon. Rotom phone. Spinarak, the string spit Pokémon. A bug and poison type. Spinarak can climb any surface easily and shoot a strong web from both the front and back of its body. Its prey is caught and held tight in its web. Izuku. I wonder if that would be fitting for Zero. Hang on. Is it possible to catch someone else's Pokémon? Bug catcher. You're new to this, aren't you? No. Not unless the Pokémon has been released from its trainer. In other words, unless the trainer gives up their Pokémon, you can't catch someone else's Pokémon. Izuku got it. Thanks. All right then. Archie, let's go beyond. He throws Archie's Pokeball, and Archie comes out. Bug catcher, you have a rollet. Awesome. All right, Spinarak, use Poison Sting. Spinarak shoots out a poisonous needle. Izuku. Archie, use Steel Wing and block it. Archie covers his wings in steel and brings them up to his face, blocking the attack. Izuku. Use Grass Pledge. Archie summons a massive column of leaves to hit Spinarak. Spinarak was caught up in it, but barely took in damage. Ricky. Seiji. Grass-type moves aren't very effective on bug or poison types. Izuku. Then what is? Ricky. Flying-type moves. Izuku. In that case, Archie. Dual Wing Beat. Bug catcher. Spinarak. String shot. Spinarak shot out a stream of webs at Archie. Izuku dodged it. Archie managed to avoid the string shot and get close enough to Spinarak. Archie. Dual Wing Beat. Spinarak. Oh. Archie slammed his wings down on Spinarak, causing a lot of damage. Spinarak tried to get up, but fell down with swirls for eyes. Bug catcher. Darn. I lost. He recalled Spinarak into its Pokeball. Bug catcher. Good job, Spinarak. Get a good rest. You earned it. That was a great battle. You're pretty strong. Here. The bug catcher hands him some cash. Izuku, wait. Why are you, bug catcher? It's a trainer rule. We give some money to the winner of the battle. Don't worry. I have plenty. Ricky, take it, Seiji. We need the money. Izuku, well, okay. Izuku reluctantly took the money and continued on the path. But they started to hear whimpering. Izuku, Ricky, do you hear that? Ricky, yeah, I do. It's coming from over there. He points to a bush. Izuku, we should go and check it out. Ricky, I'm with you on that. And so the two rush to the bush. They peek through to find. Ricky jumps down. Ricky, whispers Seiji. That's a Victini. Izuku brings up his phone. Rotom phone, Victini. The Victory Pokémon. A fire and psychic type. When it shares the infinite energy it creates, that being's entire body will be overflowing with power. A mythical Pokémon. Victini was startled by the sudden appearance of Izuku. It tried to run, but it fell down. When Izuku looked closer, he saw that Victini's leg was in really bad shape. Izuku. Victini's hurt. I have to help him. Izuku started to slowly approach Victini. Victini panicked, thinking that Izuku was going to capture him. Victini, stay away. Searing shot. Victini, stay away. Searing shot. Izuku fell down in pain. Ricky, Seiji, are you okay? Izuku, I'm fine. I felt this pain before. He got back up and continued to approach the scared Pokémon. Izuku, I understand your fear. You're afraid that I'm going to hurt you more or even capture you. And yes, it will be the perfect opportunity to do so. But that's not in my nature. Victini, why you're lying. I'm a mythical Pokémon. Everyone wants to catch me. Izuku finally reached Victini and started to pet him with a smile. Victini flinched at the touch, But when nothing else happened, he looked up to see Izuku's smile. Izuku, you have nothing to fear. Do you know why? Victini, no. Why? Izuku, it's because I am here. I promise not to capture you. I'm just going to take you to a Pokémon Center to heal you up. Okay. Victini wanted to protest to that, but his smile made him feel safe. Like everything was going to be alright. Victini, alright. I trust you. Izuku then picks up Victini and wraps him up in his cape. Victini, why are you, Izuku? We don't want people to make a fuss over all this, so I'm using my cape to hide your identity. Ricky jumps back on top of Izuku's shoulder. Ricky, smart. Let's go. And so, Izuku rushes out of Route 102 and makes his way to Petalburg City. He wasted no time and went to the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy, welcome to the Pokémon Center. Izuku, Nurse Joy. Wait, weren't you just in Oldale Town? Nurse Joy, oh no. You must be thinking of my sister. See. Izuku deadpants. Ricky, yeah. A lot of people have that reaction. Izuku shook his head to snap out of it. Izuku, whatever. Nurse Joy, I need you to heal this Pokémon. He hands her Victini, who is fast asleep. Nurse Joy, oh my. What happened? Ricky, we're not sure. We just found him this way. Nurse Joy, wait, this isn't your Pokémon. Izuku, no. No, he isn't. He unwraps Victini, shocking Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, this is a Izuku, not so loud. I don't want to expose his identity. Yes, that's what he is. Now, please, heal him. Nurse Joy, all right. Nurse Joy takes Victini with her and begins to heal him up. Nurse Joy, he'll be all better in about an hour. Luckily, you managed to bring him here before the wound got infected. While you wait, I suggest you go to the Pokemart and stock up on supplies. Izuku bows. Izuku, thank you, Nurse Joy. Izuku and Ricky leave and go to the Pokemart nearby. Izuku, all right, Ricky. What do we need? Ricky, well, we don't have much cash. We can only afford one item. I recommend another Pokeball. Izuku, I don't know. Is there anything that can help heal Pokemon? Ricky, yeah, potions. But we can only afford one. Do you really want to buy a potion instead? Izuku, if we come across more Pokemon in the wild, we'll need potions in case we aren't close to Pokemon Center. Ricky, I understand. You really are a hero. Izuku heads to the counter where someone is buying stuff before him. Izuku heads to the counter where someone is buying stuff before him dash. Hey kid, is that all you're buying? Izuku, oh, yeah, I don't have much money. But while I'm traveling, I might come across some injured Pokemon and I need to be prepared for that. Oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. I'm Norman Maple. I'm the Petalburg City Gym leader. Izuku, really? Well, I look forward to when I battle against you. Norman, when are you planning to do that? Izuku, not for a while. I only just started out on my journey and only have 2 Pokemon. I didn't catch the Pokemon that is being healed right now. Norman, why not? Izuku, he didn't want to be captured and it would be wrong to capture him when he couldn't even defend himself. At least, not very well. It's always been a dream of mine to be a hero, and a hero wouldn't do that. Norman smiled. Norman, you seem to be a fine young man. I look forward to our match. After that, Norman paid for his stuff and left. Izuku then purchased his potion and left as well. Norman, hey Izuku. Izuku turned to see Norman. Izuku, what is it? Norman, here, take these 5 potions. He hands him the potions. Izuku, are you sure? Norman, yes I am. A kid like you will need them to help the injured Pokemon you may find. Also, come to my gym tomorrow. There's something I would like to give you. Izuku was confused but nodded. Izuku, okay. Thank you, sir. With that, he and Ricky left and went back to the Pokemon Center, where Victini had just recovered. Izuku, are you feeling okay, Victini? Victini, I am now. Thanks to you. Thank you for helping me. With that, Victini flew out of the center and disappeared. Ricky, are you sad that you didn't get to capture Shori? Why do I keep doing that? Izuku, a little, but I'm much more happy that he's all right. Let's check in for the night. It's been a very busy day. Ricky, I guess you're right. And so, they got a room to sleep in and went to bed. Their journey was only getting started. It was the next day, and Izuku and Ricky have woken up and were off to the Petalburg gym. Ricky, I wonder what Norman wants to give us. Izuku. Whatever it is, I'll be sure to thank him. They eventually reach the gym and enter to see Norman giving Pokémon food to his Slacketh. He then notices Izuku and Ricky. Norman. Ah. Izuku. I'm glad you're here. Izuku. Glad to be here. Hey, who's that Pokémon? Norman. Oh, this is a Slacketh. Izuku. Slacketh. He brings out his Rotom phone to check it. Rotom phone. Slacketh, the slacker Pokémon. A normal type. Slacketh is generally found sleeping, and very few ever witness it in motion. Izuku. Interesting. So, not to be rude, but why did you want me here? Norman. Ah, yes. I wanted you to look after something. After I heard of how well you took care of that Victini. Ricky. Wait. How did you know about it? Norman. Nurse Joy told me about it before I met you guys the second time. She tried to deny it, but I know what I saw. So I wanted to give you guys something to take care of. He then leaves for a few seconds only to come back with Izuku. What's that? Ricky. That's a Pokemon egg. Izuku. Wait, you mean to tell me that there's an unborn Pokemon inside that egg? Norman. That's correct. I'd like you to take care of the egg. It doesn't seem to want to hatch around me, but I think it will hatch with you. All you have to do is travel around with it long enough. Will you take it? Izuku thought about it for a moment before Izuku. I would love to. Thank you. Norman smiled and handed him the egg. Norman, I know you will keep it safe. I look forward to seeing you again. Goodbye. Izuku, goodbye. And thank you. With that, the two left for Route 104. Forgot to mention, this will be the intro theme. Izuku. So what Pokemon will it hatch into? Ricky. Most of the time, it's impossible to tell. There are times where the eggs have a certain color pattern that makes it easy to distinguish them between others. Unfortunately, not in this case. We just have to keep walking to find out. They then make their way to the forest. They encountered a few trainers there, but it was nothing they couldn't handle. However, just before they were about to leave the forest, the egg started to glow. Izuku, or Ricky. What's happening? Ricky, the egg. It's hatching. Set it down and remove the case. Izuku did just that. The egg kept on glowing for about 5 minutes until finally it hatched. Into Izuku. Hey, what Pokemon is this? Rotom phone. Tyrant, the royal air Pokemon. A dragon and rock type. Tyrant's jaws are so big and powerful, it can crunch up a car. If it doesn't like something, it responds with a wild tantrum. Tyrant Tai. Ricky, we're doing it right now, man. Izuku, you can understand him. Ricky, yeah. He was whining, saying that he doesn't throw tantrums. Izuku, hang on. Why is he blue? The Pokédex says that it's grayish-brown. Ricky, talk about lucky, Seiji. This is a shiny Pokemon. You have no idea how hard it is to get those. While it has no effect on the Pokemon, humans all seem to want them. Don't know why, though. /n. I actually have no idea why we all want shiny Pokemon. Why is it something we all want? Izuku, me neither. But that sounds cool. What should we name him? Tyrant. Tyrant. Ricky, he said Draken. Power Rangers reference. Izuku. Draken it is. Tyrant. Run Tai. Ricky, he's happy with the nickname. Just then, a Pokemon came at them. Dash. Bug bite. Draken was attacked by the move, and he shook the Pokemon off. Oof. Izuku brought out his phone. Rotom phone. Sawaddle, the sewing Pokemon. A bug and grass type. Sawaddle hides from its enemies by covering its head with a hood made from a leaf, and is known to eat its leafy clothing when food is scarce. Izuku, Ricky, should we? Ricky, the more the merrier. Give Draken a chance first. Izuku, right. Wait, hang on a moment. I don't know his moves. Sawaddle, check your phone. Your Pokédex function will tell you. Ricky, wait, why are you telling him this? Sawaddle, I like to fight fair and square. If my foe can't fight back, it's not much of a victory now, is it? Ricky, that's quite nice of you, Mayo. Sawaddle, Mayo. Ricky, G-H. W-H-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y. Sawaddle, Izuku. He has a bad habit of nicknaming everyone. Sawaddle, whatever. Let's start. Izuku. Okay, Draken. Let's look at your moves. You know Tackle, Ancient Power, Poison Fong, and Scale Shot. Ricky odd. You need to be taught it by a move tutor. Well, I'm not complaining. Give it a shot. Izuku right. Alright, Draken. Use Poison Fong. Draken runs up to Sawaddle, and his teeth glow purple. He tried to chomp down on the Sawaddle, but he dodged it just in time. Sawaddle, String Shot. He spits out a large string of web that wraps around Draken's mouth, keeping it shut. Izuku, Draken. Calm down and focus. We can win this. Use Scale Shot. Draken nodded, and then Sawaddle was hit by some of the scale shots, and the string shot was destroyed. Sawaddle was hit by some of the scale shots, and the string shot was destroyed. Sawaddle, Yoch. That tyrant is strong. Izuku. Now's your chance, Draken. Poison Fong. Draken rushed at Sawaddle, and before Sawaddle could register what was happening, he was met with a really strong bite from the Poison Fong. This poisoned him, and he was struggling to get up. Izuku, wow. That was pretty powerful. Ricky, I'll bet Draken's ability is Strong Jaw. It multiplies the power of biting moves by 50%. Now's your chance, Seiji. Izuku right. Go Pokeball. He threw the Pokeball at Sawaddle, and he got sucked in. It shook 3 times before it finally clicked. Izuku, we did it. Great job, Draken. Ricky, what are you going to name him? Izuku Mayo. It's the Japanese word for honor, which I'm guessing. Reason for nicknaming him that. Ricky, why yeah, that's correct. Izuku. Alright, Draken. Return for now. He brings Draken back into his Pokeball and picks up Mayo's Pokeball. Izuku, let's go. And with that, they left the forest and arrived in Rustboro City. Izuku. So this is Rustboro City. Izuku. So this is Rustboro City. Ricky, yes it is. But we need to wait an hour. Roxanne school is still going right now. Izuku. Roxanne has a school. Isn't she a gym leader? Ricky, gym leaders can have jobs of their own. Some are teachers, some are musicians, some are actors, and a bunch of other stuff as well. Izuku, makes sense. Some heroes back in my world do the same. Some heroes are my teachers. Iwabami is a fashion designer. Lunch Rush is a chef. You get the idea. Ricky, so while we wait, let's stock up on some items. Izuku, sounds like a plan. So they go to the Pokemart and buy some Pokeball. Ricky, Seiji. Seiji, look, over there. Ricky points to Izuku. What are those? Izuku, what are those? Ricky's mouth was watering. Ricky, those are Poke Beans. They have everything a Pokemon needs. They are very healthy for us. And most importantly, my favorite food. Ricky jumps down and faces Izuku. Ricky, can we buy them? Please, 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 please. Ricky, can we buy them? Please, 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 please. Izuku, okay. Okay. Just, please stop with the puppy eyes. Please. Riolu, why? And so, Izuku bought 3 bags of Poke Beans. Ricky was really happy to eat them. Not all of them. Just 2 Poke Beans because he wanted to save some more for later. Izuku. Muttering, okay, so now I know what Ricky's favorite food is. I wonder what the other's favorite food is. Ricky. Seiji, you're muttering. Izuku, whoops. Sorry. Ricky, don't worry about it. A bunch of kids came running out of the school building. Ricky, looks like school's over. See you tomorrow, kids. The woman looked to see Izuku and Ricky. Oh, hello. I'm Roxanne. What's your name? Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya. And this is my best friend, Ricky Steele. We're here for a gym battle. Roxanne, it's nice to meet you, Izuku Midoriya. I'm sure you're itching for a battle right now. Well, I won't keep you two waiting. Come with me. Roxanne led Izuku and Ricky to her gym. The battlefield was that of a rocky terrain. Izuku, why is the battlefield like this? Roxanne, because this is a rock-type gym. So the battlefield is meant to be suitable for rock-type Pokemon. The referee came in. Referee, the battle between the rock-type gym leader, Roxanne, and the challenger, Izuku Midoriya, will now begin. Each side will use 2 Pokemon, and the battle will be over when both Pokemon on either side are unable to continue. Furthermore, only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokemon. Roxanne, Geodude, I choose you. She throws her Pokeball, and out comes Geodude. Let's get this show on the road. Geodude, Let's get this show on the road. Izuku, Geodude. Rotom Phone, Geodude, the rock Pokémon. A rock and ground type. Geodude's habitat is mostly made up of mountain paths. It gets angry if stepped on, so it's good to be careful in those areas. Izuku, oh Geodude. I know how you feel about that. Ricky, you do. Izuku, moving on. Who should I choose? I know. Archie. Let's go beyond. He sends Archie out. Roxanne, a flying type. Don't you know that flying-type Pokémon are weak to rock-type moves? Izuku, you may have the type advantage here, but that doesn't automatically mean you win. Ricky, he's got a point. Referee, all right. Battle begin. Roxanne, Geodude. Use rock throw. Geodude, right? Geodude slammed his fist to the ground, causing chunks of rock to split off the ground. Geodude picked them up and started to throw them at Archie. Izuku, dodge it, Archie. Archie skillfully avoided the rockets that were thrown at him. Izuku, use Shadow Claw. Archie on it. Archie rushed at Geodude with his talon pointing at him as it became covered in purple. Roxanne, Geodude. Mega Punch. Geodude got in position and his fist was enveloped in a white sphere. Geodude then punched Archie before he could attack Geodude, sending him flying backwards. Izuku, Archie, are you okay? Archie landed on the ground. Archie, why yeah? I'm fine. Roxanne, all right, Geodude. Use rollout. Geodude, here goes. Geodude, here goes. Ricky, don't let that hit him. Every time rollout hits its target, its power is doubled. Izuku, oh. Archie, dodge it. Archie couldn't get up in time and got hit by rollout. Twice. Izuku, there has to be something we can. I got it. Archie, wait for my signal. Archie was about to be hit a third time. Izuku, now Archie. Steel Wing. Archie brought his wing up and turned it into steel, then brought it down on Geodude's head. He took major damage and was a little stunned. Roxanne, oh no. Geodude. Izuku, now's our chance, Archie. Use Grass Pledge. Archie slammed his wings to the ground and created leaf columns that hit Geodude head-on. Geodude, G-A-H-H-H. Roxanne, Geodude. Referee, Geodude is unable to battle. Roulette is the winner. Referee, Geodude is unable to battle. Roulette is the winner. Izuku, great job, Archie. Archie rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment of the compliment. Roxanne, Geodude, return. She brought Geodude back in his Pokeball. Roxanne, you were great, Geodude. Thank you. You were great out there. That was a clever way of countering rollout. But we're not done yet. Go. No pass. Nose pass. Let's do this. Nose pass. Let's do this. Izuku. Nose pass. Rotom Phone. Nose pass. The compass Pokemon. A rock type. Its nose can point to the north like a compass needle. Travelers can use nose pass to check directions. Roxanne. Nose pass. Use Sandstorm. Nose pass. Sandstorm. Nose pass created a massive sandstorm everywhere, making it impossible to see. Izuku ga, how can we see in the sandstorm? Wait, Nose pass knows where north is. That's not good. Roxanne, so you figured out why Nose pass is my signature Pokemon, huh? Zap Cannon. Nose pass, you're toast, Roulette. Zap Cannon. Nose pass, you're toast, Roulette. Zap Cannon. Dash, ignore the mini nose, Izuku, Archie. Referee. Roulette is unable to battle. Nose pass wins. Referee. Roulette is unable to battle. No pass wins. Izuku. Archie return. Thanks for your help, Archie. You did amazing. Now what do I do? Ricky, use me Seiji. I'm a fighting type. I have the advantage. Izuku thought about it for a second and came up with an idea. Izuku, all right, Ricky. You're up. Ricky entered the battlefield. Roxanne, use Rock Tomb. Izuku, dodge it, Ricky. Ricky knew exactly where Nose Pass was and managed to dodge the Rock Tomb. Izuku, use one for Aura and hit Nose Pass with a Shadow Claw. Ricky, right? Ricky ran right at Nose Pass and hit him with Shadow Claw. Ricky ran right at Nose Pass and hit him with Shadow Claw. No pass, Jaya. Roxanne, how did he know where Nose Pass is? Izuku, simple. Ricky can sense the aura of others. Even in this sandstorm, Ricky can track Nose Pass down with ease. Roxanne, Well, I guess even a teacher can learn some things. Don't let up Nose Pass. Zap Cannon. Nose Pass shot Zap Cannon at Ricky. Izuku. Dodge and use Aura Sphere. Ricky dodged it easily with his speed. Ricky. Aura Sphere. The Aura Sphere was a direct hit against Nose Pass. The Aura Sphere was a direct hit against Nose Pass. Roxanne. Nose Pass. Quick, use Rock Tomb. Nose Pass then managed to trap Ricky in a Rock Tomb. Nose Pass then managed to trap Ricky in a Rock Tomb. Izuku. Ricky. Roxanne. I must admit, your Riolu is quite special. I've never seen a Riolu with such speed and strength. But this battle must come to an end. Nose Pass. Use Zap Cannon. Nose Pass fires the Zap Cannon at Ricky. Izuku. I have to think of something. Wait, that's it. Ricky. Sinnoh Strike. Roxanne. Sinnoh Strike. Ricky heard Izuku and got ready for a punch. Ricky. Sinnoh Strike. Ricky punched his way out of the rock tomb and launched the rock that he punched right into Zap Cannon, thus saving himself. Roxanne. All that in just one punch. And he used the rock tomb to counter the Zap Cannon. Izuku. Now Ricky. Run around as fast as you can. Ricky began running around and around Nose Pass. Roxanne, I see what you're trying to do. You want to confuse Nose Pass' sense of direction by running around him. I've seen that same strategy by a boy and his Pikachu. Ricky, a Pikachu. However, the speed caused a tornado of sand around Nose Pass. Roxanne, okay, never mind. Nose Pass, I can't get through. Izuku, no, but we can. Ricky, Kalos Strike. Ricky jumps up high in response and shoots himself down into the eye of the storm. Ricky, Kalos Strike. Ricky brought his foot down on Nose Pass' head. Roxanne, Nose Pass. And lo, the storm then cleared up and revealed Ricky standing proud, and Nose Pass was on the ground with swirls for eyes. Referee, Nose Pass is unable to battle. Riolu wins, which means the victory goes to the challenger, Izuku. Izuku, we did it. We did it. Ricky, yeah, we did. Ricky and Izuku rushed to each other and hugged each other. Roxanne, Nose Pass return. Thank you. You fought hard. Roxanne then walked towards Izuku and Ricky. Roxanne, you two were quite strong, and your bond is incredible. How long have you known each other for? The two sweat drop. Both 2 days. Roxanne, that's it. 2 days. I must say, I'm quite impressed. Such a strong bond, and you two only just met. I'm sure you'll go far. Here. Izuku, what's this? Izuku, what's this? Roxanne, it's the stone badge. It's proof of your victory at the Rustboro gym. Take it. Izuku takes it. Izuku, thank you. Faces Ricky. So Ricky, where do we go to next? Roxanne, if I may, I recommend you head to Dewford Town. But you'll first have to head to Mr. Briney's cottage on Route 104. Izuku, then that's where we're headed next. Thank you, Roxanne. Goodbye. And with that, the two leave for the Pokémon Center and stay the night, ready for what's next to come for their adventure. Izuku and Ricky have arrived at Mr. Briney's cottage. Briney's cottage, Mr. Briney. So you want me to take you to Dewford Town? Izuku, please. I need to get there. I can't just use float. This world doesn't have quirks, so that's a no-go. Mr. Briney, I would love to, but there's a major problem. The Dewford Siren. Ricky, the what? Mr. Briney, the Dewford Siren. Ships have been reportedly disappearing while out to sea. They say they see a mermaid of some kind has been causing the shipwrecks. Izuku, then we have to go to stop it. Mr. Briney, kid, I don't think you understand how dangerous that is. Izuku, a hero always risks their lives for others. If we don't stop this, more people will become victims to the Dewford Siren. I can't just stand here and let them die. Mr. Briney, hero, oh, you must be that boy that stopped those crooks with his own superpowers. Izuku, wait, what? Mr. Briney, you become rather well known since that incident. Although it was from behind you, so no one saw your face. But if you really want to stop the siren, well, I'm willing to help you. Let's go. And with that, they set sail. While out at sea, Izuku noticed a few Pokémon at sea. Izuku brought out his phone. Wrote him phone. Gorbis, the South Sea Pokémon. A water type. Gorbis live near the seafloor. In spring, when the water starts to warm up, their bodies turn a vivid pink. Magikarp, the fish Pokémon. A water type, with neither strength nor speed. Magikarp is thought to be the weakest Pokémon of all. Sobble, the water lizard Pokémon. A water type. When Sobble touches watery substances, its body takes on the color of its surroundings. Because it's timid, it produces large amounts of sweat and tears that cause it to become invisible. It is said that when Sobble cries, its tears have the same effect as chopping 100 onions. Izuku, wow. Pokémon are quite wonderful. Mr. Briny, well, of course. Pokémon are what make our world so wonderful. I don't know what life would be like without Pokémon. Izuku, it would probably be like the pre-quirk era back in my world. I wonder how everyone is doing back there. Meanwhile, Aizawa, Midoriya, Kurogiri. Where is he? Kurogiri, I don't know. My quirk went out of my control. I don't know what to do. Aizawa took a few deep breaths to calm down. Aizawa, Midoriya is a smart kid. If anyone can figure out how to get back, it's him. I have full faith in that problem child. But I have to find that villain with the speed quirk. I can't let him roam free after the damage he caused. Aizawa leaves the hospital. Kurogiri, where did I end up sending him? Back in the Hoenn region. They were in the middle of a massive sea storm that was caused by the Dewford siren. Izuku, Ricky, are you okay? Ricky, yeah, he was seasick. And then they heard singing. It calmed Ricky down, and all three of them were getting lured in. Luckily, Danger Sense managed to snap Izuku out of it. Izuku, guys, don't fall for it. The others managed to snap out of it. Izuku, Ricky, where's the siren located? Ricky points to where the siren is, and Izuku jumps off the boat and uses float to get to where the siren is located. Izuku, show yourself, siren. The water starts to ripple, and something shoots straight out of the water. The water starts to ripple, and something shoots straight out of the water dash. I must say I'm impressed. I never thought a pitiful human would be able to break free of my control. If you're even human. Because last I checked, humans don't float. Izuku, is that a Pokémon? Rotom phone, Primarina. Siren form, a water and dark type. This form of Primarina has a mysterious song that is able to confuse and allure people and Pokémon alike. Being the opposite gender to the Primarina will have the strongest effect. Once they lure anyone into the water, Primarina will ensnare them with their long, tangled hair and drag them down beneath the waves. Izuku, well, it all stops now. Do you know why? Because I am here. Primarina, you're afraid. I can see the fear in your eyes. You think I'm scared. You think that you pretending to be brave is going to be enough to make me stop. Pitiful. Shadow Ball. Izuku, Delaware Smash. Izuku, Delaware Smash. Izuku flicked his fingers and unleashed a huge gust of wind and counters the Shadow Ball. Primarina clenches her fins. Primarina, all that power with just a flick of his fingers. Who is this human? Izuku, Archie, help me out. He throws Archie's Pokeball, and Archie comes out. Archie, let's do this. Izuku, Archie, use Shadow Claw. Archie rushes at Primarina and tries to attack her with Shadow Claw. But Primarina, Ice Beam. The attack struck Rowlet's wing, and he fell into the ocean. The attack struck Rowlet's wing, and he fell into the ocean. Izuku, Archie, Primarina, how Pathum MPH. Her mouth was being held shut by Black Whip, and what she saw now scared her beyond belief. Primarina, what the F.I.S. up with that look? I can't believe this. Why is he so angry? Primarina, what the F.I.S. up with that look? I can't believe this. Why is he so angry? Izuku, how could you? How could you? Why did you have to punish him? I was the one giving the commands. You should have been attacking me. Those words made Primarina freeze up. And not just from fear. Primarina, he's mad because of what I did to his Rowlet. That doesn't make any sense. I was always told that humans treat us Pokemon like tools. Was that just to keep me from interacting with humans? Izuku the dove into the water and swam as fast as he could to get to Archie, which he did and swam back up as fast as he could. Izuku then shot out of the water with Archie in his hands. Izuku. Archie, I'm so sorry. He was crying. Tears were falling on Archie. And then Archie was starting to glow blue. Izuku. Archie. Archie was changing. He was getting bigger. His wings became longer. And he was growing hair. And then the glow dispersed, leaving Archie shot right out of Izuku's grasp. Archie shot right out of Izuku's grasp. Izuku. Archie. What happened? Primarina. He evolved. Izuku brought out his phone. Rotom phone. Dartrix, the blade-cool Pokémon. A grass and flying type. And the evolved form of Rowlet. It throws its darts, which are very sharp feathers, at enemies. Quite image-conscious, it's always preening. Izuku. Evolved form. Mr. Briny and Ricky were watching the whole thing. Ricky. Alright. Way to go, Seiji. Izuku. Archie. Do you want to go on? Primarina. He's asking his Dartrix if he wants to continue. Could humans actually be nice? Archie. Heck yeah. I want to test out my new strength. Izuku smiled. Izuku. Alright then. Use grass pledge. Realizing she was still trapped, Primarina tried desperately to get out of Black Whip, but to no avail. Archie. Grass pledge. Primarina was caught right up in the grass pledge, which was even stronger than before. Izuku. Let's finish her off together. Use Shadow Claw. They both rush at Primarina. Archie. Shadow Claw. Izuku. Detroit Smash. Both attacks hit Primarina, sending her quite the distance. But it wasn't over yet. There was one more thing left to do. Izuku. Now to make sure she can't harm anyone ever again. Go Pokeball. He throws the Pokeball while using One for All, and it hit Primarina and sucked her in. The ball fell down into the water and shook 3 times before it clicked. The Dewford Siren was not going to cause any more harm. Izuku picks up the Pokeball, and he and Archie make their way back to the ship. Ricky. Great job, Seiji. Mr. Briny. Thanks to you, the seas are safe again. Izuku give a half-hearted smile. Ricky, what's wrong, Seiji? Izuku. I just don't understand why Primarina did all this. If there's one thing I know, it's that villains aren't born. They're created. What drove Primarina to do all this? Mr. Briny. That's pretty deep. Well, one day, I'm sure she will warm up to you and will tell you everything. Now that the siren has been captured, it's off to Dewford Town. And with that, they all continued traveling until they finally reached Dewford Town. Izuku and Ricky are finally in Dewford Town and are waiting in the Pokémon Center for Archie and Primarina to recover. Ricky, are you sure you aren't going to use them? Izuku. Archie deserves a break, and I feel like I'm not ready to use Primarina. She probably hates me. Ricky, I don't think so. I mean, she did it first, but when you dove after Archie to save him from drowning, her aura changed. It went from being that of complete surprise. Probably because you risked your life to save him. Izuku. What does that have to do with her change of tone? Ricky. Seiji. Not all Pokemon are fond of humans. Some of them hate humans. There are some humans out there that don't treat us as living beings, and instead as merely tools who can just be abandoned without anyone caring. Izuku, what? Why would they do such a thing? Ricky, I don't know. But Pokemon that experience such a thing tend to grow a hatred for humans. On the other hand, some Pokemon are just taught to never trust a human because they're all like that. I'm not saying that it's true, of course, but some Pokemon are just taught such a thing. Serenia might have gone through one of those things. Trust me, unlike your world, others tend to be mistreated. Izuku. Oh, how wrong you are. Ricky, what do you mean? Izuku, Ricky, did you forget that my quirk was passed down to me? Ricky, Izuku. It wasn't passed down to me until I was 15. Up until then, I was quirkless. A part of the 20% of the people who had no power. That may be a standard thing for this world, but not in my world. The people a part of that 20% are treated horribly, and I was no different. I was made fun of, pranked. My grades were purposely lowered to make the kids in my class with quirks seem smarter, even abused. And almost no one cared about me. The only ones who did were my parents. However, I never told them about what I went through because I didn't want to worry them. It's been hard enough since my dad is always working overseas. Ricky, are you sure he didn't just leave to get the milk? Or Izuku? Annoyed no. I hate that everyone thinks that. My dad just works overseas, so he isn't around all that often. We still video chat at times. But he didn't leave to get the milk or anything like that. Ricky, oh sorry. So, you went through all that abuse and still have the longing to be a hero. Izuku, of course. It's all I wanted to be. Ricky, no wonder I can sense such a strong sense of justice from your aura. You're a great man, Seiji. Izuku. Thanks, friend. Nurse Joy. Izuku Midoriya. Your Pokémon are ready for you. Izuku went to the counter, took his Pokémon, and bowed. Izuku. Thank you. Nurse Joy. It's no problem. We hope to see you again. Izuku and Ricky left and got to the Dufour gym. But when they got in dash, Hariyama, use our move. Hariyama, use our move. Hariyama, right? Our move. Hariyama thrusted his arms at Izuku. What's going on? Kirlia, use Moonblast. Dash. Kirlia, use Moonblast. Kirlia, right? Kirlia, Moonblast. Kirlia, Moonblast. Kirlia threw the Moonblast at Hariyama and hit him dead on. A lot of dust covered the area, but when it cleared, Hariyama was knocked out. All right. Way to go, Max Dash. All right. Way to go, Max. Thanks, Bonnie. Referee. Hariyama is unable to battle. Kirlia wins. And that means that the victory goes to Max Maple of Petalburg City. Max, all right. Great job, Kirlia. Kirlia. Thanks, Mac. Bonnie ran up to Max and hugged him tight, despite his embarrassment. Hariyama. Return. Thanks, bud. You did great. Izuku decided to greet them. Izuku. Hey, congrats on your victory. The two looked at Izuku. Max, hi. Who are you? Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya. And this is Ricky. Ricky, hey. Nice to meet you. Max, nice to meet you too. I'm Max Maple. And this is my partner, Kirlia. Kirlia did a little curtsy. Kirlia, it's a pleasure to meet you. Bonnie, and I'm Bonnie Ferrand. And this is Deden. Deden, happy to meet new people. Izuku pointed his phone at the two Pokémon. Rotom phone, Kirlia, the emotion Pokémon, a psychic and fairy type. Kirlia uses the horns on its head to amplify its psychic powers, and when this occurs, reality becomes warped and future events can be seen as Izuku. Psychic powers. That's incredible. Rotom phone, Deden, the antenna Pokémon, an electric and fairy type. Deden communicates long distance with other Deden by sending radio waves through its antenna-like whiskers. Izuku, sending radio waves. That sounds like a big asset. Max, did you come here for a gym battle? Izuku, yeah. I just arrived to challenge the gym leader. That would be me, Brawly. Sorry, but you'll have to wait until after I heal up my Pokémon. It will just take me an hour. Brawly then left. Bonnie, hey Max. What do you say we watch Izuku's battle? Max, are you sure? What about the next contest? Bonnie, that can wait. I want to see what Izuku and his Pokémon are capable of. Max, well, I don't mind. But are you okay with that, Izuku? Izuku, sure. I'm fine with it. What about you, Ricky? Ricky, I'm cool with it. Bonnie takes out her own Rotom phone, which has a green and yellow case, and points it at Ricky. Rotom phone, Riolu, the emanation Pokémon. A fighting type, Riolu has the power to see and understand emotions like happiness and anger in aura waves. Bonnie, cool. I wonder if you can use Aura Sphere, or use Dragon-type moves. Or maybe, Ricky, calm down, Lemonergy. Ricky slaps his mouth shut and groans in annoyance. Bonnie, Lemonergy. Ricky, sorry. I have a bad habit of nicknaming everyone. I called you Lemonergy as a combination of lemon and energy. Your hair is like that of a lemon, and you are really energetic. Bonnie, that makes sense now that I think about it. It's a lot better than Torpet. Izuku, Torpet. Max, let's just say we have had our fair share of crooks to deal with in the past. So, what's your goal? Izuku, to get the Azure Flute. Bonnie, the Azure Flute. Max, it's a special kind of flute. It's the key to encountering Arceus. But they only give the Azure Flute to those who have become champions of a region. A lot of people go for the flute to try and catch Arceus. Sorry, Izuku, but if you want to catch Arceus, I would change your goal. Izuku, I don't want to catch Arceus. I desperately need his help. Deden, wait, why? Ricky, Seiji, you have to tell them. Izuku, are you sure? Ricky nodded. Izuku, okay. What I'm about to tell you will sound crazy, but I promise you, it's the truth. Izuku then told Max, Bonnie, Deden, and Curlia everything. Well, he left out the part of One for All, but he told them everything else. Izuku, so I need Arceus' help to return to my world before Shigaraki recovers and attacks again. Maxwell, Bonnie, that's incredible. Wait, are you that guy who stopped Team Rocket from stealing the Pokémon from the Pokémon Center by himself? Izuku, yes. That was me. Max, I take back what I said about changing your goal. I hope you succeed. Izuku, thank you. Brawly, I'm back and ready. Oh, you two are still here. Bonnie, Max and I are going to watch the battle happen. Is that okay? Brawly, sure. That's fine with me. All right, let's begin. Referee, the battle between Gym Leader Brawly and the challenger Izuku Midoriya will now begin. Each side will use 2 Pokémon, and the battle will be over when both Pokémon on either side are unable to continue. Furthermore, only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokémon. Battle begins. Brawly go. Mac Hop. Mac Hop. Let's fight. Mac Hop. Let's fight. Izuku Mac Hop. Rotom Phone. Mac Hop, the superpower Pokémon. A fighting type. Mac Hop have muscles that never tire, no matter how much they exercise. Mac Hop have enough strength to throw 100 average-sized adults. Izuku 100. That's not good. Ricky, don't worry, Seiji. You got this. Izuku nodded. Izuku, all right. Mayo, let's go beyond. Izuku sends out his Sawaddle. Mayo, finally. Time for a battle. Brawly Mac Hop. Use Karate Chop. Mac Hop rushed in, ready to attack. Izuku, dodge it and use Bug Bite. Mayo barely managed to avoid the Karate Chop and rushed in to bite him. And he succeeded, but it didn't do much. Max Izuku. Bug-type moves aren't very effective on fighting types. Brawly, now Mac Hop. Karate Chop again. Mac Hop brought his hand up and gave Mayo a Karate Chop to the face, making him cry out in pain. Izuku Mayo. Mayo Yao. That was one tough Karate Chop. Brawly, now Mac Hop. Use Cross Chop. Mac Hop crossed his arms and was ready to strike. Izuku used String Shot to dodge. Mayo spat out a web at the ceiling and dodged just in time by shooting up the roof. Izuku, now use Air Slash. Bonnie, Sawaddle knows Air Slash. Max, it's an egg move. Something Sawaddle can only learn with help from their parents. And they know it at BRTH. Ricky, his name is Mayo. It's Japanese for honor. It's Japanese for honor. Mac Hop was hit dead on while Mayo was still falling. However, a Sawaddle isn't very strong, so Mac Hop didn't take too much damage. Brawly, Mac Hop, are you okay? Mac Hop, why yeah, I'm good. Brawly, then use Cross Chop. Mac Hop once again brought his arms into position and this time managed to hit Mayo, who couldn't do anything while still falling. Izuku Mayo. Mayo was sent tumbling toward the ground. Thankfully, he was able to tough it out. Izuku, return. Izuku recalled Mayo. Max, smart move. Mayo took a lot of damage, but what will he plan on using next? Izuku, Draken. Let's go beyond. He sends out his Tyrant. Draken, Tyrant. Bonnie, he has a Tyrant. Go Draken, go. Ricky, what's with Lemonergy? Max, before she became a trainer, she grew attached to a Tyrant. Needless to say, she loves Tyrant. Ricky, oh, that makes sense. Brawly Mac Hop. Use Cross Chop. Mac Hop charged a Draken with Cross Chop. Izuku, Draken. Use Scale Shot. Draken shot a bunch of scales, and Mac Hop couldn't defend himself well. He took a lot of damage, but still managed to land a hit in on Draken. Bonnie, no. Draken. Izuku. Now Draken. Poison Fang. Draken's fangs turned purple, and he bit down on Mac Hop. Hard. Mac Hop. GAH. Max, I get it. He let Draken get hit, so that Mac Hop would have gotten close enough for Draken to bite down on him with Poison Fang. Ricky, you're right. And because Draken's ability is Strong Jaw, it did even more damage. Mac Hop then collapsed. Referee, Mac Hop is unable to battle. Tyrant wins. Brawly, Mac Hop, return. Thanks, bud. You were great out there. Quite the risky move there. But it paid off. But that was just Mac Hop. It's time for Hariyama. He brought out Hariyama. Rotom Phone. Hariyama, the arm-move Pokémon. A fighting type. Hariyama can send a truck flying with one of its slaps, and it loves competitions of strength. Izuku, can you still go on? Draken nodded. Izuku, alright. Then use Scale Shot. Tyrant shot a bunch of scales at Hariyama, but it didn't seem to do much. Izuku, use Scale Shot and Ancient Power. Back to back. Draken was confused, but did as he was told. It didn't seem to have much of an effect. Bonnie, why isn't he having Draken use Poison Fang? Max, I don't know. Despite Scale Shot and Ancient Power having the same type added bonus, it isn't doing much on Hariyama. Brawly, use Seismic Toss. Hariyama rushed forward. Izuku, don't falter. Keep using Ancient Power and Scale Shot. Draken kept the continuous attacks going until Hariyama finally reached him. Izuku, Poison Fang. Draken tried to bite down on Hariyama, but he was grabbed before he could do so. And then, Izuku, Draken. Izuku, Draken. Draken was knocked out. Referee, Draken is unable to battle. Hariyama wins. Bonnie, that poor tyrant. Didin, but why did Izuku do that? Ricky, whispers Lemonergy. Maximizer, look at Seismic Sumo's legs. Ricky, whispers Seiji must have known that despite its strong arms, its power comes from its legs, and injuring them would make it harder for Hariyama to fight. Ricky, whispers Seiji must have known that despite its strong arms, its power comes from its legs, and injuring them would make it harder for Hariyama to fight. Max, you're right. It's like what Ash did. Curlia, I guess Izuku was just planning ahead. Izuku, Draken return. You were awesome out there. Sorry for the harmful plan. I'll treat you to some good grub afterwards. All right, it's up to you, Mayo. He sent out Mayo. Brawly, I hate to break it to you, but that Sawaddle of yours is already tired for facing my Macop. You sure you can handle Hariyama? Izuku, what do you think, Mayo? Mayo, I'm never going to give up. Never. Izuku, you heard him. We're not giving up. Brawly, all right then. Hariyama, use Vital Throw. Hariyama went charging at Mayo, but he started flinching in pain. Brawly, Hariyama. Izuku, just as I planned. Use Razor Leaf. Aim for the legs. Izuku, just as I planned. Use Razor Leaf. Aim for the legs. The Razor Leaf hit Hariyama in the legs. The very injured legs. Hariyama, God. Brawly, what's going on? Izuku, I knew that Draken wouldn't be able to handle Hariyama on his own. When I saw how effective a single cross chop was to him, I knew that it would only take one more fighting type move like that to put him out of commission. So I planned ahead by having him attack Hariyama's legs. As strong as Hariyama is, he needs to use his legs to close in on his opponents. If he can't do that, then all I need to do is attack him from far enough distance. Brawly, impressive. Izuku, all right, Mayo. Finish Hariyama off with Air Slash. Mayo shot an Air Slash at Hariyama and got a critical hit. Hariyama then fainted. Referee, Hariyama is unable to battle. Sawaddle wins. And that means the victory goes to Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, all right. Bonnie and Max, they did it. And so Brawly. Here you go, Izuku. Brawly, this is proof of your victory at the Dewford Town Gym. Brawly, this is proof of your victory at the Dewford Town Gym. The Knuckle Badge. Izuku takes it. Izuku, thank you, Brawly. And so, Izuku, Bonnie, and Max leave. Izuku, so, where are you two going? Max, well, we're headed to Slateport City where the next Pokemon contest is being held. Bonnie isn't trying to win the league. She's a coordinator. I assume you'll be headed for Malville City, where the Electric-type gym leader, Watson, is at. We'll meet again one day. Hopefully at the Pokemon League. He holds out his hand. Max, and when that happens, I hope to be your rival. Izuku smiles and shakes his hand. Izuku, I look forward to battling with you. And so, they went their separate ways. Izuku healed up his Pokemon, and they all made their way to the boat that would take them to Slateport City. But Izuku left for Route 110. But along the way, he encountered another Pokemon. And she is absolutely adorable. Izuku, what Pokemon is that? Rotom Phone, EV, the evolution Pokemon. A normal type. Because of its unstable DNA, Eevee possesses a wide variety of evolutionary possibilities hidden inside. Eevee did not hurt Meplis. Izuku noticed that her front paw was injured and slowly approached her. Izuku, I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to help you. It's going to be okay. Do you know why? Because I am here. He sets his bag down and takes out a potion. He then brought out his free hand, waiting for the Eevee to take it. Izuku, please give me your injured paw. I can't help you if you don't take it. The Eevee hesitated, but eventually gave her paw to Izuku. Izuku, this is going to sting a little, so if you want to hold my hand tighter, go ahead. The Eevee squeezed his hand, or at least what she could squeeze, as tight as she could as Izuku sprayed the potion on her. She flinched in pain, but calmed down quickly when it ended soon after. Izuku, all good. Eevee, thank you, Mr. Bush. Izuku, ahehe, my name's Izuku. Eevee, sorry, Mr. Izufu Yulifu Ituku Izuku, and Ricky Sweatdrop. But it's not like they could blame the Eevee for getting it wrong. She looked to be only 5 years old. On top of that, Japanese names aren't as easy to pronounce as English names. Izuku, how about you just call me Deku? Eevee, thank you, Mr. Deku. My name is Sunshine. Izuku, she's adorable. Nice to meet you, Sunshine. Ricky, my name is Ricky. So, how did you hurt yourself? Sunshine, well, me, Daddy, my 2 mommies, and my big siblings were on a trip to this land when a group of meanies showed up and kidnapped most of us. I think they said that they were from Team Rocket. I think that's what it was. Daddy was the only one who wasn't captured and managed to free us and destroy the big robot that was used to kidnap us. But we all got blown far away from each other, and I have no idea where my family is. Sniff Izuku. The poor Eevee. Izuku. The poor Eevee. Hey, I'll help you find them. Ricky and I are going to be traveling around Hoenn anyways, so we might as well help you out as well. Sunshine, really? Sunshine, really? Izuku, yes, really. A hero always helps someone in need of help, and you're in need of help. Sunshine got up and hugged Izuku's neck as tight as she could, which wasn't tight at all. Sunshine, thank you. Thank you. Izuku, you're welcome. However, along the way, we will be making a bunch of pit stops as I have a quest of my own to finish as well. But I promise you to find your family. Sunshine, why what? Sunshine was then let down on the ground. Then Izuku pulled out a notebook from somewhere. Izuku, I just need to know what your family looks like. Sunshine, I'm okay. My daddy's a Jolteon. My mommies are a Glacian and a Sylveon. I have 2 big brothers who are a Flareon and an Umbreon. And I have 3 big sisters who are a Vaporeon, a Leafeon, and an Espeon. Izuku, let me check the Rotom phone. Rotom phone, Jolteon, the lightning Pokemon. An electric type. Jolteon puts out an electric charge equivalent to 10,000 volts. Quite high-strung, it's not easy to befriend. Izuku sketched Jolteon's design. Izuku, 10,000 volts. Impressive, but my friend, Denki Kaminari, can do much more. Rotom phone, Vaporeon, the bubble jet Pokemon. A water type. The cells of its body resemble water molecules, so it can hide itself in the water as if it had melted into it. Izuku makes a sketch. Izuku, water-like molecules. Incredible. That could be useful against decay. Rotom phone, Flareon, the flame Pokemon. A fire type. Flareon stores some of the air it breathes in an internal flame pouch, where it heats the air to 3,000 degrees. Izuku writes it down. Izuku, 3,000 degrees. That might be even hotter than Dobby's flames. Sunshine, who's Dobby? Izuku, best for you not to know. Rotom phone, Espeon, the sun Pokemon. A psychic type. When the sun hits the jewel on Espeon's forehead, it builds up psychic power. It holds the highest loyalty to an accomplished trainer, and it is said Espeon obtained its premonition powers to protect them. Izuku keeps writing things down. Izuku, psychic power is incredible. Rotom phone, Umbreon, the moonlight Pokemon. A dark type. As a nocturnal Pokemon, Umbreon's large eyes can distinguish prey even during the darkest of nights. When its skin is able to absorb moonlight, the circles on its body faintly glow, and a strange power is awakened. Ricky, one of my best friends, is an Umbreon. He was once a bully of mine, but he had a huge change of heart when we showed him actual kindness. Rotom Phone, Leafeon, the verdant Pokémon. A grass type. Like plants, Leafeon photosynthesize and generate extremely fresh air. The perfume made from its leaves is quite popular. Izuku, wow. I never thought the leaves of Pokémon could be used for that. Fresh Snow Pokémon. An ice type. Glaceon can control its body temperature at will, and by freezing water particles in the air, it can create diamond dust. Izuku, Diamond Dust. Whoa, that sounds pretty useful. Rotom Phone. Sylveon, the intertwining Pokémon. A fairy type. Sylveon's ribbon-like feelers send out waves that have a calming effect and can put a stop to conflicts. If it places its feelers on its trainer, Sylveon can understand their emotions. Izuku. That's incredible. That could resolve so many problems. Well, Sunshine, hop in my bag so we can carry you around easily, okay? Sunshine, And so, Sunshine climbed into Izuku's bag as they all made their way to Mauville City and arrive at the Mauville City gym and go on in, with Sunshine being as excited as a little kid in a candy store. Sunshine, this is the Movi gym. Izuku, Mauville. Hey Sunshine, your daddy's an electric type, right? What goes well against them? Sunshine, I don't know. Ricky, Seiji, she's only 5. I don't think she knows much about type advantages. Izuku, when I was 5, I knew plenty of useful things. Ricky, Seiji, that's not a normal thing for 5-year-olds. Izuku, oh. Ricky, here's the thing. Electric-type Pokémon are only weak to ground types, and electric-type moves have no effect on ground types. Izuku, but we don't have any ground types. Ricky, thankfully, grass, electric, and dragon types take half the damage from electric-type moves. However, water and flying types are weak to electric-type moves. So if you want my suggestion, we need to use Mayo and Draken again. Sunshine, who? Izuku, 2 of my other Pokémon. Well, we'll find out when we get there. And so, they all entered the gym. But when they entered, the platform they were standing on started to move. It was like they were on a big ride. First they went on a roller coaster like Section Izuku. What the heck is happening? Ricky, don't ask me. Sunshine, then there was a bumpy rafting section. Izuku, THING-CREGNGUMPY. Ricky, NOKIDGNG, Sunshine, MYVOICISUNDNGFUNNY. And then they arrived in front of Watson. And they collapsed on the floor. Watson, enjoy the ride. Izuku, I bit my tongue. Ricky, I think my stomach's inside out. Sunshine, again. Watson, she seems to love it. They all got up. Izuku, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm here to challenge you to a Pokemon battle. Watson, straight to the point, huh? Wahaha. You young-uns always have somewhere to be. Izuku, oh, you have no idea. Sunshine, Ricky, you guys watch. Ricky, oh man. Sunshine, okay, Mr. Deku. Come on, Mr. Ricky. Sunshine started to drag Ricky by the arm. Ricky, fine. But Seiji, promise me you'll use me next, okay? Izuku, alright. Referee, the battle between the Mauville City Gym leader, Watson, and the challenger, Izuku Midoriya, will now begin. Each side will use 3 Pokemon, and the battle will be over when all 3 Pokemon from either side are unable to continue. Furthermore, only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokemon. Izuku, wait, I thought it was 2. Watson, in different gyms, there are different rules. And the rule in my gym is a 3-on-3 match. Referee, alright. Battle begin. Watson, go. Magnemite, battle time. Magnemite, battle time. Izuku, Magnemite. Rotom Phone, Magnemite, the magnet Pokemon. An electric and steel type. Magnemite eat electricity. As they fly, they emit electromagnetic waves from the 2 units on their sides. Izuku, electromagnetic waves. I see. Mayo, let's go beyond. Izuku sends Mayo out. Mayo, ready to go. Watson, use Thundershock. Magnemite shot out a Thundershock to zap Mayo. Izuku, use String Shot to dodge. Mayo shot out String Shot at a wall and pulled himself towards it, avoiding the attack in time. Izuku, now use Razor Leaf. Mayo fired off Razor Leaf and hit Magnemite, but it didn't do much. Sunshine, Why didn't it hurt him? Ricky, oh, it did. The problem is that steel types have a lot of resistances. A total of 10, plus an immunity to poison-type moves. Steel types are resistant to normal, flying, rock, bug, steel, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy-type moves. And Mayo's moves are Razor Leaf, a grass-type move, Bug Bite, a bug-type move, String Shot, another bug-type move, and Air Slash, a flying-type move. Mayo's at a major disadvantage. Sunshine, maybe I should help him. Ricky, that would force a loss with Seiji. We can't interfere. Sunshine, please. Sunshine, please. Ricky, GUH. He fell on the ground. Ricky, Sonny, be careful with that smile. If people find out you aren't Seiji's Pokémon, they'll want to catch you. And as much as I hate to say this to you now, he gets up. Ricky, the problem is if Seiji doesn't win against this gym, we can't progress any further. Which means it will take us longer to find your family. Sunshine looked down. Sunshine, I understand. I'm sorry, Mr. Ricky. Ricky pats her head. Ricky, don't worry about it. You're still a little girl. It's okay to make mistakes. Just make sure you learn from them, all right? Sunshine hugs Ricky. Sunshine, Mayo was knocked down to the ground by a sonic boom that was shot by Magnemite. Mayo was knocked down to the ground by a sonic boom that was shot by Magnemite. Izuku. Every time Magnemite does an attack, its magnets glow a little. That gives me an idea. Mayo, are you good? Mayo got up. Mayo, yeah, I'm good. Izuku, great. I have a plan. Mayo, if it's anything like your last plan, then Izuku, no. It's not like that one. Mayo, then I'm all for it. Izuku, great. Use String Shot on Magnemite's magnets. Mayo shot out String Shot at Magnemite's magnets, wrapping them up completely. Watson, I see what you're doing. You noticed how Magnemite's magnets are essential for its attacks. Wahaha, you're a clever young un, aren't you? However, your String Shot isn't powerful enough. Magnemite, use Supersonic. Magnemite used Supersonic, and the intense screeching sound made the String Shot blow apart. Izuku, CRP. He thought of everything. Watson, use Flash Cannon. Watson, use Flash Cannon. The attack hit Mayo. Izuku, Mayo. Mayo struggled to get up. Mayo, I won't give up. Watson, Thundershock. Magnemite fired off its Thundershock and hit Mayo. Izuku, Mayo. Don't give up. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. Everyone. Plus Ultra. Mayo. If Plus Ultra means to overcome the hardships in my way, then I will. Mayo managed to get up and was able to shake off the Thundershock. Izuku, great work. Mayo then glowed bright blue. Sunshine, what's happening to Mr. Bug? Ricky, Mayo's evolving. Ricky, Mayo's evolving. Izuku, Mayo, he holds up his Rotom Phone. Rotom Phone, Swadloon, the leaf-wrap Pokémon. A bug and grass type, and the evolved form of Swaddle. Swadloon's body is covered in leaves which protect it from the cold. In forests where Swadloon live, the trees and grass grow very well. Izuku, all right. And you even learned a new move. But I wonder, Mayo, use String Shot again. Mayo wraps Magnemite's magnets up in String Shot again. Mayo wraps Magnemite's magnets up in String Shot again. Watson, use Supersonic. Magnemite tried to break apart the String Shot with Supersonic, but it failed to do so. Izuku, I knew it. Mayo's String Shot has gotten stronger. Now let's show them your new move. Use Hidden Power. Izuku, I knew it. Mayo's String Shot has gotten stronger. Now let's show them your new move. Use Hidden Power. Mayo shot Hidden Power at Magnemite, and it bursted into flames when it hit. Magnemite. Ricky, talk about lucky. Hidden Power is a very unique move. Its typing depends on the Pokémon's IVs. In this case, Fire. Magnemite fell to the ground and fainted. Referee. Magnemite is unable to battle. Swadloon wins. Izuku. Great job, Mayo. Mayo, phew. Thanks. Watson. Magnemite return. Thanks. You were great. That was incredible, you too. I didn't expect Swadloon to learn Hidden Power, and the Fire version as well. But that was only my first Pokémon. Voltorb, your turn. Rotom Phone, Voltorb, the ball Pokémon. Rotom Phone, Voltorb, the ball Pokémon. An electric type. Voltorb appears in places where electricity is generated, and it resembles a Pokeball. Izuku. It certainly does look like a pokeball. Referee, begin. Izuku, Mayo. Use string shot. Mayo fires off another string shot. Watson, use rollout. Voltorb uses rollout at incredible speed, dodging the string shot. Before Mayo could react, he got hit by rollout. Izuku, Mayo. Quick, use razor leaf. Mayo tried to hit Voltorb with razor leaf, but he missed and got hit by rollout again, knocking him out because of the damage he took prior. Referee, Swadloon is unable to battle. Voltorb wins. Izuku, Mayo, return. Thanks. Take a good rest. Archie, your turn. Izuku sends out Archie. Archie, ready to go. Referee, begin. Sunshine, go Mr. Deku. Go. Izuku, use grass pledge. Archie slams his wing down and unleashes a massive column of leaves at Voltorb. Watson, dodge it. Voltorb was able to roll out of the way. Watson, Sonic Boom. Voltorb shot a Sonic Boom at Archie and managed to hit him. Izuku, don't let up. Use Grass Pledge again. Izuku kept on having Archie use Grass Pledge, and every time, Voltorb would dodge it. But Izuku had a plan. Eventually, Voltorb got backed into a corner. Izuku, now Archie. Shadow Claw. Archie launched himself at Voltorb and landed a hit on him because Voltorb was stuck in the corner of the room. Watson, quick. Use Thunderbolt. Voltorb was able to hit Archie with Thunderbolt. Izuku, Archie. Use Grass Pledge one more time. Archie was able to tough it out and slammed his wing to the ground, and Voltorb was launched into the air by Grass Pledge. Izuku, now's your chance. Finish it with Shadow Claw. Archie soared into the air, ready to take out Voltorb. However, Watson, guess we go down together. Use Self-Destruct. Watson, guess we go down together. Use Self-Destruct. Izuku, what the heck? When the smoke cleared, both Pokémon fainted. Referee, Voltorb and Dartrix are both unable to battle. Watson, thanks for your help, Voltorb. Now return. Izuku, good job, Archie. I had no idea of that last-ditch attack. Sorry. Return. Watson, I must say, I never would have thought of cornering Voltorb to prevent him from rolling around. Good thinking, but it's not over just yet. Electrike, go. Rotom Phone, Electrike, the lightning Pokémon. Rotom Phone, Electrike, the lightning Pokémon. An electric type. Using the electric charge stored in its fur, it can run faster than the eye can follow. Izuku, so speed is out of the question. Draken, you're up. Draken Tyrant. Referee, begin. Watson, use charge. Electrike charged up electricity. Watson, Shockwave. Electrike shot a Shockwave at Draken. Izuku, dodge and use Scale Shot. Draken narrowly avoided Shockwave and shot out a bunch of scales that hit Electrike. Watson, don't give up, Electrike. Use Thunderwave. Watson, don't give up, Electrike. Use Thunderwave. The Thunderwave managed to hit Draken, paralyzing him. Izuku, Draken. What happened? Watson, thanks to Thunderwave, your Tyrant is now paralyzed. He may be unable to move now. Izuku, Draken. Are you okay? Draken nodded. Izuku, then use Poison Fong. Draken tried to bite Electrike, but the paralysis was slowing him down, and Electrike avoided it with ease. Watson, now use Bite. Izuku, dodge it. Draken tried to dodge, but he couldn't move from the paralysis and got hit. When he got up, he started to talk. Draken, why? 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 It's so not fair that I get paralyzed, especially in the middle of a gym battle. It's not fair. 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 He was stomping his feet like crazy, unaware that he shook off the paralysis. Everyone was sweat dropping at the tantrum Draken was having, despite being happy that he can finally speak. However, Izuku, what was that? Izuku, what was that? Ricky, that was Stomping Tantrum. Electrike was hit by that attack, and since Poison Fong didn't hit Electrike, its power was doubled. Combine that with being used on an electric type, and it becomes 4 times as effective. Watson, Electrike. Electrike had fainted. Draken, huh? How did dash? Referee, Electrike is unable to battle. Tyrant wins, which means the victory goes to the challenger, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku ran up to Draken and hugged him. Izuku, Great job, Draken. Draken, I thanks. Sunshine, he did it. Yay. And so, Watson, here you go, Izuku. Watson, this is the Dynamo badge. Watson, this is the Dynamo badge. Proof of your victory at the Malville City Gym. Izuku took the badge. Izuku, thank you, sir. Watson, I recommend you go to Laveridge Town next. Izuku, Laveridge Town. Thank you for telling me. And with that, Izuku, Ricky, and Sunshine left. They stopped by the Pokémon Center and then started to make their way to Laveridge Town. Izuku and Ricky made their way through jagged falls and were now sitting in the cable car, making their way up empty chimney. Sunshine was looking out the window and enjoying the view, giggling enough to make anyone's heart melt. Eventually, they got off at their destination and went through empty chimney. Sunshine, it's so hot. I feel like I'm melting. Ricky, you'll be okay, Sonny. It's not too far away. However, while they were walking, they saw, near the lava at the bottom of the crater, 3 very familiar faces and 2 new faces. Okidoji, Monkidori, Pheasantipity, and Okidoji, Monkidori, Pheasantipity, and Izuku. Those 3. Wait, Izuku, those 3. Wait, who are those 2? Rotom Phone, Pekarunt. The subjugation Pokémon. A poison and ghost type. It feeds others toxic machi that draw out desires and capabilities. Those who eat the machi fall under Pekarunt's control, chained to its will. Braixen, the fox Pokémon. A fire type and the evolved form of Fennekin. Braixen uses friction to ignite the twig from its tail before battle. Ricky, blushing, she's appealing. She was also incredibly injured, and they noticed it. Izuku, Sunshine, stay here while we help that Braixen. Sunshine, Izuku and Ricky rushed to the Braixen. Braixen, what do you want from me? Okidoji, we're a little angry at some idiots that caused a bit of harm to us, and we want to take that anger out on someone. Monkidori, beating you to a pulp is going to be fun. Pheasantipity, nothing personal, Fox. Pekarunt, get on with it already. But before they could cause any harm to her, Izuku. St. Louis Smash. Ricky, Kanto Strike. Ricky, Kanto Strike. Dash, author's note. Their attacks were the exact same. The 2 kicks made direct contact with Okidoji, launching him back. Braixen was surprised to see a human and a Riolu doing such damage with just 1 kick. Okidoji Gak, the loyal 3 recognize Izuku and Ricky. Loyal 3 you. Pekarunt, these 2 are the ones who forced you to flee. Pathetic. Pheasantipity, sir, they're tougher than they look. Monkidori, and we've got a score to settle. Izuku and Ricky, bring it on. The 2 look at the Braixen. Izuku, you have nothing to worry about now. Ricky, we are here to rush at the 4. Danger Sense then kicked in. Pekarunt, Malignant Chain. Thanks to Danger Sense, Izuku was able to dodge and use Black Whip to wrap it around Pekarunt and slam it into the ground. Thanks to Danger Sense, Izuku was able to dodge and use Black Whip to wrap it around Pekarunt and slam it into the ground. Okidoji, told you. Pekarunt, shut up. That is not a human. Izuku, I'm human all right. Pekarunt, I call BS. Destroy them. Monkidori, Psychic. Monkidori managed to catch Ricky in his psychic attack, dealing major damage to him. Izuku Ricky, Pheasantipity, beat up. Pheasantipity started to try and beat up Izuku, but he managed to dodge the attacks with the help of Danger Sense. But Okidoji, Superpower. Okidoji was about to punch Izuku. But then Ricky jumped in the way and got a massive punch to the gut. Izuku, Ricky, crack. Ricky doubled over and started coughing. Braixen, hey, are you okay? Ricky, coughing. Izuku, hey Braixen, can you keep watch over him? Braixen, you bet. And my name's Amber Kitsune. Izuku, thank you, Amber. Izuku went back to fighting all 4 of them on his own, while Ricky was coughing up a lot of chunkstone chunks until he finally coughed up a broken Everstone. Amber, Isis, that an Everstone. Why was it in your... Ricky, I was only 1.5 years when I swallowed it. Okay. Amber, sorry. Ricky got back up. Ricky, all better now. Before Amber could protest, Ricky rushed on ahead and protected Izuku just as he was about to get hit by a poison jab. Izuku, Ricky. Ricky, don't worry, Seiji. I'll always have your back. Izuku, Ricky. Is that really you? Izuku, Ricky. Is that really you? Izuku, Ricky. Is that really you? Izuku brought out his Rotom phone. Rotom phone, Lucario, the Aura Pokémon. A fighting and steel type. Lucario uses a power called Aura, which allows it to sense human feelings. Izuku, alright. And you even learned 2 new moves. Ricky, what do you say we try one of them out? Izuku, are you speaking with me telepathically? Ricky, sure am. Izuku, well then let's try it out. Use Bone Rush on Okadoji. Pekarunt, I won't let you. Okadoji got knocked into a wall. Okadoji got knocked into a wall. Okadoji, damn it. He got even stronger. Monkadori, it doesn't matter how strong you are. We'll still win. Pheasantipity, and you'll be put into an early grave. Izuku's left, I turned red, and Ricky's right, I turned green. Izuku and Ricky, we won't let that happen, ever. A giant veil of aura erupted from the two, blowing everyone back. A giant veil of aura erupted from the two, blowing everyone back. Amber, what the heck? Loyal 3, what the heck is happening? Pekarunt, I've heard about something like this. Izuku and Ricky. Eventually, the veil of aura died down. But Izuku and Ricky both looked different. Izuku had green Lucario ears, a spike on the back of his hands, and even a green Lucario tail. As for Ricky, they saw Amber freaking out and approached her. Izuku and Ricky, are you okay? Amber, I'm fine. I'm more worried about the two of you. Izuku and Ricky, why? Amber brought out a mirror that she stored, and the two looked to see their new appearances. They freaked out at this. Izuku and Ricky, what happened to us? Okadoji, your new appearances don't scare us. Monkadori used Psychic and lifted up a big rock and threw it at them. But then Danger Sense kicked in for both of them. They grabbed Amber and dodged the attack. Ricky, what the heck was that painful stabbing in my head? Shinomori, that was my quirk, Danger Sense. Ninth, something has happened. Your friend has my quirk. Shinomori, that was my quirk, Danger Sense. Ninth, something has happened. Your friend has my quirk. Shinomori, that was my quirk, Danger Sense. Ninth, something has happened. Your friend has my quirk. Nana, we can worry about that later. Okay, we have to take care of these 4. Izuku and Ricky, right? They rush forward at the same time. Izuku, Ricky, let's do this together. Ricky, I'm with you all the way, Seiji. Izuku and Ricky, Sinnoh Smash Air Force. Their combined attack caused a massive gust of wind that blew the 4 far, far away. The combined attack caused a massive gust of wind that blew the 4 far, far away. All 4. One day, your days are numbered. Sunshine saw them fly far away and ran up to the two as they were smiling brightly. Sunshine saw them fly far away and ran up to the two as they were smiling brightly. But then they collapsed. Amber, oh no. Sunshine, Mr. Deku. Mr. Ricky, wake up, please. Amber checked their pulses and sighed in relief. Amber, it's okay, little one. They're just asleep. Don't worry. My aunt in Laveridge Town will take good care of them. Sunshine, wow. We were actually on our way to Laveridge Town. Thank you for helping. Amber, no need to thank me. I should be the one doing the thanking. Amber then picks the two up with Psychic. Amber, follow me. I'll lead the way. Sunshine, And with that, the 4 made their way to Laveridge Town. While walking, Amber would occasionally look at Ricky and blush. Amber, he's actually really cute when I look more closely at him. The 4 finally made their way to Laveridge Town. They entered the house that Amber's aunt lives in. Amber, you'll love my Aunt Sunshine. She's a very gentle and calm Pokémon, and she's friendly to everyone. Sunshine, I can't wait. They then met with, oh, Amber, you're back. Wait, Dash. Oh, Amber, you're back. Wait, Sunshine. Amber, wait, you know her. Sunshine, Grandma. Sunshine ran up to her and hugged her as hard as she could. Sunshine, I missed you so much. Amber, Grandma. Aunt Molly, what is going on? I suppose I should explain. Sunshine here is my adopted granddaughter. My son, Speed, adopted her after she hatched from her egg and called him her daddy. At least, that's what I was told happened. Wait, she noticed Izuku and Ricky. Molly, what happened to those two? Amber. These two saved me, but something weird happened in the process. First, his Riolu evolved. Then it was like they fused together. Do you know anything about that? Molly, I don't think so. It's new to me. Maybe my son's friend, Pearl, can help. Sunshine looked down. Molly, Sunshine, what's wrong, sweetheart? Sunshine then told Molly everything about her being separated from the other members of the EV Evolution Squad. When she finished telling her, she started crying. To which Molly hugged her tightly. Molly, it's going to be okay. I promise you that I'll help you find them. Sunshine, sniff, thank you. Amber, I'll help out too. We're cousins after all. Anyways, after they saved me, they suddenly collapsed. So I brought them here. Molly, you made the right choice. Let's lay them down on the beds. Amber sets them down on 2 separate beds. She puts Izuku on Molly's bed and Ricky on her bed. Molly, now we just wait for them to wake up. And so, they waited. In an unknown place, Ricky's eyes were open, but it was completely pitch black. Ricky, where am I, Sonny? Seiji. Firefox. Gah, why can't I stop doing that? No, I have bigger things to worry about. Where am I? Hello, Steel. Ricky, what the? Suddenly, the room starts to brighten up, and he comes face to face with Ricky. The heck? Who are all of you people? He then sees Hikich. Ricky-o. Scar. Nice to see you again, Ricky-o. Scar. Nice to see you again. Ricky, I hate this habit. They all sweat drop at this. Ricky. Anyways, what's going on? Who are you all? Ricky. Anyways, what's going on? Who are you all? Dash, I am Yoichi Shigaraki, the first user of One for All, and we are the vestiges of One for All. And you are in the vestige world of One for All. Ricky, what? How? Hikage, we're not entirely sure, but we believe it has to do with that strange occurrence between you and Ninth Dash. It was almost like you two merged together. How did you do that? Ricky, it's completely new to me, Gunlets. My name is Kudo, and I'm the second user of One for All. Ricky, 2 things. 1, I only know First and Scar's names. 2, I have an unbreakable habit of giving nicknames to everyone. And no matter how much I try, I can't seem to break it. Kudo, okay, but why did you call me Gunlets? Ricky, it's a mix of gun and gauntlets. And those gauntlets look like they are able to shoot things. Kudo, fair enough. Kudo, fair enough. Dash, I'm Bruce, the third user of One for All. Ricky, nice to meet you, Spike. Bruce, my ponytail. Ricky, yeah. The name's Daigaro Banjo, the 5th user of One for All. Nice to meet you, Rick. Dash, the name's Daigaro Banjo, the 5th user of One for All. Nice to meet you, Rick. Ricky, nice to meet you too, Funky. Banjo, haha, I like that nickname. Banjo, haha, I like that nickname. Dash, I'm in Tayutai, the 6th user of One for All, but I'm willing to bet you're going to call me something like Ninja. Ricky, sadly so. Nana, I'm Nana Shimura, the 7th user of One for All. I'm sure that Ninth has told you about my grandson, Tenko Shimura. Hey, Tamura Shigaraki. Ricky, oof. Sorry about that, Luckette. Nana, Luckette. Ricky, they say that 7 is that lucky number. But Lucky seems more like a boy's name. Nana, fair enough. Ricky, and who's that? Nana, that's the vestige of the 8th user of One for All, Tashinori Yagi. Nana, that's the vestige of the 8th user of One for All, Tashinori Yagi. But he's still alive, so you can't speak to him directly. Ricky-o, so why am I here? Nana, we believe that whenever that emerging thing happens, you gain the quirks that Ninth has unlocked, which is all of ours except for seconds. Yoichi, and it might also work the same with Ninth. I bet that when that event happens, he'll be able to use your moves. Ricky, WOH. That's awesome. Wait, why isn't Gumlets letting him use his quirk? Kudo, he's not ready yet. Ricky, right. Well, I'll make sure to help Seiji out as much as I can. Yoichi, If what we believe is true, when you two go through that event, one for all and one for aura becomes a new quirk temporarily. We decided to call it Aura for All. Ricky, Aura for All. I love that name. Just then, Ricky started to fade. Ricky, what's happening? Yoichi, you're waking up. I'm sure we'll meet again, Ricky. Remember, you're never alone. And with that, Ricky faded away. With Izuku. Like Ricky, Izuku was in a pitch-black room. But he wasn't panicking because he was used to being in the vestige world. Izuku, the vestige world. But where are the other users? So, you're Ricky's trainer. Huh. That was a voice that Izuku did not recognize. Izuku, who said that? Show yourself. Footsteps were heard behind him until it stopped. Izuku turned around to see Dash. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Izuku, who are you? I am Max Steel, the 9th user of one for Aura. Izuku's eyes widened. Izuku, why you're Ricky's father? Max nods. Max, indeed I am. And you are in the vestige world of one for Aura. Izuku, how am I here? Max, to tell you the reason, I will have to explain what happened between the two of you during your fight against the Loyal 3 and Pekarunt. Izuku, you know what it was. Max, I most certainly do. What happened between you two is a special temporary transformation called the Bond Phenomenon. Izuku, the Bond Phenomenon. Max, it is said to have some connection to the Pokémon's hidden potential. The Bond Phenomenon may be achieved when the trust between the trainer and the Pokémon reaches maximum. While a Pokémon and trainer are using this form, the trainer shares the Pokémon's pain in the same place the Pokémon was dealt damage. The trainer can also share the Pokémon's point of view. If the form is not mastered, the trainer and Pokémon can pass out from exhaustion. Izuku, is that why Ricky and I suddenly passed out? Max, no. You two were already strong enough to nearly MSTR the Bond Phenomenon. But we had to explain everything to you two, so we forced you to an unconscious state. Izuku, Max, in this situation, whenever you two activate the Bond Phenomenon, you two actually gain each other's quirks/moves. For example, Ricky will be able to use Black Whip, and you will be able to use Bone Rush. However, that's not all. When you activate the Bond Phenomenon, one for all and one for Aura temporarily combines into what we call Aura for All. And when that happens, both vestige worlds become one. So I was able to meet the vestiges of one for all. And we brought you to each other's vestige worlds to talk to you about this. Can you promise me something? Izuku, what is it? Max, I know my son already told you this, but I died before he was ever born. I wasn't able to help him with using one for Aura, but you did. And I want you to promise me that you will always be there for him, to help him, to guide him, to be like a brother to him. Can you promise me that? Please. Izuku looked into his eyes. They were filled with remorse. Like he felt guilty for dying before his son was even born. He could tell how genuine his words were. So he went up to Max and hugged him while being mindful of his spikes. Izuku, I promise. I will help him in any way I can. Max smiled. Max, thank you. You really are a hero. Izuku starts to fade. Max, looks like you're waking up. This is goodbye for now. But we will meet again one day. Izuku, we sure will. And with that, Izuku faded away. Back in the real world, the two shot up at the same time and noticed they were in someone's house. Ricky, where are we? Malio, you're finally awake. Izuku, a Flareon. Molly, it's nice to meet you. My name is Molly. Ricky recognized her. Ricky, Tri-Legs. Molly, what? Only one person calls me that Ricky. Izuku. Ricky, you know her. Ricky, yeah. Amber. Aunt Molly, how do you know him? Sunshine. I'd also like to know Grandma. Izuku and Ricky. AUNT. Grandma. Once they calm down Molly, here's the thing. Ricky is best friends with my oldest nephew, Peeboo Electro. Amber, cousin Peeboo. Sunshine. Who's Peeboo? Ricky. He's a Pikachu who only lives with his little brother. Sunshine. What about his mommy and daddy? Molly. I'm afraid they died when he was 2 years old. All they left behind was the egg containing his little brother, Eli. Ricky. I met Inazuma when we were 3 years old. I probably shouldn't tell her about that. And we became best friends. Eventually, though, I had to move away. I rarely see him nowadays, but we're still friends. Actually, we were more like brothers. Sunshine, does that mean you're my cousin? Ricky, I can't say NOTO that face. Why yeah, Ricky, I can't say NOTO that face. Why yeah. Sunshine, why? Cousin Ricky. Izuku, Molly. I don't mean to talk about a sore subject, but how come you only have 3 legs? Molly looked at where her missing leg was. Molly, oh this. Well, during a while ride-on attack, I got my leg bitten off. My husband and brother died during that attack as well. But not my sister, Choo-Choo. I also thought that my 3 unhatched kids were lost as well. It wasn't until many years later that I discovered that my kids survived. Izuku, oh, I'm so sorry for bringing it up. Molly, it's okay. You didn't know. But I would like to come along with you 3 to help find my kids and their friends. Amber, me too. Izuku, are you sure? Molly, nothing will stop me from finding them and keeping them safe. Izuku smiles. Izuku, you remind me a lot of my mother. She's a sweet, calm, and caring mother who wants nothing more than for to be safe. All right, you 2 can join us. Amber, then catch me. Izuku, huh? Amber, I want you to catch me so I can help out more in your journey. Izuku, are you sure? Amber, positive. Izuku smiles. Izuku, all right then. Go poke ball. He throws his poke ball at Amber and hits her. She gets sucked in and the ball drops, shakes 3 times, and makes a clicking sound. Izuku, all right. Next stop is Laveridge Town. Molly, actually, we're already in Laveridge Town. Izuku, oh, then let's go to the next gym. And with that, the 4 left the house and went to the Laveridge Town gym. The 4 have entered the gym, but they heard some kind of commotion behind the door. When they entered, they saw, I'm sorry, but I haven't seen her dash. I'm sorry, but I haven't seen her. I wish I could help more, but I wouldn't know where to start looking. Can you at least tell me if you know about any Pokémon that can help? Dash. Can you at least tell me if you know about any Pokémon that can help? Izuku. Ricky, can you hear me? Ricky, yeah. What is it? Izuku. Is the gym leader arguing with a Glacian? Ricky, yeah. She is. Sunshine, mommy. Izuku and Ricky. Mommy. The Glacian turns around and sees Sunshine. Sunshine. She ran up to her and hugged her. I was so worried about you. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Sunshine, I was at first, but Mr. Deku and Cousin Ricky helped me. Mr. Deku, Cousin Ricky. Izuku. Well, my name is actually Izuku, but she can't seem to pronounce it. So instead she calls me Deku. Ricky, and she calls me her cousin because her father's cousin is my best friend. She asked me if that makes me her cousin, and I just couldn't say no to her. Molly, Lazuli, I'm surprised that you came here. This place is called Laveridge Town for a reason. Lazuli, it didn't matter to me. As long as I could find Sunshine, I would go anywhere. Although Lazuli, that idiot Speed, he should have known better than to blow up that machine with us still inside. Why must he be such an idiot? Ricky, calm down, Sundress. Lazuli, what did you call me? Ricky, Arceus, damn it. Molly, he has a bad habit of giving everyone nicknames. It's kind of impulsive for him. Don't think about it too much. Lazuli, fine. But why are you 2 here? Izuku, it's a long story. Izuku explains to everyone about the world he came from and how he got to this world and how he plans to get out. Whoa, I didn't see that coming. If that's the case, then I, Flannery, the Laveridge gym leader, accept your challenge. Lazuli, wouldn't it just be better for you to just give him the gym badge? Flannery, I wish I could, but that's against the rules and could get me in trouble. Sorry. Izuku, then we'll just have to earn the badge. Are you ready, Ricky? Ricky, yeah, I'm ready. And so, they got into position with Sunshine, Molly, and Lazuli watching from the stands. Referee, the battle between the gym leader, Flannery, and the challenger, Izuku, will now begin. Each side will use 3 Pokémon, and the battle will be over when all 3 Pokémon on either side are unable to continue. Furthermore, only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokémon. Ready, begin. Flannery, Meg, you're up. Flannery, Meg, you're up. Meg, this will be fun. Izuku, Meg, Rotom Phone, Slugma, the lava Pokémon. A fire type. Slugma have intensely hot magma, which circulates throughout their bodies, carrying nutrients and oxygen to their organs. Izuku, oh, Slugma. Ricky, there are plenty of trainers out there that nickname their Pokémon. She's one of them. Izuku. All right then. Amber. Let's go beyond. Izuku sends out Amber. Amber. I'm up against the Slugma. Seems like a fair battle. Flannery. So, it's a battle between two fire types. Let's do this. Ricky. Flame Girl certainly seems fired up. Amber, try to hold her laughter in at the pond. Referee. Battle begin. Izuku checked his Pokédex to learn Amber's moves. Izuku, all right. Amber. Use Psybeam. Amber. Use Psybeam. Flannery. Counter it with Flamethrower. The two attacks collide and cancel each other out. The two attacks collide and cancel each other out. Flannery. Now use Smog. Meg on it. Meg released a thick gray smoke. Ricky. Careful. That can poison the target. Izuku, right. Amber. Use Flamethrower. The two attacks collided and once again canceled each other out. The two attacks collided and once again canceled each other out. Flannery. Body Slam. Meg started to rush over to Amber. Izuku, quick. Use Grass Knot. Amber. Here goes. Grass Knot. Meg tripped on it but got back up pretty easily. Lazuli. Izuku. Grass-type moves aren't very effective on fire types, and the power of the move varies on the weight of the Pokémon. And Slugma isn't heavy enough to cause major damage. Izuku, oh. Meg jumps up. Meg. Body, then she slams Amber into the ground. Meg slam. Meg then gets off Amber. Flannery. Now use Flamethrower. Meg shoots Flamethrower and hits Amber dead on. Ricky. Firefox. Meg. Firefox. Ricky. Arceus, damn it. Flannery. Now use Yawn. Meg yawned and released a big pink bubble. Ricky. Seiji. You have to recall her. Now. Izuku, right. Amber. Return. Amber was returned to her Pokeball. Ricky. That was close. If she got hit by that, she would have fallen asleep. Izuku. Seriously. Ricky, yeah. So what do you plan on using now? Izuku. Well, I plan on saving you for last since it seemed to be my strongest quick leaves forth or Pokemon to choose for me a Draconarchy and translation. Well, I plan on saving you for last since you seem to be my strongest. Which leaves 4 other Pokemon to choose from. Mayo, Draken, Archie, and one of his Pokeball appeared from his belt and popped open to reveal his Primarina. Izuku H. Ricky. She popped out on her own. Flannery. Is that the Dewford Siren? Pokemon. Ricky, he caught her. The siren stared into Izuku's eyes. Primarina. I apologize for my wrongdoings. MSTR. Midoriya. Izuku. HHUH. Primarina. I understand your doubt, but Izuku. And not that. Why did you call me MSTR? Primarina looked confused. Primarina. What do you mean? You caught me. That makes me your servant. That's what my family always said about humans. Izuku. And no. That's not true. Catching Pokemon doesn't make them my slaves. They still have a say in what they want to do. Primarina's eyes widened at his statement. Ricky, if he treated us like slaves, I never would have evolved. Sunshine, I thought you evolved when that weird stone broke. Lazuli, you mean an Everstone. Molly, before he even met Peeboo, he swallowed an Everstone. Primarina, why? Ricky, I was 18 months old. Primarina, my apologies. Ricky, no worries, Melody. Primarina, Melody. Ricky, Arceus. Damn it. Izuku. He seems to have a habit for nicknaming people. Primarina. Melody, I like that name. Izuku. Then, I guess I'll call you Melody if you like it. Melody. Thank you, Ma. I mean Izuku. Izuku. But, why did you come out now? Melody. I wish to fight alongside you to help you in your quest. Izuku. Are you sure? Melody. Without a doubt. Will you let me? Izuku. Of course. Let me just check your moves. Izuku then checked her move set. Izuku, all right. Referee. Battle begin. Izuku. Use Hydro Pump. Melody, right? Flannery. Meg. Dodge it. Flannery. Meg. Dodge it. Meg tried to avoid it, but failed badly. Izuku. Now use Alluring Voice. Melody sang a tune, and it turned into an attack that hit Meg dead on. Meg then collapsed. Referee. Slugma is unable to battle. Primarina wins. Izuku. Great job, Melody. Melody just smiles. Flannery, Meg, return. You did great. I must say, I'm impressed. I had no idea that you had captured the Dewford Siren and using her in battle. Incredible. Izuku, thanks. But I really owe it to my Dartrix, Archie. Melody, no. It was you as well. When you dove in to save Archie and fought alongside him. It was both of you. Flannery, you actually fought her. Izuku, why yeah? Melody, I'm honestly not sure if he's human. Izuku, I am. Flannery, I must say, that's amazing. But right now, it's time for your next fight. Mag, go. Mag, go. Rotom phone. Magcargo, the lava Pokémon. A fire and rock type. Magcargo lives primarily in volcanic regions and occasionally emits the lava from its back that circles its body. Izuku, interesting. Referee, battle begin. Flannery, Mag, use flamethrower. Mag shot flamethrower at Melody Izuku. Counter it with Ice Beam. Melody shot Ice Beam at the flamethrower and they canceled out. Flannery, sunny day. Izuku, sunny day. Izuku, sunny day. Izuku, how'd it Molly Izuku? Fire-type moves have been powered up now. Izuku, what? Then we better finish this quick with Hydro Pump. Melody shot Hydro Pump at Mag, but Flannery, Flamethrower. Mag shot Flamethrower at the Hydro Pump, and it was quickly overpowered and Melody was hit. Izuku, Melody. Ricky, that's right. Water-type moves are weakened now. Izuku, what? Melody, can you still go on? Melody slowly got up. Melody, yeah. Izuku, great. Use Shadow Ball. Melody shot Shadow Ball, and it hit Mag. Flannery, use Sandstorm. Flannery, use Sandstorm. Melody, I can't see. Izuku, Melody, stay calm, close your eyes, and use your other senses. Melody closed her eyes. Flannery, Mag, keep using Ember on her. Mag did just that. She used Ember over and over again until Ricky, Seiji, she knows where Mag is. Izuku nods. Izuku, use Hydro Pump. Melody shoots Hydro Pump at Mag, and it hits them dead on. Flannery, quick, use Sunny Day and Flamethrower. Izuku, dodge it. Sunny Day was used, and Mag then fired off Flamethrower, but Melody couldn't avoid it because her tail was injured from all the Ember, and she was hit. Izuku, Melody. Melody collapsed. Referee, Melody is unable to battle. Magcargo wins. Izuku rushes to Melody. Izuku, Melody, are you okay? Melody's eyes started to water. Melody, I'm sorry. Sniff, you were counting on me. Sniff, and I failed you. Izuku simply smiles. Izuku, but you didn't. We managed to take down Meg and dealt a lot of damage to Mag because of you. I'm proud of you. Melody cries into his chest as he hugs her. Melody, is this what it's like to have a trainer? It's much different than for what I've been told. Izuku then returns Melody to her Pokeball. Izuku, thanks for your help. All right, Amber, let's go beyond. He sends Amber back out. Referee, battle begin. Izuku, use Flamethrower. Amber fires off a Flamethrower. Flannery, you use Flamethrower too. Mag fired off their Flamethrower, and the two attacks canceled out and caused a big smoke cloud. Izuku, Amber, hop inside and use Psyshock. Flannery, no you don't. Counter it with Flamethrower. Amber jumped into the smoke, and the two launched their attacks, but only Psyshock managed to hit. Mag was sent tumbling back. Flannery, Mag, are you okay? Mag, why yeah, I'm fine. Izuku, Grass Knot. Grass Knot was used on Mag and dealt a lot of damage, causing Mag to faint. Referee, Magcargo is unable to battle. Breakson is the winner. Breakson is the winner. Ricky, cute. Flannery, return. Thanks, Mag. You did great. All right, Torkoal, it's up to you. All right, Torkoal, it's up to you. Rotom phone, Torkoal, the coal Pokemon. A fire type, Torkoal burns coal within its body to produce energy. As a defense, Torkoal is able to release smoke from its nostrils and its back to confuse enemies. Izuku, seems like a tough opponent. Can you go on, Amber? Amber, I'll try. Referee, battle begin. Flannery, use Sludge Bomb. Torkoal fired Sludge Bomb. Izuku, dodge it. Amber barely managed to avoid it. Flannery, keep using Sludge Bomb. Torkoal fired sludge bomb after sludge bomb until Amber was cornered with no way to escape it. Izuku decided on a last-ditch attack. Izuku, use rain dance. A cloud formed around the gym, and then it started to rain as Amber got hit by sludge bomb. Referee, Amber is unable to battle. Torkoal wins. Izuku, return. Thanks, Amber. You were great. Ricky, are you ready? Ricky, heck yes, Seiji. Let's go beyond. Ricky then enters the battlefield. Lazuli, of course. The rain. It lowers Torkoal's fire-type moves. Sunshine. Go cousin Ricky, go. Referee, battle begin. Izuku, use Bone Rush. Ricky rushes over to Torkoal and gets ready to use Bone Rush. Flannery, Iron Defense. Torkoal hid in its shell as it turned to steel and reduced the damage from Bone Rush. Flannery, Overheat. Izuku, Overheat. Torkoal let loose a massive stream of fire at Ricky and hit him at close range and did a lot of damage to him. Izuku, Ricky, are you alright? Ricky got up. Ricky, I'm okay. Izuku sighed in relief. Izuku, alright then. Use Dragon Pulse. Dragon Pulse was shot from Ricky's paws and hit Torkoal dead on. Dragon Pulse was shot from Ricky's paws and hit Torkoal dead on. Lazuli, direct hit. Sunshine, why? Lazuli, hang on, why is Ricky's right eye green? And why is Izuku's left eye red? Sunshine's eyes widened. Sunshine, wait, I think I know. Hold on to your tails. This is going to get cool. Hold on to your tails. This is going to get cool. Once again, a giant veil of aura showed up, surprising everyone but Sunshine, who has already seen it. Lazuli, no way, that's the Bond phenomenon. Molly, you know what's happening. Lazuli, yeah, but I've never seen it myself until now. The veil of aura bursted and showed Ricky and Izuku in the same state as earlier. Flannery, never seen that before. Use Overheat. Torkoal shot Overheat at Ricky, but he dodged it with incredible speed. Izuku, Sin-No Smash. Ricky, right? Sin-No Smash. The punch connected with Torkoal's face and sent it flying back. Flannery, that punch. Torkoal, Iron Defense. Use it repeatedly until you've maxed out your defense. Torkoal did just that. Izuku, Black Whip. Everyone, Black Whip. Ricky jumps up and shoots out black tendrils from his paws and grabs onto Torkoal and tosses him up. Flannery, quick. Use Flamethrower. The attack hits Ricky's arm. Izuku and Ricky, GH. They both held onto their arm. Sunshine, what happened to Mr. Deku? Cousin Ricky was hurt. Not him. Lazuli, you're half right. Izuku was hit because Ricky was. While in the form they're in, they share everything. Movement, pain, sight, and apparently powers. Flannery, now, Torkoal. Finish this with Flamethrower. Torkoal fired off Flamethrower, but then Ricky's and Izuku's legs changed a bit as star marks appeared on each of their legs. And then Ricky did something incredible. Something incredible. The attack hit Torkoal dead on. Everyone, HUH. Ricky, TH, that was water shuriken. But how? This makes no sense. And then dash. So you're Max's son, huh? Before Ricky and Izuku could start to freak out. Do not be afraid. I am Riptide, an ancient ninja hero, and the second user of One for Aura. You have unlocked my signature move, Water Shuriken. As time goes on, you will unlock more of the signature moves and abilities of One for Aura. Good luck, 10th. After saying that, Riptide disappeared. And just in time for Torkoal to get up. Torkoal, H, how did you do that? Flannery, I've never seen a Lucario like this before. Ricky, should we continue, Seiji? Izuku nods. Izuku, use Water Shuriken. Ricky fires off Water Shuriken at Torkoal. Flannery, Torkoal, use Overheat. Torkoal does that and tries to overpower the Water Shuriken, but they keep coming until a giant Water Shuriken is thrown at Torkoal and hit them dead on. Torkoal fell to the ground and fainted. Referee, Torkoal is unable to battle. Lucario wins, which means the victory goes to Izuku Midoriya. The two turned back to normal and fist bumped each other. Izuku, we did it. Ricky, that was awesome. Flannery walks over to them. Izuku starts to freak out. Izuku, I swear we didn't cheat. Flannery, I know, but that was awesome. Here, Flannery, this is the heat badge. Flannery, this is the heat badge. Proof of your victory here. Izuku takes it and puts it away. Sunshine, Lazuli, and Molly come to him. Lazuli, that was amazing. I never thought I would see the Bond phenomenon in person. Ricky, Bond phenomenon. Izuku, that's what the name of the strange occurrence between us is. That's what your father said, at least. Ricky, and my father. Izuku, I spoke with him in the vestige realm of one for Aura. He feels very guilty. Ricky, guilty. Guilty for what? Izuku, not being around to be your father. Ricky, but that wasn't his fault. Izuku, I guess fathers act this way. I'm sure you'll be able to speak with him yourself soon. So when that happens, tell him that it's not his fault. Ricky, I certainly will. Flannery, so where do you plan to go to next? Izuku, Petalburg Gym. It's time to challenge Norman. Ricky, let's go. But then a Rablet entered with a little girl. Rablet, hey Flannery, have you seen a teenager with green? Rablet, hey Flannery, have you seen a teenager with green hair? They all look in the two's direction. Ricky, Pero. Blaze, wait, the only person who calls me that is Ricky. You evolved. Izuku, Yirai. Eri, P-Papa. Silence was heard until everyone, Izuku, Blaze, and Eri Papa. Ricky, Seiji, who's the snowball, and why did she call you Papa? Izuku, well, that's kind of a long story. Eri pulled on Ricky's hand. Ricky, what's up? Eri, see, can I pet your tail, P, please? Ricky, Gack. Ricky fainted from her cuteness. Izuku, it'll be fine. Go ahead, Eri. Eri, yay. Eri went to pet Ricky's tail as he woke up and rubbed her head. Izuku, so who are you? Blaze, my name's Blaze Singe. Ricky and I have known each other since we were 4. I met Eri a couple days ago. I decided to help her find her papa. I figure I should ask around, so I went to different gym leaders. One by one. And every time, we missed you. Glad we finally found you. Izuku, I hope you took great care of her. Blaze, I can't speak for myself unless I want to sound like one of those egotistical jerks. But I like to think I did. Eri is a joy to be around. She reminds me of my little sister, Kira. By the way, don't look at Eri if you want to live. Izuku, why? He looks and sees Eri hugging Sunshine like a stuffed animal, with Sunshine hugging back while giggling. Yeah, everyone fainted at this. While we wait for them to wake up, let's see just how Eri got here and how she met Blaze. Aizawa had just gone back to Heights Alliance. Aizawa, it's bad enough to tell my students that Midoriya is gone, but what the hell am I going to tell Eri? He entered. Ochako, Mr. Aizawa, you're back. WH, where's Deku? Eri, Papa, Papaya, where are you? Aizawa, I'm afraid I don't know where he is. Katsuki, what do you mean? Aizawa, before we left, a villain injected a strange serum into Kurogiri and caused his quirk to go haywire. One of his warp gates swallowed Midoriya, and no one knows where he is. I was able to capture the villain, but not even he knows. The class was devastated at this, but none more so than Eri. Eri, crying Papa. I want my Papa. Sob Eri, crying Papa. I want my Papa. Sob. But then Eri started to glow a golden light, and then she disappeared. Everyone Yarai. Eri was falling through a white void as she heard a deep voice echoing throughout her fall. I heard you cry. I am willing to take you to the world your father is at, but you'll need to track him down with some help. Good luck, Eri Midoriya. Eri then blacked out. Hey, wake up. Wake up. Kid, please. Wake up. Eri shot up and was met with Blaze. Blaze, phew. You're up. I was so worried. Eri's head felt a little itchy, and she realized that she was wearing a hat. Eri's head felt a little itchy, and she realized that she was wearing a hat. She tried to take it off, but Blaze stopped her. Blaze, I put that on for your own safety. Humans with horns is not normal. Red eyes. Sure. Your pale, blue-gray hair. Unusual, but not too much. But your horn. That's a different story. Eri, sorry, Mr. Rabbit. It's just my quirk. Blaze. Okay, first of all, I'm a rabbit. Second, my name is Blaze Singe. Third, you have nothing to apologize for. And finally, what's a quirk? Eri's eyes widened. Eri, What do you mean, what's a quirk? You know, a superpower. Blaze. Last I checked, humans don't have powers. And they certainly don't call them quirks. Eri went on to tell him about her world. Blaze. Okay. Now it makes sense. Eri, you believe me. Blaze. This isn't really the kind of thing that one would just make up. So, where's your family? Eri started to cry as she told him that she was separated from her papa. Seeing her crying made him see a Buniri in her place. Blaze. Sis Blaze couldn't help but see his sister in her. Blaze, how about I help you? Eri, sniff really. Blaze, yeah. I can't just leave a little girl alone here. So I'll help you find your papa. What does he look like? Eri, WL, he has messy green hair and freckles that line up into the shape of diamond. Blaze, got it. We'll ask around this region. Let's start at Professor Birch's house. As the two walk to Professor Birch, Blaze decides to ask her a few questions. Blaze, so, how old is your papa? Eri, he's 16. Blaze's eyes widened. Blaze, what? But, Eri, he adopted me. Blaze, oh, that makes a lot more sense. So, what made you see him as a father? Eri, well, when my quirk first manifested Blaze. What is your quirk? Eri, rewind. I can rewind a living being to a previous state. Blaze, that is awesome. Eri, thanks. But when my quirk first manifested, it went out of control, and I accidentally rewound my BRTH Papa out of existence. Blaze, yikes. So, I'm guessing there's more to this story. Eri, why yeah? After that happened, my mommy called me a cursed child and left me at my grandpa's place. Blaze, she did what? Eri, why yeah? My grandpa left me in the care of this guy named Kai Chisaki so that he could test me to identify my quirk. But my quirk was found out to be rewind instead of what they were told it was called, which was vanish. Blaze, why do I feel like murdering someone now? Eri, Kai wanted to use my power to resurface. Blaze, is the Shai Hasai Kai a Yakuza? Eri, why yeah? Grandpa didn't like this plan, so Kai used his quirk on him and put him into a coma. Blaze clenched his paws. Eri, after that, Kai took over the group, and he saw Blaze. If you don't want to tell me, I won't push you to. Eri, no, you need to know. He destroyed me with his quirk, collected my BLD, used them to create quirk-destroying bullets, and then repaired me. Saw it hurt so much. It was torture, and he did it to me hundreds of times. Eri was crying hard, and Blaze was pissed. Blaze, that BSDRD. How could he do such a thing to an innocent little girl? What the F is wrong with that guy? If I ever find him, I'll slowly and painfully burn him to a crisp. Blaze took deep breaths to calm down. He then took her hand and gently squeezed it, making her confused. Blaze, sorry. This is something I used to do with my little sister whenever she was scared or crying. Do you want to continue? Eri nodded. Eri, so, eventually, Papa and my Uncle Mirio found me and were eventually able to save me. Papa was the first person who told me that my quirk was a blessing and not a curse. Eventually, I started to see him as a real Papa. And when I accidentally called him that, he smiled and hugged me saying that he would be happy to adopt me. So now I have a super nice Papa who loves me more than anyone. Blaze smiled. Blaze, I'm happy that everything worked out for you. Eventually, they arrived at Professor Birch's place and asked him for Izuku, and that led to him talking about his journey and how he will take them to the other gyms to find Izuku. They asked from Rustboro to Malville until they made it to Lava Ridge, which leaves us to where we are. Back to the present. Everyone had woken up, and Eri explained to them her adventure with Blaze. Izuku, thank you, Blaze, for looking after my daughter. By the way, where's Birch now? Ricky, I spoke to him and told him we found them. He's gone now. Molly, oh my Arceus. Eri and Sunshine are playing patty cake. It's adorable. Thankfully, they were able to get more accustomed to the immeasurable cuteness of Sunshine and Eri together. Izuku then tells Eri and Blaze about his journey so far. Eri, so, I guess this is goodbye, Blaze. Blaze, I don't think so, Eri. I'm sticking around. Eri, really? Blaze, if it's okay with your papa, I could be a great help to you. Izuku, I'd be happy to have you along. Should I capture you then? Blaze, go ahead. Izuku throws a pokeball at Ricky and captures him. But something's wrong. The pokeball stopped working. Izuku Blaze. Blaze. Ricky, calm down, Seiji. This is simply because you can only keep 6 Pokemon at a time. Your Rotom phone comes with a storage system to swap Pokemon. It all comes down to who you want to replace. Izuku thinks about it and decides on swapping Mayo out with Blaze. He then releases Blaze, and Eri hugs him. The group then leaves. They start to head back to Petalburg after going to the Pokemart and getting more Pokeball. Along the way, they go through a shortcut into the forest. But random trainer, HHHH, get away from me. The guy ran away. Eri, Papa, I am scared. Izuku, don't worry, Eri. I'm here for you. Blaze, we all are. Right, guys? Sunshine, Did that little girl call you Papa? You look to be a minor. Who is the mother? Eri held on to Izuku's leg. Izuku, she's not my biological daughter. I adopted her. The mysterious voice got closer and closer. So you only treat her like a daughter. Izuku, why ya? The figure got closer and was finally revealed to be Izuku. Who's that? Rotom phone, Krogunk, the toxic mouth Pokemon. A poison and fighting type. Krogunk inflates the poison sacs in its cheeks to make croaking sounds. If an opponent flees, it attacks with poison. Krogunk. The last guy who came here was a total pervert. I hate perverts. I find it my duty to make them pay for their perverted actions. So I poison jab them and they flee. Izuku, you hate them. I know of a very perverted classmate of mine named Minoru Mineta that I would like your help with. Izuku explains to the Krogunk all about his world. Izuku, would you be willing to come to my world and stick with him to get him over his perverted acts? Krogunk, that depends. What kind of perverted acts has he done? Izuku, let's see. He commented on my classmate, Tsuyu Azui's things. He also grabbed them, complained about dying before touching the ones on my classmate, Momo Yairozu's, latched onto her during sports festival, tricked the girls in my class to wear cheerleading outfits, wanted to see my friend, Yuga Aoyama blast off my friend, Mina Ishido's clothes off, tried to look into the girls' locker room while they were still changing, wanted to destroy my teacher, Ms. Midnight's costume, tried to look at the girls' side of the hot spring, was excited thinking that. Boys and girls share the same bathrooms, and many more. I said it before in my ex-Demon Slayer fanfic that I avoid saying the word. I still stand by that. Krogunk, this guy needs to be taught a lesson. I'm in. Izuku, thank you so much. Ricky, you're a good guy, Saint. Krogunk, Saint. Ricky, ARRRGH. Eri, is Uncle Ricky okay? Blaze, don't worry. He has a habit of giving everyone nicknames. He always tries to break it, but it never works. Krogunk, why did you call me Saint? Ricky, because that's what you are. Saints are the opposite of a pervert. And you're an anti-pervert. Krogunk, Saint. I like that name. All right, I'm ready. Catch me. Izuku throws a Pokeball at Saint and catches him. He then puts the Krogunk in the Pokemon box, and they make it to Petalburg. They enter the Petalburg gym. Norman, if it isn't Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, hi, Norman. I'm ready for my gym battle. Norman, that's great. My son will be here in a few hours, so we should get this show on the road. Eri, what do you mean? Norman, Izuku. Who is she? Izuku explains everything about Eri to him. Norman, and here I thought I had seen it all. You're a good man, Izuku. So, anyways, Eri, we are having a Pokemon battle. If Izuku wins, he gets a gym badge. He gets 8 gym badges. He gets to compete in the Pokemon League. If he wins the Pokemon League, he becomes champion. Ricky, and if he becomes champion, he gets the Azure Flute, which will be the key to getting back to your world. Eri, Ricky. Are you a ventrally Venarok Ricky? Ventriloquist. Eri, yeah. Ricky, no. I'm speaking to you telepathically. Eri's eyes sparkled in amazement. Norman, are you ready? Izuku, yeah. Norman, then let's get started with this gym battle. Referee, the battle between the Petalburg gym leader, Norman, and the challenger, Izuku, will now begin. Each side will use 3 Pokemon, and the battle will be over when all 3 Pokemon on either side are unable to continue. Furthermore, only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokemon. Eri, Miss Lazuli. Lazuli, what is it, Eri? Eri, is Papa going to fight as well? Lazuli, no. That's not allowed. Even if your Papa has superpowers, it's not allowed. Eri sighed in relief. Izuku, all right. I've already decided on my 3 Pokémon to use. Referee, ready be dash. Hey, Norman. It's been a while. We were hoping to get a good battle going for old time's sake. Everyone turned around and saw Norman. Ash. Hey, it's been a while, Norman. Ash. Hey, it's been a while. But I'm afraid I have to decline. I'm about to start a gym battle with this young man. Ash looked bummed out. Ash, oh man. Ricky, wait a minute, Inazuma. Ash's Pikachu froze. Peeboo, wait, the only one who calls me that is Ricky. You evolved. Ash and Izuku, you know each other. Author's note, new intro. Ricky, Inazuma, is the very first friend I made. We've known each other since we were 3 years old. Peeboo, I can't believe you evolved. What happened to that Everstone? Ricky, long story short, I got punched in the gut pretty hard and it broke the Everstone. So I evolved. Didn't know you had a trainer now. Peeboo, that makes 2 of us. Ash, how about we introduce ourselves? Hi, I'm Ash Ketchum, and this is my buddy, Pikachu. Izuku, Pikachu. Rotom Phone, Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon. An electric type. Pikachu have pouches on their cheeks that can store electricity, which they release if threatened. Male and female Pikachu have differently shaped tails. Izuku, nice to meet you, Ash and Pikachu. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and this is my Lucario, Ricky Steele. He calls me Seiji. Pikachu, still can't get rid of that habit, huh, Ricky? Ricky, kinda obvious. Pikachu, well, Izuku. My real name is Peeboo Electro, but I prefer to be called Pikachu. Eri walked on over to them. Eri, hi. I'm Eri Midoriya. Ash, oh, is she your little sister? Izuku's sweat dropped. Izuku. Well, Izuku went on to explain everything. Ash, wow, sorry about all that. At least Eri's safe now, though. Eri nodded. Ash, it's too bad we can't have a battle with you, Norman. Norman, I have an idea. How about we make this into a kind of challenge? A double battle. You and Izuku against me. The catch is, I use 4 Pokemon while you use only 1. A 4-on-2. Izuku, what? Ash, I'm in. What about you, Izuku? Izuku, what do you say, Ricky? Ricky, I'm down. Ash, all right then. Let's do this. Norman, then let's get this battle started. So, they got into position. Referee, battle begin. Izuku, Ricky, let's go beyond. Ash, Pikachu, I choose you. The 2 jumped into the battlefield. Norman, Slacketh, Vigoroth, go. He sends out his Slacketh, and he sends out his Slacketh, and Slacketh. I'm tired. Vigoroth, ready to go. Rotom Phone, Vigoroth, the wild monkey Pokemon, a normal type, and the evolved form of Slacketh. Vigoroth is only comfortable going berserk, will destroy anything in its path by spinning both arms, and goes more berserk when done. Izuku, so likes to go out of control. Ash, Pikachu. Use Quick Attack. Ash, Pikachu. Use Quick Attack. Pikachu tried to hit Slacketh, but Slacketh avoided it. Norman, Vigoroth. Use Ice Punch. Vigoroth clenched his fist, and it was enveloped in an icy aura and rushed at Pikachu. Izuku, Ricky. Use Bone Rush. Ricky on it. Ricky charged in with a bone staff and hit Vigoroth. Norman, Slacketh. Use Blizzard. Slacketh shot out a blizzard attack from his mouth. Ash, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. Pikachu was able to counter the blizzard. Pikachu was able to counter the blizzard. Izuku, Ricky. Sinnoh Strike. Ash, wait, what? Pikachu, what? Ricky on it. Pikachu, Ricky, and oh, don't you remember what? Ricky chuckles. Ricky, oh, Inazuma. A lot has happened since we last saw each other. Ricky activates 1 for Aura and rushes at Slacketh at an incredible speed. Ricky, Sinnoh Strike. Ricky manages to land a good hit on Slacketh and sends him flying to the wall. Ash, what was that? Pikachu, Ricky. But how? You always broke your bones whenever you use that. Ricky, it's a good thing Seiji has a power like this as well. He taught me what I needed to know. Pikachu stared at Izuku in shock. His mouth was hanging wide open. Ash, that's incredible. Referee, Slacketh is unable to battle. Norman, Slacketh, return. Good job. Slaking, go. He sends out Slaking. Slaking, Borioriing. Izuku's sweat dropped. Rotom phone, Slaking, the lazy Pokémon. A normal type, and the evolved form of Vigoroth. Slaking lies down most of the time. It gets up and moves only when there is no more grass close by to eat. Izuku. Okay then. Seems he only cares when one gets in close. Norman, Vigoroth. Use flamethrower on Pikachu. Vigoroth fired off his flamethrower while Pikachu was still distracted. Izuku Ricky. Protect Pikachu. Ricky got in front of Pikachu and took the hit. Ricky, GH. Norman. Use Earthquake. Slaking used Earthquake and managed to hit them both. Ash, Pikachu. Izuku, Ricky. Ricky and Pikachu slowly got up. Izuku. Are you okay, Ricky? Ricky, yeah. I'm good. Ash. Can you still go on, Pikachu? Pikachu, you bet. Ash, great. Then use Electroweb. Pikachu, right? The Electroweb hit Slaking, but he didn't seem to be bothered in the slightest. The Electroweb hit Slaking, but he didn't seem to be bothered in the slightest. Ricky, Inazuma, Pikachu, what's wrong? Ricky, why are you holding back? Ash and Izuku. He's holding back. Ricky, Inazuma, you never told him about that. Pikachu, no. Ash, Pikachu, what's going on? Pikachu, I guess I should come clean. I'm no normal Pikachu. Here's the proof. Pikachu held out his paw, and then an electric sword appeared in his hand. Everyone's mouth hung wide open. Pikachu, truth is, everyone in my family can do this. Well, on my dad's side. So it's really just me and my little brother. Ash, Pikachu, why did you hide it from me? Pikachu, wasn't sure if it would count as cheating or not. Plus, you never asked about my family. Ash, good point. Norman, incredible. Also, it doesn't count as cheating. Ash, in that case, Izuku. Can you take care of Slaking? Izuku, sure we can. Ricky, use water shuriken. Ash, Pikachu, Norman, Slaking, and Vigoroth, water shuriken. Ricky use water shuriken and hit Slaking. Pikachu, since when can you do that? No, scratch that. Since when can a Lucario do that? Ricky, I'll explain later. Ash, all right, Pikachu. Getting close and use your electric swords. Pikachu ran up to Vigoroth and swung his sword. Norman, catch it, Vigoroth. Vigoroth caught the sword but got electrocuted. Pikachu, these swords are made out of my own electricity. They aren't deadly, but they will hurt. Pikachu then swung his sword and hit Vigoroth in the chest. Ash, Iron Tail. Ash, Iron Tail. Pikachu landed his Iron Tail on Vigoroth, and he collapsed. Pikachu landed his Iron Tail on Vigoroth, and he collapsed. Referee, Vigoroth is unable to battle. Norman, Vigoroth, return. Great job. All right. King Gaskin, go. Rotom phone, King Gaskin, the parent Pokemon. Rotom phone, King Gaskin, the parent Pokemon. A normal type. King Gaskin carries a little one in the pouch on its belly and will protect it at all costs. Izuku, interesting. Norman, Slaking. Use Thunder Punch. Slaking ran to Ricky in an attempt to hit him. Izuku, Dragon Pulse. Ricky fired off Dragon Pulse and hit Slaking. And then, the Bond phenomenon activated again, and the giant veil of aura appeared before bursting and showing Deku Lucario. Airy, wow. That's so cool. Lazuli, it's happening again. Ash, the Bond phenomenon. Pikachu, you guys can use it. Izuku, why yeah. You guys are familiar with it. Ash, familiar with it. Izuku, I've used it. Izuku and Ricky, seriously. Norman, well, this is an interesting turn of events. Izuku, Ash, I have an idea. Ash, what is it? Izuku whispered the plan in his ear. Ash, great plan. Pikachu, climb on top of Ricky. Pikachu, right? Pikachu climbed on top of Ricky. Norman, whatever you're planning won't work. King Gaskin, he brought out a keystone. Izuku, what's that? Ash, a keystone. With it, a trainer can Mega Evolve their Pokemon. Norman, Mega Evolve. Ash, we have to be careful. This went from 2-on-2 to 2-on-3. Ash, we have to be careful. This went from 2-on-2 to 2-on-3. Izuku, stick to the plan. Ricky, smokescreen. Pikachu, you know smokescreen. Ricky, yes and no. Observe. Sixth, smokescreen. Ricky blasted out a lot of purple smoke from his body. No one could see anything except for Izuku and Ricky thanks to Ricky's aura vision. Norman, what the heck? Izuku, F.A. Gene. Pikachu, Ricky, what's happening? Pikachu, Ricky, what's happening? Ricky's legs started to glow red. Ricky, hang on tight, Inazuma. Ricky and Izuku. Aura for all, fo 100%. Ricky took off. Pikachu, so fast. Pikachu, so fast. Ricky, telepathically speaking to Pikachu quirk. F.A. Gene. This quirk belongs to Seiji, but in this form, I can use it as well. By repeating a motion over and over again, I can temporarily store kinetic energy to be released later. With this quirk, I can use 100% without breaking my bones. Ricky then punched Slaking in the stomach and sent him flying to the other side of the battlefield as the smoke cleared up. Norman, Slaking. Pikachu, I get it now. Let's do this. Ash, Pikachu. Electric sword. Pikachu brought out his electric sword. Izuku, Black Whip. Ricky shot out Black Whip to use himself as a slingshot. Izuku and Ricky, fo 100%. Sinnoh Smash. Ricky flung himself at Kangaskhan. Norman, Mega Punch. Both Kangaskhan and her baby used it. Unfortunately for them, they didn't have enough time before they were hit by Ricky and Pikachu's respective attacks, and they both fainted. Norman, Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan reverted back to normal. Referee. Kangaskhan and Slaking are both unable to battle. This means that the victory goes to Ash and Izuku. Ricky reverted to normal. Ash and Izuku. We did it. They high-five each other. And so, Norman, I have to say, you four really surprised me today. Take this gym badge. You earned it. He handed Izuku. Thank you, Izuku. Thank you. All right, only 3 to go before the league. Ash, so you won't win the league, huh? Izuku, yeah. I need the Azure Flute to get to Arceus. Ash, why do you want to get to Arceus? Izuku explained everything to Ash. Ash, well, hey, Izuku. Izuku, yeah. Ash, mind if I join you on your journey? Izuku, seriously. Ash, yeah. I could help train your Pokémon. Besides, things will go by a lot better when traveling with friends. Izuku, friends. Ash, yeah. We're friends, right? Izuku smiled. Izuku, yeah. We are. I accept your offer. Izuku and Ash gave each other a fist bump. Pikachu. Looks like we got a new journey ahead of us, Ricky. Sunshine and Amber walked towards Pikachu. Pikachu, Amber. And who's she? Amber. This is Speed's adopted daughter, Sunshine. Sunshine, hi, Cousin Peeboo. Pikachu couldn't help but smile. Pikachu, hi, Sunshine. Airy, Mr. Pikachu. Can I pet your tail? Pikachu, sure. Airy pet his tail, and Pikachu was having a good time. After that, everyone left. Izuku. So, where should we head in next? Ash, for Tree City. That's where we'll go next. Izuku nodded. Ricky, then let's get a move on. And so, everyone left for Fort Tree City. The gang were making their way through Route 110 to get to Malville City. Ash, so I recommend getting some more stuff in Malville City. You never know what kind of Pokemon you'll encounter. Pikachu, it'll be nice to say hi to Watson again. Ricky, I'm guessing you two had a pretty big battle, huh? Ash and Pikachu's sweat dropped. Ash, well, not really. A little mishap happened, and Pikachu got supercharged and won against all 3 Pokemon with ease. I'm not exactly proud of that win. Ricky, can't say I blame you, or a user Ash, or a user. Ricky, GH. Pikachu, like I said, he has a habit of giving everyone nicknames. He always tries to break it, but it's impossible. He must have sensed your aura abilities. Izuku, aura abilities. Ash, yeah. It's something that both people and Pokemon can use. I guess you could say it's like a quirk. You could do a lot of things with them. What the? Pikachu. Ricky, where did that notebook come from? Airy, I still wonder that. Izuku, I always keep one on me. Please tell me what you can do with these aura abilities. Ash sweat dropped. Ash, all right. Well, it gives you the ability to read minds and actions of another being, sense other auras, and view surroundings even with a BLNDFLD, allows the user to view through some objects, create barriers or attacks, telepathy, Activate these special flowers in our world, known as time flowers. See and speak to the spirits of the dead. Allow the spirits of the dead the ability to touch the physical world, transfer aura to others, although that can be fatal, and even supercharge an aura sphere to a gigantic size. Izuku wrote all of that down. Izuku, that's amazing. Is there any chance I could learn how to do it too? Ash, yeah. It's hard work, but it's possible. Izuku, learning girl yes good helpintafatans shiguri candle for him bite could work with on a foral as welly wonder reef mut. Translation, learning aura abilities could help in the fight against Shigaraki and all for one. Maybe could work with one for all as well. I wonder if mutter. Ash, hey, are you okay? Izuku, oh, sorry. I have a habit of mumbling my thoughts. Pikachu, no worries. We all have our weird habits. Eri, Papa. Izuku, yeah. Eri, who's that falling from the sky? Everyone, wait, what? They looked up to see someone falling from the sky. And fast. Izuku, CRP. Izuku activated OFA and ran for the person. He was able to catch the person in time, but they were unconscious. Izuku, hey, are you okay? Izuku's eyes widened when he saw the person's face. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw the person's face. Izuku, holy CRP. There's a girl in my arms. An unconscious girl. CRP. CRP. If she wakes up, she might think I'm trying to do something wrong. But I can't just leave her here. What do I do? Ricky, Seiji. Izuku turned to see his friends who have just caught up. Ash, hey, who's that? Pikachu. Ash, none of us have seen this girl before. How would Izuku know? Ash, good point. Izuku, are you okay? You got a fever or something? Izuku, WHWH, what M makes you SS say that? Ash, your face is red. Pikachu face-palmed. The girl started to wake up. Izuku, oh. The girl woke up and realized the position she was in. She blushed and scowled at Izuku. What do you think you're doing, you perv? Izuku, I am sorry. It just hiffling in her shedikakavit would be in this situation and. Translation, I just saw you falling and I rushed to catch you, but I didn't think I would be in this situation and speak properly. Ricky, seriously, Seiji, you've been through a war and this is what's making you panic. A girl. Izuku, IID don't have much EXP variance with GG girls. Ash, I don't get what the big deal is. So you two got off on a rough start. So what? You can still become good friends. Also, we should get you to a doctor, Izuku. Pikachu and Ricky both face-palmed. Ricky, Inazuma, no offense, but your trainer is Pikachu, I know. Put me down. Izuku, alright. Sorry. Izuku lets her down, and she gets up. Ricky, I think we all got off on the wrong foot here. So I say we all introduce ourselves. Fine. Ash, great. I'm Ash Ketchum, and this is my buddy, Pikachu. Pikachu, nice to meet you. Ricky, I'm Ricky Steele. Izuku, and I'm Izuku and Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Kaneko Tuju, that's my name. Eri, I'm Eri Midoriya. Kaneko, is she your sister? Izuku, actually, she's my daughter. Kaneko, what? Ricky, not biologically. He adopted her. Kaneko stared at Izuku. Izuku, she narrowed her eyes. Izuku, you're too close. Izuku ran off. Kaneko deadpants. Ricky, in case it wasn't obvious by now, he's clearly shy around girls. Pikachu, should we go after him? Ricky, well, Kaneko, I'll go find him. Ricky and Pikachu, oh. Kaneko rushed off to find Izuku. With Izuku, phew. That was so nerve-wracking. Are you okay? Izuku turned to see Izuku and Espion. Espion, nice to meet you. What's your name? Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Espion, nice to meet you, Izuku. I'm Pearl. Izuku, nice to meet you, Pearl. Pearl, so, why were you so nervous? Izuku, well, I caught a girl, and I'm not that great with girls. Pearl, I see. Well, maybe you should hang out with that girl more. Get to know her. As time goes on, you'll get more used to girls. Izuku, thanks, Pearl. They then heard Kaneko screaming. Pearl, what was that? Izuku, Kaneko. Izuku ran off to the direction of her voice with Pearl right behind him. When they arrived to where Kaneko was, they saw she being surrounded by a pack of wild Houndoom. Kaneko, DMN. That last fight, I had took too much out of me. What do I do? One of the Houndoom lunged towards Kaneko, but Houndoom won. Whoa, WHOH. What the heck? Houndoom won. Whoa, WHOH. What the heck? Izuku, Black Whip with FA gene stored inside. A boosted binding combo. He slams the Houndoom to the ground. Izuku, Black Chain. Izuku stood in front of Kaneko. Kaneko, what the? How did he do that? He's not a devil. Izuku looked back to Kaneko. Izuku looked back to Kaneko. Izuku, don't worry. I'm here to help. Kaneko blushed a bit at his smile. Izuku turns to the Houndoom. Izuku, how dare you attack an innocent person? Izuku, how dare you attack an innocent person? Houndoom 2, Flamethrower. The Houndoom shot out its flamethrower. Kaneko, get out of the way. Izuku, Delaware Smash. The shockwave canceled out the flamethrower. The shockwave canceled out the flamethrower. Izuku, Smokescreen. Purple smoke surrounded the area. Houndoom 4, I can't see. Houndoom 3, what kind of human is this guy? Izuku, Rotom. What can you tell me about these Pokémon? Rotom Phone. Houndoom, the dark Pokémon. A fire and dark type. The evolved form of Houndour. Houndoom's eerie howl is said to cause those who hear it to shudder in fear. If you are burned by its flames, the pain will never leave. Izuku shuddered from some bad memories back in middle school. He shook his head. Izuku, I better end this quick. Izuku wrapped the Houndoom in Black Whip and tied them together. Izuku wrapped the Houndoom in Black Whip and tied them together. The smoke started to clear, and Kaneko. What the hell are you? She then noticed the red glow on Izuku's legs. Kaneko, how is this possible? He's not a part of the supernatural. Izuku, for 100%. Manchester Smash. He kicked the Houndoom and knocked them unconscious. Pearl and Kaneko, whoa. Izuku, Tuju, are you alright? Kaneko blushed and turned her head away. Kaneko, yeah, I'm fine. Izuku sighed in relief. Izuku, that's good. What were you doing here, anyway? Kaneko, I was trying to find you. Izuku, huh? Kaneko, don't get the wrong idea. I was just concerned about you. Izuku, why yeah. I know. Sorry. Kaneko, it's fine. But what was with what you did? You don't look like a Izuku. Like a what? Kaneko, a devil. Izuku blinked. Izuku, devils don't exist. Kaneko went on to explain everything about the supernatural, which I will not bother to explain because I refuse to watch DxD. Izuku was surprised about all that. Izuku, so, you're a devil. Kaneko nodded. Izuku, that's so cool. Kaneko, what? You're not scared or anything. Izuku decided to explain everything about his world and what he has experienced. Kaneko was surprised to learn all of that. Kaneko, hey, sorry about being rude to you earlier. The school that I go to, most of the boys there are perverts, and Izuku, totally understand. I hate perverts too. There's this pervert in my class that I'm going to give a Pokemon who will poison jab him every time he does something perverted. Kaneko, you have my respect. Izuku, so what do you plan to do from here on out? Kaneko, since I'm stuck in this world, do you think I could join you? Izuku, sure. Kaneko, also, I think along the way, we should do some training for our future battles, if you wouldn't mind. Izuku, I don't mind at all. What about you, Pearl? Pearl, I wouldn't mind joining you, but I have to find Sunshine and the rest of my friends. Izuku, Sunshine. Pearl, yeah, you know her. Izuku, I can take you to her right now. Pearl, really? Please do. Izuku, Kaneko, and Pearl all ran back to Ash, Pikachu, Ricky, Eri, Sunshine, Lazuli, and Molly. Sunshine, Big Sis Pearl. Lazuli and Molly. Pearl. Pearl, Sunshine, Lazuli, Ms. Molly. The four gathered into a group hug. Ricky, wow, what happened? Izuku went on to explain everything to them. Ricky, I thought her aura was a little off. Ash, so you're going to join us? Kaneko nodded. Ash, all right, then let's go. Pikachu, hang on. She may need a Pokemon to help out. We can't exactly go around showing everyone that she's a devil. It's already complicated enough with Izuku. Lazuli, I'll join. I know a thing or two about battles. Kaneko nods her head. Izuku, here. He gives Kaneko a pokeball. Izuku, use it to catch Lazuli, Tujo. Kaneko, thanks. And call me Kaneko. Izuku, hey, all right, Kaneko. Kaneko proceeds to catch Lazuli and bring her back out. Kaneko, so where are we going? Izuku, for Tree City. That's where I'll have my 6th gym battle. And so, the group went back to their journey. The gang was almost there at Malville City. But there was something that Kaneko wanted to know. Kaneko, Izuku. Izuku, why yeah? Kaneko, I want to know more about your quirk. Izuku froze up. Izuku, it's called superpower. I'm able to stockpile strength, and Kaneko, I can tell you're lying. Izuku and Ricky, CRP. Ash, I want to know as well. It seems awesome. Why won't you tell us? Izuku, because I have to keep it secret. Kaneko, is it really that important? Izuku, it's a secret that I need to protect with my life. Everyone remained silent. Kaneko, how about this? You tell me this secret of yours, and I'll reveal my biggest secret. Izuku, what? Kaneko, I really want to know all about this power of yours. Ash, come on, Izuku. Want to know? Izuku, Ricky, Seiji. Izuku, do you two promise not to tell anyone? Kaneko, I've hidden a secret of mine for years. I can keep it a secret. Ash, I've kept secrets before. Don't worry. Pikachu, I've kept my unique powers a secret from Ash for 5 years now. You have nothing to worry about. Izuku sighed. Izuku, all right, but we better sit down. It's a long story. Ash, Kaneko, and Pikachu nodded. Eri, Papa, are you sure about this? Izuku, I trust them. Besides, I already told my class and my mom as well. Eri, okay, Papa. Sunshine, what about the rest of us? Izuku, I'm sorry, but I don't think what I'm about to tell you is suitable for a kid your age. Sunshine, And so, Ash, Izuku, Pikachu, Ricky, and Kaneko went to a private spot while Eri played some games with the others. They stopped and sat down beside some trees. Izuku, all right. As you already know, 80% of the people in my world have superpowers. But the thing is, I didn't get my quirk until I was 15, whilst everyone else got them at the age of 4. Kaneko, you mentioned that. You said you were a late bloomer. Izuku, yeah, about that. I lied. I was given my Kaneko, whoa. So quirks are able to be transferred. Izuku, in most circumstances, no. But there are a few out there. A long time ago, there was a very powerful quirk. All for one, it allows the user to steal quirks from others. The user could then keep the quirks for themselves or give them to someone else. Ash, say what? That sounds dangerous. Izuku, this quirk is one of the oldest quirks out there. It was back when quirks just started to show up, before our society could deal with the newly powered people. Back then, no one could tell what was normal and what wasn't. During that chaotic PRD of change, there was only one person who managed to bring people together. Kaneko, that's good. Izuku, not exactly. The person who managed to do this, no one knows his real name, but he goes by the same name as his quirk. All for one. Kaneko rolled her eyes. Kaneko, wow, how original. Izuku, he stole quirks from others. And then, he spread his influence across Japan. He manipulated people to serve his evil purposes. The evil acts he committed were met with almost no resistance. It wasn't long before he became the leader of villains and ruled over Japan. Ash, yikes. Kaneko, are you sure though? That just sounds like something made up. Is he even in any textbooks at your school? Pikachu, I doubt it. Kaneko, see. Pikachu agrees that it seems made up. Pikachu, I never said that. Something like this is the kind of history that people would rather avoid talking about. Izuku, trust me, he's real. I've encountered him myself. His presence alone made me see my own death for a split second. It was terrifying. Kaneko, sorry. Izuku, it's okay. Anyway, when a person gains true power, they enjoy showing it off to others. Ash, but what does this have to do with your quirk? Pikachu, he said that all for one could give quirks, remember? Izuku, exactly. He made people trust him or submit to his will by altering their abilities. Many of those people weren't able to handle the burden of the quirks they were given. They ended up becoming like mindless living dolls, most unable to even speak. Ash, Pikachu, and Kaniko's eyes widened. Kaniko, like the stray devils. I think it's like that. I'm just going by what I've learned from the XDXD fanfics I've read. Sorry if I got that wrong. Izuku. However, some quirks actually evolved as they were passed on. Some even combined with other power sets. Ash, that's a relief. Izuku nodded. Izuku. All for One had a quirkless younger brother. His name was Yoichi Shigaraki. He was small and sickly, but had a strong sense of justice. They couldn't be more different. It always pained him to see his older brother's evil actions, so he kept resisting him. Eventually, All for One forcibly transferred a quirk that allows the user to stockpile power to him. Kaniko, why? Izuku, not sure. It could be a gift for him, or to force him to submit. However, as it turned out, Yoichi actually did have a quirk. No one knew about it, including himself. On its own, it was useless. It could only be passed down to others. But when the stockpiling quirky was transferred to him, the two quirks merged. This created the quirk that I use. Its name is One for All. Pikachu, wow. Ash, impressive. Kaniko, hang on. Shouldn't All for One be dead by now? You said that quirks showed up over 200 years ago. Izuku, he stole a quirk that doubles his life force. Kaniko, oh, that makes sense now. Izuku, the more One for All is passed down, the stronger it gets. I'm the 9th user of One for All. However, One for All has passed the singularity point. As such, I'm able to use the quirks of the other users. Ash, does that mean you have 8 quirks? Izuku, well, no. The one who passed One for All on to me was also quirkless before getting it. And I still haven't unlocked the quirk of the second user just yet. So I have 6. Kaniko, what are these quirks? Izuku, well, the third user's quirk is FA Gene. By repeating a motion over and over, I can temporarily store kinetic energy to be released later. I can't use One for All at 100% yet, because my body can't handle it at that much power. I can only use it at 45%. But combining that with FA Gene allows me to go at what I call faux 100%. Kaniko, that explains why you were doing those squats when you were protecting me from those Izuku. Houndoom. Kaniko, right? Houndoom. Pikachu, what about the others? Izuku, the 4th user, Hikage Shinomori. His quirk is called Danger Sense. It allows me to detect threats in the surrounding area, provided they're out of malice. Ash, that's useful. Kaniko, what about the 5th? Izuku, his name is Daigoro Banjo. His hero name is Lariat. His quirk is called Black Whip. It allows me to generate black tendrils of energy from my body. Kaniko, what do you use it for? Izuku, I use it as a capture weapon or a way of grappling like Spider-Man. Although what Seiji? Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously. Izuku, well, I once used it to torture a villain that was after me. The other's sweat dropped. Pikachu, okay, let's move on to the 6th user. Izuku, sounds good. His name was Entayutai. His hero name is Gain. His quirk is Smokescreen. This allows me to produce a thick cloud of purple smoke from my body. It gets in the way of my field of vision, though. Kaniko, what about the last one? Izuku, Nana Shimura. Her quirk is Float. It allows me to suspend myself in the air. Ash, so you can fly. Izuku, float. There's a difference. The 8th user is Toshinori Yagi, also known as the former #1 hero, All Might. It has always been my dream to become a hero like him. He's my idol, and he told me that I was worthy of inheriting his power. Kaniko, talk about lucky. Pikachu, I wouldn't call that luck. It's not like he would entrust this power to just anyone. He would need to find someone with a heart of gold. Imagine if it fell in the wrong hands. Kaniko, I guess you're right. Izuku, so I have the burden of taking down All for One and his successor, who he's taken control of, Tamura Shigaraki. Kaniko, thanks for telling us about this. I guess I should reveal my secret in Izuku, no. You don't have to if you don't want to. Kaniko, what? Izuku, if you have a secret that you don't want to share with us, it's okay to not share it. We won't push you. Kaniko, no. I want to share it with you. Kaniko stands up, and Kaniko stands up, and Izuku, Ricky, Ash, and Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu Kaneko. I was afraid of this reaction, Kaneko. I was afraid of this reaction. Ash. That is so cool. Ash. That is so cool. Kaneko, what? Izuku. Why you're... Kaneko. Nakomata. Creepy, right? Izuku. What? No. All for one is creepy. I mean, thanks to All Might, his face looks like a potato. You actually look really cute. Kaneko blushed. Kaneko. See cute. Izuku covered his mouth. Izuku. Pikachu. H. Kaneko looked down. Ricky. Don't take it personally, incognito. Arceus, damn it. Ahem, Inazuma is only screaming because he has ailurophobia. He's fine with cats that are Pokémon. But if those cats aren't Pokémon, his instincts kick in. He's still a mouse. And cats eat mice. Kaneko, oh. Wait, Pikachu is a mouse. Ricky, what did you think he was? Kaneko, he looks a bit more like a rabbit. Don't worry, Pikachu. I won't even try to eat you. Pikachu, shivering pea promise. Kaneko, promise. Pikachu sighed in relief. Izuku, so, why did you longing to hide it? Kaneko, trauma. I don't want to talk about it. Izuku smiled. Izuku, I understand. Okay. Kaneko gave a small smile. Kaneko, okay. Thanks, Izuku. Do you think Eri will be scared by this, though? Ricky, considering what she went through before meeting Seiji, I doubt it. Kaneko, what do you mean by that? Izuku, I can't tell you. Not without Eri's permission. It was her who went through that. Not me. As for the answer to your question, she'll adore you. And then we'll all die from too much cuteness. We better head back and continue towards Malville City. We're almost there, and Eri, Papa, help. They all turned to where Eri's voice was. Izuku, that sounded like Eri's in trouble. Kaneko, we have to help her. Ash, let's go. And so, the gang rushed off to where Eri was. Ash, Pikachu, Kaneko, Izuku, and Ricky arrived, and what they saw shocked them. Eri and Sunshine were hugging each other out of fear. With an unconscious Blaze, Molly was in front of them, protecting them. Pearl was on the verge of collapsing, and Lazuli had already fainted. Both Pearl and Lazuli had harsh burn marks on them. The reason. Kaneko, what is that? Kaneko, what is that? Izuku, Ricky, and Ash, a Flareon. Pikachu was frozen in shock. He looked like he was trying to say something, but he couldn't. Kaneko, Pikachu, are you okay? Pikachu. Ricky, spit it out, Inazuma. Pikachu, solar flare. Kaneko, do you know him? Pikachu, he's my cousin. Everyone, he's your cousin. Pikachu, can't be he's infected. Ash, infected. Infected with what? Ricky, wait, you don't mean that, do you? Pikachu nods. Izuku, what are you talking about? Ricky, we'll explain later. We have to stop Flare. Arg. Pikachu, don't worry about it, Ricky. Everyone calls him that. Ricky, phew. Flare turned to their direction and shot out a flamethrower. And it was massive. The five couldn't react in time and were about to get hit. But, hydro pump. The hydro pump was able to cancel out the flamethrower. The hydro pump was able to cancel out the flamethrower. Everyone, who did that? Peeboo. Ricky. Fancy meeting you guys here. Can't believe you finally evolve, Rick. They turn to C and UMBREON. Ricky, Shinka. Pikachu, Tamao. Tamao, the one and only. Ash, Izuku, and Kaneko. You guys know each other. Pikachu. He's an old friend of ours despite him once being a bully of ours. Izuku, bully. Ricky, not entirely his fault. He was always treated like a freak by most people, even his own parents. The three turn to Tamao with sad expressions. Tamao, yeah. It wasn't until I talked my feelings out with Peeboo that acting like a JRK made me know better. I just thought that was how the world works. Izuku, why were you treated like a freak? Tamao, I always had the ability to use all the moves that all the EV evolutions can use. Ash, that's awesome. Tamao, thanks. Now, don't worry about this Berserk Flareon. I got this. Ricky, good luck, Shinka. Tamao nodded and ran towards Flare. Tamao started out the fight with a Shadow Ball, but Flare easily avoided it and got behind him. He was about to punch Tamao, but Tamao detect. He was able to avoid the punch. Tamao, Rain Dance. A rain cloud showed up, and it started to rain. Kaneko, I hate the rain. Pikachu, Kaneko, this is a good thing. Rain Dance doubles the power of water-type moves, and has the power of fire-type moves. Tamao, Liquidation. Tamao managed to land a hit on Flare, but in retaliation, Flare managed to hit Tamao dead on with an overheat. Tamao, GAH. Tamao was sent flying into a tree. Izuku, they're both so strong. Pikachu, thanks to the Berserk virus. Ash, Berserk virus. Kaneko, what's that? Ricky, it's a dangerous virus that only affects Pokémon. The victims are infected when they come into contact with them. Pikachu, once it attaches to its victims, it goes inside their body. It then starts to drain their BLD to end their life. Once all the BLD is drained, it will take over their nervous system and control them. Tamao Moonblast. Tamao shot a Moonblast at Flare, who countered it with Flamethrower. Ricky, thankfully we can't get infected from touching Pokémon that are infected. Just the virus. Pikachu, there are 3 categories of the effects that are caused by this virus. The changes take place an hour after getting infected. Flare tried to burn Tamao to a crisp, but he used Dig to avoid it. Unfortunately, Flare saw where Tamao was and avoided his attack. Pikachu, there's a 70% of the infected Pokémon to get eliminated by the virus and resurrected into mindless monsters and went berserk. The effect it causes multiplies its host strength by 25 times their normal amount. Izuku, Ash, and Kaneko, 25 times. Tamao, Power Gem. The attack hit Flare dead on. Pikachu, there's a 25% chance of the infected Pokémon to survive the virus, but went permanently insane and berserk. This category multiplies the host strength by 10 times their normal amount. But when they're killed and their body is still in good condition, they will end up like the first category. Ash, I remember hearing about a Lucario that acted like that. Ricky, that Lucario was probably infected by the virus then. Flare used Quick Attack to get behind Tamao. Tamao, Protect. Tamao was able to protect himself. Tamao, Pin Missile. Tamao, Pin Missile. The Pin Missile hit Flare, but since it was a bug-type move, it didn't do much. Izuku, wait, what about the remaining 5%? Pikachu, the remaining 5% survived from getting killed and didn't go insane. In this case, the virus actually bonded with its host. The host is able to activate its power through rage or obsession and can be deactivated. In this case, it multiplies their power by 50 times their normal amount. Izuku, Ash, and Kaneko, 50. Flare tried to hit Tamao with Overheat, but Tamao dodged. Tamao, Energy Ball. The attack hit Flare. Pikachu, the infected Pokémon in the 3rd category has 1 normal eye and 1 infected eye when they activate their power. Izuku, which means that Flare is in the 3rd category. Kaneko, wait, can the infected Pokémon in the 3rd category end up in the 1st category like the ones in the 2nd category? Pikachu, thankfully no. Kaneko, good thing. But if their strength is so powerful, how can we beat them? Pikachu, fortunately, only their strength is multiplied. The rest of their stats stay the same. Unfortunately for us, those in the 3rd category have some extra powers as they get stronger. Right now, it seems that Flare only has access to stages 0 to 3. The 0 stage is what you already know. The 1st stage allows the user to see in the dark. Ricky, the 2nd stage gives the user X-ray vision. That's probably how Flare was able to locate Shinka underground. Pikachu, in the 3rd stage, allows the user to see things in slow motion. Tamao, Ice Beam. Tamao shot Ice Beam at Flare and froze him. Unfortunately, Flare melted the ice with his fire. But Tamao took the chance he got from the time it would take for the ice to be melted. Tamao, Psyshock. The attack hit Flare, and he was sent tumbling back. Tamao, now's my chance. Foul play. The attack hit Flare dead on and caused massive amounts of damage. Flare was sent into a tree and collapsed. His eyes back to normal and unconscious. Tamao, phew. That was actually pretty tough. Pikachu and Ricky, Tamao/Shinka. You did it. Tamao, you bet I did. Great disguise again. Eri walked over to Tamao. Eri, mister. Thank you so much for saving us. Tamao smiled. Tamao, no prob, happy to help. Tamao then falls down. Everyone, Tamao/Shinka. Tamao Yao. Guess I took more damage than I thought. I gotta be more careful. Hehehe. Ow. Izuku approached Tamao and got out some potions. He gave some to Ash. Izuku. Ash, you help Flare. I'll help Tamao. Ash nods. Izuku gives Kaneko some potions. Izuku. Kaneko, help out Lazuli, okay. Kaneko, okay. Izuku. Ricky. Can you help out Blaze? Ricky, you got it. Eri. Hey, Kaneko. Kaneko, yeah. Eri, can I pet you? You look like a kitty. Kaneko. Ricky. Incognito. Kaneko. How can I possibly say an O to her? Sure. Eri, why do I? Time skip. Dash. Time skip. Flare finally woke up. Flare, where am I? Did his eyes widen when he realized that he went berserk and started crying? Flare. Oh, Arceus. I hurt you all. I'm so sorry. Izuku smiled and pat him on the head, and he looks up. Izuku, it's not your fault. You can't control it yet. It's not like you wanted to do it. As long as you learn from this experience, you can better yourself. Pikachu, Izuku's right. Flare. Flare, pee-pee-boo. Pikachu. Yep, that's me. Great to see you back to normal. But why did you go berserk? Flare. Well, after we all got separated from each other, I was thinking about how I should have done something. It made me angry, and then I guess I went berserk. Izuku, makes sense. Flare. I just wish someone would be able to stop me before I hurt anyone. Izuku. I think I know someone who could. Flare. You do. Izuku, yeah. His name is Koji Koda. Izuku went on to tell Flare and Tamao about his world. Tamao, whoa. And this Koji guy, what's his quirk? Izuku. He can control animals. I can tell that Flare is an animal, so he should be able to stop you from going berserk. Flare, really? Izuku, yeah. He's pretty shy, though, so you could help each other out. Flare, I would love to join him, but I need to find the others. Pearl, then stick with us. Izuku's helping us find everyone. Flare, really? Izuku, yeah. What do you say? Flare, I'm ready to go. Tamao, me too. Izuku, seriously. Tamao, heck yeah. I'd love to be in a world full of superpowers. Besides, I'd fit right in. Izuku, well, if you want to, sure. Tamao, great. So catch me. Izuku, seriously. Tamaya, come on. Everyone's sweat dropped at this, but Izuku complied and caught him. Everyone's sweat dropped at this, but Izuku complied and caught him. He decided to place Draken in the box to keep Tamao around. And so, both Tamao and Flare joined them, and they made their way to Malville City. Unfortunately, Watson wasn't there at the time, so they couldn't say hi to him. But they did buy some more potions and Pokeball. Kaneko, so where do we go next? Izuku, we head off to Route 118 and then go to Route 119. As long as we follow the path, we'll make our way to Fir Tree City. Pikachu, then we better get going. Everyone hi. And so, they made their way to Fir Tree City. The gang made their way through Route 118 rather quickly and started walking through Route 119. Izuku, man, it's pouring here. Kaneko, really? I hadn't noticed. Izuku, just saying. Flare, it's not so bad. Rain is good for plants. Pikachu, still love gardening, huh? Flare nodded. Kaneko, hey Eri. Eri, yes. Kaneko, Ricky said something about you going through something terrible before meeting Izuku. What was it, if you don't mind me asking? Eri looked down. Ash, maybe we shouldn't tell you with sunshine around. Kaneko, good point. Eri, I'll have Papa tell you later. Izuku, are you sure? Eri, yeah, Papa. I'm a big girl now. Everyone, so adorable. Ash, hey Izuku. Izuku, yeah. Ash, I want to have a battle with you after taking on the Fir Tree City gym. Izuku, what? Why? Ash, I want to see how strong you are with Ricky. If you're going to fight Tamura, and all for one, you both need to get stronger. A battle will help. Izuku, that sounds good to me. What about you, Ricky? Ricky, I'm so in. Help. Lazuli, that voice. Lazuli ran off. Izuku, Lazuli, wait. The others ran after her. Kaneko, could be another berserk Pokemon. Ricky, doubt it. Not many Pokémon get infected. The gang caught up to Lazuli and saw a giant robot that resembled a Machamp with a big red R on its chest. There was a Leafeon in one of its hands. Izuku. What kind of Pokémon is that? Kaneko. I'm new to this world, but I'm pretty sure that's just a giant robot. Ash, hey, what's going on here? Laughter could be heard. Prepare for trouble. And make it double. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. The head split, open revealing 2 humans and a Meowth. The head split, open revealing 2 humans and a Meowth dash. Jesse, James, dash, James, Jesse. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. James, surrender now, or prepare to fight. James, surrender now, or prepare to fight. Meowth, Meowth, that's right. Ash, not you guys again. Pikachu, this is just old. Izuku, you're members of Team Rocket. Jesse, of course we are. Kaneko, never heard of you. Ash, they're bad guys who steal other people's Pokémon. Lazuli, give back my sister. James, please. Like we would listen to such a ridiculous request. Jesse, but now that the twerp has come, we can finally snag his Pikachu, along with all of their Pokémon. Izuku, I won't let you. Meowth, seems like this twerp wants to be a big hero. Jesse, well then let's show him how useless his effort is. Hearing those words, Izuku looked down, his hair covering his eyes. Izuku, Ricky, Asaji. Izuku, he was breathing heavily. Kaneko, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Jesse and James, all right, come on down. A Pelipper showed up with something in its mouth. It opened its mouth, and a strange capsule machine landed in front of them. Jesse put Meowth's charm on the slot where the coin should go. Jesse and James, our secret rocket prize, MSTR. They twisted the knob, and a dark blue Pokeball with an R on it came out of the machine. The Jessie threw her Pokeball, and out came the Jessie threw her Pokeball, and out came Jessie, the embraced Pokemon, Gardevoir. Ricky, Seiji. His aura, it's like he's having a panic attack. Jessie, use Ice Punch. Gardevoir rushed at Izuku. Ricky, Seiji. She was about to hit him when her eyes widened. What Gardevoir saw, first vision, past Izuku. Wow, you're so lucky. Your quirk is amazing, Kakin. When I get mine, I hope it's just as cool. Past Katsuki, whatever, Deku. No matter what power you end up with, you'll never be able to beat me. Second vision, past Garaki. Sorry, kid, that's not going to happen. Past Inko. Oh no, then you really think there is something wrong then. Most of the other kindergartners in his class have started to show signs already. Past Garaki. My records say that you're a 4th-generation quirk user. May I ask what quirks you and your husband have? Past Inko. Nothing too special. I can pill small objects towards me, and my husband breathes fire. They're useful enough, I suppose. Past Garaki. Izuku should have probably manifested one of those quirks or a combination of them. But after reviewing his X-ray, I don't think he is going to. You see, when superpowers first began appearing, there were many research studies conducted, and doctors discovered a link between the bones in a person's foot and their likelihood of developing a quirk. People with powers have only one joint in their pinky toes. Their bodies have evolved into a more streamlined version of the human form. You can see here that Izuku has 2 joints in his pinky toes, like the roughly 20% of the population these days. Based on the research that's available, it's safe to say your son isn't going to develop a quirk. Third vision, past Izuku. See that, Mom? There's always a smile on his face, no matter how bad things get. Even when things seem impossible, he never gives up. Do you think I could be a hero too? Past Inko. I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different. Fourth vision, Boy 1. Hey, did you hear? Deku doesn't have a quirk. Like none. Boy 2 what? Really? Boy 1. Yeah, it's called being quirkless. Boy 3. That's dumb. Boy 4, what a loser. Boy 5, he's so lame. Gardevoir. These are just kids. Why is he being treated like this over something he couldn't control? Fifth vision, past Izuku. Why are you being so mean? You're making him cry, Kakin. If you keep hurting him, I'll stop you myself. Past Katsuki, you don't stand a chance without a quirk, Deku. Sixth vision, past Katsuki, you'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. You'll die in the exams. Useless Izuku. The school's already crappy. You want to embarrass him more by failing so hard. Gardevoir, what's wrong with these people? He's getting bullied, and no one is doing anything about it. Seventh vision, past Katsuki. You know, if you really want to be a hero, there might actually be another way. Just pray that you will be born with a quirk and take a swan dive off the roof of a building. Gardevoir, what? How could he say that? Vision 8, past All Might. It's just a brave face I put on when the pressure is high. This job isn't easy. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Some villains can't be beaten without powers. So no, I honestly don't think you can become a hero without a quirk. Past Izuku, I see. At this point, Gardevoir didn't want to see any more of this trauma. She saw plenty enough. Gardevoir stopped using Ice Punch and wrapped her arms around Izuku, surprising everyone, especially Team Rocket. Jesse, what are you doing? Gardevoir, shut up. I'm not adding to this boy's trauma. Meowth, trauma. Kaneko, what trauma? You mean about that war he went to? Team Rocket, war. Gardevoir, I didn't know about that. I only saw what he went through middle school. Izuku, what? How? Gardevoir was on the verge of tears. Gardevoir, I saw it. Sob, I saw how you were abused by your only friend. How you were treated like trash for something you had no control over. How your dreams came crashing to the ground. How your own friend told you to take a swan dive off the roof of a building. Everyone, what? Izuku, why you saw all that? Gardevoir, even your own idol told you to give up on your dreams. I didn't want to see what else you went through. I can't believe how much abuse came your way. I'm surprised you're still around instead of wanting to end your suffering. You didn't deserve any of that. And now I'm hearing that you've been through a war. I just can't bring myself to fight you. Not after everything you've been through. Meowth, Jesse, James, Meowth, oy vey. What kind of life have you lived? Izuku looked down. Izuku, not a good one. Lots of discrimination where I came from. Team Rocket was crying a bit. They may be evil, but they're not heartless. Unfortunately, they did not make their machine waterproof, and it started a short circuit. Izuku saw this and tried to rescue them. He was able to save Meowth and Leaf in time, but just before he could get to Jesse and James, the machine blew up. Jesse and James were blasting off again. Izuku was blown back into the forest. Izuku. Kaneko ran after Izuku to find him. Meowth, he saved me. Why? Ricky, that's just what he does. Why did you guys join Team Rocket anyways? Meowth, I guess I'll tell you. Meanwhile, Kaneko was rushing through the forest. Kaneko, he never told me about being abused. He only mentioned what he went through in high school. I need to know why he wouldn't tell me about this. Maybe I can help him. She found Izuku and ran to him. Kaneko ran up to Izuku, who was looking at the ground, his hair shadowing over his eyes. Kaneko, Izuku, are you okay? Izuku, yeah, I'm fine. His voice said otherwise. It seemed void of emotion. Kaneko, you're lying. Izuku, no, I'm not. I'm perfectly fine. Kaneko sighs and sits beside him. Kaneko, stop lying. Izuku, I told you. I'm not lying. Kaneko, please, Izuku. I just want to help. What happened in your past? Izuku. Kaneko, I know you're not fine. There's no point in lying to me. But you won't feel better without talking to me. So please. Izuku, fine. I'll tell you. Izuku. As you already know, I was given my quirk by someone else. Before that, I was quirkless, so I didn't have any powers. That might be a normal thing for the humans in your world, but it's much different in my world. Being quirkless, I was immediately labeled an outcast and a target. Kaneko grew more concerned. Izuku, it started when my childhood best friend started to bully me for wanting to become a hero. My elementary school teachers tried to cheer me up, but it never really worked. One day, Kakin, me, and some of his friends went through a forest, and he fell off a log and into a ravine. I tried to help him up, but he thought that I was thinking of him as weak, and his bullying got worse. Kaneko, what? That's just Izuku, please. Just let me talk before I change my mind. Kaneko. Sorry. Izuku. He started to use his quirk, explosion, on me a lot. It gave me burn scars and, not want to worry my mom, I hid my scars from her. My dad was forced to work overseas, so he wasn't around to help me. And no, he did not abandon me. Kaneko nodded. Izuku. The only girl that ever really spoke with me in a nice way was my mother. Other girls did talk to me, but it was only to either make fun of me or preying me with fake love letters. I guess I should have seen that coming, though. What kind of girl would like a guy like me? Kaneko. I guess that explains why he was freaking out while he was holding me. Not that good of experience with girls his age back then. Izuku. Most people I met didn't treat me much different. Since I was quirkless, I was faced with discrimination by almost everyone. The last civilian I met who was nice to me back when I was quirkless was this guy who had a quirk that gave him small stars on his head. Flashback, flashback, Starhead. By looking at you, I know who you are. A fanboy. Izuku. Yeah. Sorta. Later, Starhead. What's that, fanboy? You're taking notes over there. Want to be a hero too, huh? Izuku. Yes, more than anything. Flashback end. Izuku. Oddly enough, that wasn't the last time I saw him. But that's a story for another time. Izuku. This kept going on throughout the years. The same day, I met that guy, which was during the first half of my third year in middle school. My class found out that I applied to one of the best hero high schools out there, UA. Almost everyone laughed at me. But Kaken exploded my desk and warned me not to apply, saying that I wouldn't even make it through the entrance exam. Kaneko. I got a bad feeling about this. Izuku. After class, he burned my notebook, which I used to analyze heroes and quirks, and threw it out the window. Before he left, he said that the only was to take a swan dive off the roof and pray to get a quirk in my next life. Kaneko. I'm going to kill him. Izuku. After I got my notebook back, I went through a tunnel and was attacked by a sludge villain. It was suffocating me, and I nearly died. Luckily, All Might came in and saved me. He even signed my notebook. Kaneko. I bet he was happy about that. Izuku. After I woke up, he was ready to take off, but I grabbed his leg. He wanted me to let go, but we were really high up, so I couldn't. When we landed on top of a building, I asked him if I could be a hero despite not having a quirk. That's when I found his secret. His true form was nothing like his hero form. He was all skin and bones. And I mean that in a literal sense. Kaneko snickered a bit, and Izuku chuckled. But then his expression darkened. Izuku. He showed me this nasty injury on his gut. He told me his respiratory system was destroyed and he lost his whole stomach. All the surgeries pretty much wore him out. It couldn't be fixed. Kaneko. How did it happen? Izuku. I wasn't there when the fight happened. I figured it was against his fight against a villain called Toxic Chainsaw, but that wasn't the case. It was from a fight that most people were unaware of. When he fought All for One. Kaneko's eyes widened. Izuku. He then gave me the answer to my question. Kaneko. I have a really bad feeling about this. Izuku. He said no. I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Kaneko. Izuku. It wasn't my first time hearing it. But hearing it from my own idol hurt me more than anything. He then told me that, while it wasn't bad to dream big, he said that I should make sure to keep things realistic and become something like a police officer. Kaneko. DM in it. Why? What did he ever do to deserve this kind of suffering? Izuku. On my way back, however, I saw that the sludge villain escaped and had captured Kaken. It was my fault that it happened, though. Had I not grabbed onto All Might, the sludge villain, who he had trapped in a bottle and put in his pocket, wouldn't have fallen out of said pocket. Kaneko. Why must he keep putting himself down? Izuku. When I saw Kaken's face, which said that he desperately needed help, Kaneko. Izuku. Well, my body just acted by itself. I don't know why I did what I did. Maybe it was the look on his face. All I knew was I couldn't just stand there and watch him die. Kaneko's eyes widened again. Kaneko. I can't believe it. Is he trying to become a hero, or is he already a hero? After everything he went through, the bullying, the abuse, being suicide-baited, his dreams being crushed by everyone, including his own idol, he still jumped in to save the person who caused him the most amount of pain. Izuku, why couldn't we have met each other before? Izuku. The sludge villain tried to kill me, but All Might came back and saved us. After that, I was chewed out by the heroes while Kaken was praised for his bravery. Kaneko clenched her fist tightly. On my way back home, Kakin came up to me and yelled at me that he didn't need my help, and I did nothing. He was right anyways. Kaneko, please stop putting yourself down. You don't deserve this treatment. Izuku. But then All Might came and talked to me about what I did. How I did what many great heroes did. When my body moved before I had a chance to think. I remember that moment very clearly. Tears flowing from my eyes on my knees. But most of all, when the person I looked up to more than anybody else told me the words that I wanted to hear, most of all. The words that not even my mother told me. He told me, young man, you too can become a hero. That is a moment that I will never forget. After that, he deemed me worthy of inheriting one for all after seeing what I did during that attack. Kaneko smiled after finally hearing a happy moment in Izuku's life. Izuku. After inheriting one for all, I managed to get into UA, and as time progressed, Kakin's ego was getting lower and lower. And one time, during my darkest moment, he did the one thing I never expected him to do. He apologized for everything he did. We're on good terms again. Although about a week or two after that, that's when I ended up in this world. Kaneko. I get that they're good friends again, but I still want to punch that JRK if I see him. At least once. Izuku. So there you have it. What I went through from 4 to 15 years old. Kaneko said nothing and hugged him, which made him do an impression of a tomato. Izuku. HHUH. Hey Kaneko. Why are you hugging me? Kaneko. To comfort you. Sorry. She let go of him. Kaneko. Do you feel any better? Izuku a little. Thanks. Izuku was back to talking in his normal cheerful voice. Kaneko. I had no idea you suffered this much. I'm honestly surprised you haven't killed yourself. Izuku. Honestly, there have been multiple times when I was about to do that. Kaneko. Then what stopped you? Izuku. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Kaneko. What do you mean? Izuku. Well, every time I was about to kill myself, I hear this deep voice in my head. It told me how it was a bad idea, and how I had the ability to prove them wrong. The voice always encouraged me. I guess my subconscious made some kind of strange voice in my head as my only companion against the harshness of my life. Kaneko's eyes widened. Kaneko. A voice in his head. Could it be? Izuku. Kaneko. Kaneko. Oh, sorry. I was lost in thought. Izuku, what about? Kaneko. Izuku, I have to ask you. Izuku, what about? Kaneko. Izuku. Kaneko. Kaneko. Izuku, do you think you have a sacred gear? Izuku. Sacred gear. What's a sacred gear? Kaneko. It's best we talk about it with the others. I'll explain it with everyone. Izuku nodded, and the two went back to the others. Ricky. Seiji. Glad you're okay. Izuku. Thanks, Ricky. I wasn't at first, but Kaneko talked with me about it, and now I feel better. But I guess I should tell you guys about my past, too. Meowth. I really think you should. I already feel bad for you. And in an actual genuine way. Izuku then told everyone about his trauma. They were furious with his society. Meowth. But what was that about a war? Izuku told them about the war, and they really felt bad for Izuku. Meowth. Oy vey. And I thought Jesse, James, and I had it bad. How are you still kicking? Izuku. Well, I told Kaneko that every time I tried to commit suicide, I heard this deep voice in my head that gave me words of encouragement. I thought it was just my subconscious making that voice in my head to help me, but Kaneko thinks of something else. Ash, what is it? Kaneko. I think he has a sacred gear. Everyone stared at her with a blank face. Pikachu, and that is Kaneko, right? Sorry. You'll have to listen closely to this. Everyone, hi. Kaneko. Sacred gears are items with powerful abilities that are given to humans by the man upstairs himself. Meowth. Arceus. Tamao no. Those two are from different worlds. In Kaneko's world, the supernatural is all real. Meowth. Oy vey. Kaneko. Sacred gears vary in appearance and abilities throughout human history. Individual sacred gears have grown to enact miracles on my world's earth. Certain individuals with sacred gears have grown to become very powerful and influential. A large number of the people who've had their names written down in history were sacred gears users. Ash, awesome. Kaneko. Sacred gears vary from common to rare. There can be more than one sacred gear of the same type. However, if a sacred gear is removed from the owner, they die. Izuku what? Kaneko, I know. Anyways, only those who at least partly human can have. Sacred gears. It's possible to take a sacred gears from someone. It happened with my friend, Asia Argento. Izuku was writing this info down in his notebook. Izuku, is it possible for a person to own multiple sacred gears at the same time? Kaneko nods. Kaneko, sacred gears, however, can also affect their user negatively. There are wielders, often children, who end up dying because they have sacred gears. Pikachu, what effects do sacred gears have? Kaneko, it varies depending on the sacred gears. For example, Asia's sacred gear, Twilight Healing, grants near instantaneous healing, and the biggest pervert in my school has a very powerful sacred gear that automatically doubles his power every 10 seconds. They can also adapt and evolve based on their wielder's thoughts, needs, and feelings, gaining abilities or qualities as time passes. Izuku, this is all so amazing. Kaneko, sacred gears fall into multiple different categories, but that will take too long to explain. Eri, and you think Papa has one? Kaneko, it's possible. After I met him, I could sense a sacred gear in him. But when I saw him use his quirks, I simply thought that was what it was. But when he told me about him hearing a voice inside his head, it's what made me think that my first hunch was correct. The pervert's sacred gear has a spirit sealed inside, so that may be the same case with Izuku. Izuku closed his notebook. Izuku, this is all fascinating, but I honestly highly doubt I have a sacred gear. I'm not from your world. Kaneko, that's what confused me the most. But when it comes to both our worlds, we should know by now to expect the unexpected. Ricky, she's got a point, Seiji. Izuku, fair. Kaneko, if you do have a sacred gear, it's got to be strong. Izuku, what makes you say that? Kaneko, simple. Sacred gears are driven with the power of longing. And after hearing your past, there's no way your sacred gear hasn't been supercharged by your longing to become a hero. Izuku, good point. But how do I activate a sacred gear in the first place? Kaneko, simply focus on unleashing your sacred gear. Simple as that. Izuku, all right. Here goes. Izuku concentrates as hard as he can. He then starts to feel a bit of pain in his back, and out came Kaneko was shocked. Kaneko was shocked. As for the others, everyone else, amazing. Kaneko, no way to wow. I guess it's true. Red Bull gives you wings. Everyone face palms. Tamao, come on. Can't you take a joke? Izuku, wow. So this is a sacred gear. Ricky, incognito, are you alright? Kaneko, huh? Yes. Sorry. I was just surprised. Izuku, is it because it's not a good sacred gear? Kaneko, quite the opposite actually. What you have is one of the most powerful sacred gears. Izuku, oh really? Kaneko, yes. That is one of the Longinus. Everyone stared at her with a blank face. Kaneko, right? I forgot to mention that. Pikachu, explain please. Kaneko, right? Clears throat. Izuku. What you have is a mid-tier Longinus. The Longinus are the 13 original top-tier sacred gears. They're the most powerful sacred gears out there. There is only one of each. Izuku, they're really that powerful. Kaneko, the Longinus have enough power to kill even gods. Ouch. Everyone pauses for a moment. Everyone, Kaneko, guys. Everyone, WHA. Kaneko, that's expected of a reaction. The Longinus are a unique category of sacred gears. Unlike other sacred gears that have more than one of the same type, the Longinus are completely unique. Only one of each may exist at a time. Ash, wow, Izuku. So you have the strongest sacred gear out there. The others face-palmed. Pikachu. Ash, no. Ash, huh? But Kaneko said, Pikachu. She said that he has a mid-tier Longinus. That means it's one of the strongest, but not the strongest. Ash, oh. Izuku. So what sacred gear is this? Kaneko, divine dividing. Ricky, so what does it do? Kaneko, I don't know much about it, but I do know two things about it. Izuku, what are they? Kaneko, well, the first one's pretty obvious. It gives you the ability to fly. Everyone, yeah, that is pretty obvious. Kaneko, but the other thing I know it can do is have your opponent's power every 10 seconds when coming into physical contact with them, and add the have power to your own strength. Everyone, way out. Kaneko, yeah? And Izuku has this sacred gear in his possession. This explains the voice in his head that was encouraging him. Some sacred gears have spirits sealed inside. Divine Dividing is one of them. Izuku, wow. And all this time, I thought it was just my subconscious. Kaneko. However, there is a limit to the amount of power that you can safely contain. When you reach the limit, any excess power you get will be released out through your wings. So you'll always be at your highest potential. Izuku went back to writing in his notebook. Kaneko, one more thing. Everyone, what is it? Kaneko, since he has Divine Dividing, he is the White Dragon Emperor. Everyone, what? Izuku, this is incredible. Kaneko, yes, although Izuku. Hm. What's wrong? Kaneko, the thing is, well, one for all is a stockpiling quirk, right? Izuku, yes. Why do you ask? Kaneko, because there's no telling how one for all has affected your sacred gear. Who knows how powerful it's become now? Izuku, you have a good point. Kaneko, and that's not even taking into account your immense longing to become a hero. No doubt, Divine Dividing has gotten significantly stronger from your longing alone. So adding one for all into the mix, it honestly gives me chills. Meowth. Oy vey. I almost pity all for one now. Almost. Tamao, I don't. Kaneko. Well, we better hide your sacred gear for now. At least until you get back to your world. People could easily mistake it for a quirk there, but definitely not in this world. Izuku nodded and concentrated on deactivating his sacred gear. His wings then disappeared. Ricky, with this power, Handyman and Power Stealer won't stand a chance. Everyone nods. Meowth. I hope Jesse and James are all right. Ash. I'm sure we'll see them again. Izuku. So stick with us and we'll bring you back to them. Meowth. You'd really do that for me. Izuku. That's what a hero does. Meowth, thanks. I'm glad to have met you. Izuku smiled. And so, the gang kept walking through Route 119 and made it to Furtree City. They entered the gym and met with Winona. Winona. Oh, Ash, is that you? It's been a while, Winona. Oh, Ash, is that you? It's been a while. Ash. Great to see you again, Winona. Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and I challenge you to a gym battle. Winona smiled. Winona. Is that so? Then I accept your challenge. Everyone was at the battlefield. Kaneko. I've never seen an official Pokémon battle before. How does it work? Ash. The rules will be explained. Referee. The battle between the gym leader, Winona, and the challenger, Izuku Midoriya, will now begin. Each side will use 3 Pokémon, and the battle will end when all 3 Pokémon on either side are unable to continue. Furthermore, only the challenger will be allowed to substitute Pokémon. Ash. There you go. Kaneko. What does he mean by substitute? Tamao. It means that Izuku can swap Pokémon, but Winona can't. Kaneko. I see. But when they say unable to continue Pikachu, he means if they faint, they're out. Kaneko. Oh. Referee. Battle begin. Winona. Go Swellow. Rotom Phone. Swellow, the swallow Pokémon. Rotom Phone. Swellow, the swallow Pokémon. A normal and flying type. Swellow uses its impressive dive bomber speed and its large talons to capture its prey. Izuku. Its color is different. It must be like Draken. Melody. Let's go beyond. He threw Melody's Pokeball, and she came out. Winona. Isn't that the Dewford Siren? Izuku nodded. Referee. Battle begin. Izuku. Use Shadow Ball. Melody fired Shadow Ball, but Winona didn't give a command. Kaneko, what is she doing? The Shadow Ball phased right through Swellow. Izuku, huh? Ash. Izuku. Ghost-type moves don't affect normal types. Izuku. Oh. Winona. Swellow. Use Aerial Ace. Winona. Swellow. Use Aerial Ace. Melody was hit dead on. Izuku. You okay? Melody, yeah. Izuku. Then use Alluring Voice. Winona. Dodge and use Peck. Swellow dodged the attack and began to use Peck. Izuku. Wait for it. Swellow was getting closer. Izuku. Wait for it. Swellow was about to strike. Izuku. Ice Beam. Melody used Ice Beam and it landed. Winona. Swellow. Izuku. Hydro Pump. Melody fired Hydro Pump at point-blank range and hit Swellow and blasted him back. Winona. Swellow. Fly up and use Aerial Ace. Swallow used aerial ace. Izuku dodged it. Unfortunately, Melody couldn't dodge it. Winona, hyper beam. Ash and Pikachu, oh. Kaneko, yo. Lazuli. Hyper beam is a very strong move. Swallow, take 2. Sorry. Melody couldn't get up in time and was hit. Melody couldn't get up in time and was hit. Izuku, Melody. Melody slowly got up. Izuku, return. Melody was recalled. Ricky, what now, Seiji? Izuku thought about it before deciding on who to use. Izuku, Blaze. Let's go beyond. He sent out Blaze. Kaneko, a rabbit. Pikachu, Rabo OT. Eri, go Blaze. Go. Izuku, Blaze, our opponent knows Hyper Beam. Do you think you can handle it? Blaze, sure thing. Izuku, all right. Referee, then battle. Izuku 8. Winona, what's wrong? Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Izuku, I just realized that I never used Blaze in a battle before and have no idea what he can do. Is it okay if I learn about it first? Winona, go ahead. Rotom Phone, Rabbit, the rabbit Pokemon. A fire type. Rabbit has fluffy fur that protects it from the cold and lets it use stronger fire type moves. Notice, this Rabbit knows moves that it shouldn't. Izuku knows moves that it shouldn't. What does it mean by that? Ricky, well, Pero's DNA is all messed up. He can't evolve into a Cinderace, but does have the ability to use their moves and has their stats. Swallow, wait, why can't you evolve into a Cinderace? Rabbit's sweat dropped. Rabbit, well, flashback. The girl who got punched was a Lopunny. The first one who punched her was Pikachu's mother, Choo-Choo, and the other one who punched her was Pikachu's father, Pika. In a flashback, everyone's sweat dropped. Blaze, it turns out that Mom was PRGNT with me, and my DNA got messed up from those punches. Winona, well, this got awkward. Izuku, yeah. Let me just check his moves okay. This can work. Ready. Referee, battle begin. Ash, Izuku. Hyper Beam is a powerful move, but it's also risky. When used, the Pokemon hole used it won't be able to move for a bit. Now's your chance. Izuku, right. Blaze. Pyro Ball. Blaze on it. Since Swallow couldn't move, he was hit dead on. Since Swallow couldn't move, he was hit dead on. Winona, Swallow, can you still fight? Swallow slowly got up and shouted as a way of saying yes. Winona, then use Aerial Ace. Izuku, there it is again. No matter what we do, we can't seem to avoid that move. The only way to stop it is by countering it. You Smackdown. Blaze, right? Blaze, right? Swallow couldn't avoid it in time. Izuku now. High jump kick. Referee. Swallow is unable to battle. Rabbit wins. Referee. Swallow is unable to battle. Rabbit wins. Izuku. Great job, Blaze. Blaze gave him a thumbs up. Winona. Swallow. Return. Thanks for your help. Pelipper. Your turn. Izuku. Hey, I saw that Pokemon before. Izuku. Hey, I saw that Pokemon before. Rotom Phone. Pelipper, the water bird Pokemon. A water and flying type. Pelipper carry small items in their mouths over long distances and, when tired, rest floating on the water. Izuku water, huh? That's not a good matchup with Blaze. Blaze, so what? Just because that bird has the type advantage does automatically make it a win. Izuku, you're right about that. Referee, battle begin. Izuku, all of Blaze's moves are physical. The only move he knows that can hit from a distance is Pyro Ball, so I'll have to rely on that until Pelipper gets up close. Pyro Ball. Blaze used Pyro Ball on Pelipper. Winona. Hydro Pump. Pelipper used Hydro Pump and obliterated the Pyro Ball. Izuku dodged it. Blaze was barely able to avoid it. Winona. Air Cutter. Pelipper fired Air Cutter at Blaze. He was able to avoid one of them, but the other one hit him. Izuku Blaze. Winona. Hydro Pump. Pelipper was able to land a powerful Hydro Pump on Blaze. Blaze. GH. Izuku. DM in it. I have to think of something. Wait, Hero Notebook number 15, page 47. Blaze. Come over here. Blaze nodded and rushed over to Izuku. Izuku. I have a plan. He whispered the plan in his ear. Blaze. Are you sure? Izuku nodded. Izuku. Trust me. Now jump. Focusing on his legs, Blaze jumped as high as he could on the steel pillar behind, where Izuku was standing, and jumped off it again and got right in front of Polyper. Polyper, what the? Izuku, now Blaze. Improvised special move. Blaze kick. Luna ring style. Izuku, now Blaze. Improvised special move. Blaze kick. Luna ring style. Dash. This, but the yellow visual is fire. Polyper was sent to the ground. Izuku. High jump kick. The attack landed, and Polyper was defeated. Referee. Polyper is unable to battle. Rabut wins. Blaze, phew. That was awesome. The ones in the stands. How did he come up with that? Winona. Polyper, return. You were amazing. Thank you. I must say, I'm impressed. How did you come up with such a technique? Izuku. Before I enter high school, I would spend all of my time analyzing various techniques and how they work well in battles. A technique like the one Blaze just used is really something I saw veteran trainer use with their Lopunny. It seems to me that only rabbit Pokemon would be able to do something like that, since it requires incredible leg strength for it to be pulled off. But since I was using Blaze, I decided to add Blaze kick to it to make it my own technique. It was risky, but it paid off. Had it failed, Polyper probably would have landed another Hydro Pump on Blaze, and that would have put him out of commission. Glad it worked out. Winona. But it's not over just yet. Altaria. It's your turn now. Rotom Phone. Altaria, the humming Pokemon. Rotom Phone. Altaria, the humming Pokemon. A dragon and flying type. Altaria generally has a gentle personality, but when angered, it uses its shrill voice to intimidate foes before attacking. Izuku. Can you still go on, Blaze? Blaze nodded. Izuku. Then use Smackdown. Winona. Use acrobatics to dodge and counterattack. The attack allowed Altaria to dodge and hit Blaze, which knocked him out. The attack allowed Altaria to dodge and hit Blaze, which knocked him out. Referee. Rabut is unable to battle. Altaria wins. Izuku. Blaze return. Thanks a lot. You were awesome. Melody. You're up. Melody, ready. Winona brought out a keystone. Everyone, Kaneko a keystone. Kaneko, what's a keystone? Ash. It's an item that trainers use to Mega Evolve certain Pokemon. Kaneko, Mega Evolve. I don't like the sound of that. Winona. Now Altaria. Mega Evolve. Winona. Now Altaria. Mega Evolve. Kaneko, what just happened? Pikachu. Altaria Mega Evolved. Winona. Dazzling Gleam. Winona. Dazzling Gleam. Izuku. Hydro Pump. Melody tried to counter the Dazzling Gleam, but it failed and hit Melody, causing her to faint. Referee. Primarina is unable to battle. Altaria wins. Izuku. Return. You did your best. Get a good rest. Winona. Glad to see you aren't mad at her for losing so easily. Izuku. It was my fault anyways. I should have known better than to force her to fight despite the damage she took. It's only natural she lost. Winona. You shouldn't put yourself down. I've met many trainers that blame their losses on their Pokemon. Sometimes they call them Yuzzle, Ricky, Bubabubu. Don't say that word. Winona, Altaria, and Izuku were confused. Although, the same could not be said about the rest, who knew about Izuku's past. Izuku. Anyways, Ricky, can I count on you? Ricky gave him a thumbs up. Izuku. Then let's go beyond. Ricky entered the battlefield. Referee. Battle begin. Izuku. Dragon-type moves are super effective against Dragon types, so I need to rely on Dragon Pulse. Use Dragon Pulse. Ash, crud. I forgot to tell him. Kaneko. Tell him what? Ricky fired Dragon Pulse at Altaria, but Altaria took no damage. Izuku, what? I don't understand. Ash, Izuku. I forgot to tell you that some Pokemon that Mega Evolve have their types change upon Mega Evolving. Altaria is one of them. Now Altaria is a Dragon and Fairy type. Dragon-type moves have no effect. Izuku, oh. Winona. Dragon Pulse. Izuku. Dragon Pulse. Both Pokemon use Dragon Pulse and canceled each other out. Izuku. I may not be able to use Dragon Pulse to attack, but I can still use it for defense. Wait, Notebook 13, page 25. Right? Ricky. Use Bone Rush and use it as a projectile. Ricky on it. Ricky uses Bone Rush and throws them at Altaria. Winona, dodge it. Altaria dodges the attack. Izuku, don't let up. Ricky repeated the process. Pikachu, they're up to something. Kaneko, no kidding. Watching this gym battle had me learn that Izuku is very analytical. Sunshine, what does Ana Analic Annalise Pearl, an OYTI cow? It means that Izuku is able to gather information and use it to his advantage. For example, that attack Blaze did against Polyper. I'm willing to bet that he learned about that technique from a hero with a rabbit quirk who used those techniques and combined that with Blaze Kick. Sunshine, oh, I get it now. Izuku, I knew it. Before, it was a dragon and flying type. That meant ground-type moves would have no effect. The fact that it's actually dodging the Bone Rush shows that it actually needs to avoid ground-type moves now. Ricky, use one for aura and jump. Ricky complied and jumped high up and got in Altaria's face. Altaria, oh. Izuku, Callow Strike. Ricky landed an axe kick on Altaria and sent her tumbling to the ground. Ricky then landed safely, but everyone saw that Ricky's right eye turned green and Izuku's left eye turned red. Kaneko, wait, what's with their eyes? Flare, I don't know. Pearl's eyes widened. Pearl C, could it be? Leaf, could it be what? Tamao, don't ask me. Pikachu, get ready. Meowth, for what? You know the drill by now. You know the drill by now. A giant veil of aura appears. Ricky's fur turns green, and Izuku gets a spike on each of his hands, a green Lucario tail, and green Lucario ears. The aura veil then bursts and leaves everyone who hasn't seen this happen yet surprised. Kaneko, what the hell? Meowth, man. Another one of those crazy twerp fusions. Pearl, I knew it. The bond phenomenon. Tamao, I did not see that coming. Winona, quick, fly up and use flamethrower. Altaria flies up in the air and uses flamethrower. But Izuku, 7th float. Izuku and Ricky jump high in the air, using aura for all and avoid the flamethrower. Kaneko, how is Ricky using float? Ash explained the bond phenomenon to her very poorly. Kaneko, I do not understand what you mean by boom and whoosh and bang. So Pearl gave her a much more clear answer. Kaneko, now I understand. Winona, Altaria, acrobatics. Danger sense went off, and Ricky managed to avoid the attack. Izuku, water shuriken. Altaria was hit by water shuriken. Izuku, 5th black whip. Altaria was wrapped in black whip and yanked his fist forward, bringing Altaria up close and ready for a punch. And then, imagine this, but instead of yellowish white, it's light blue dash. Imagine this, but instead of yellowish white, it's light blue. The attack landed major damage on Altaria and sent her to the ground. Ash, that was Meteor Mash. Kaneko, Meteor Mash. Pearl, it's a steel-type move. That's a great thing, too. Mega Altaria is weak to 4 different typings. Ice, Fairy, Poison, and Steel. So it was twice as effective on Altaria. Altaria was on the ground, having fainted. Referee, Altaria is unable to battle. Lucario wins. That means the victory goes to Izuku Midoriya. Izuku and Ricky landed safely on the ground and turned back to normal. They then high-five each other. Kaneko, Pokémon are amazing. And so, Winona, Izuku. I had a lot of fun during our battle. Take this. Winona, the feather badge. Winona, the feather badge. Proof of your victory at the 4-Tree City Gym. Izuku took it. Izuku, thank you. Ricky, only 2 to go. Izuku, so where do we go to next? Ash, first we find a place to sleep. It's getting late. Then we head through Route 120. That's where you and I will have our battle. Afterwards, we go through Route 121 to catch the boat that will take us to our next destination, Moss Deep City. That's where your next gym battle will be. Izuku, all right then. We leave tomorrow, first thing in the morning. Everyone hi. Later that night, Izuku was staring at the moon. Izuku, I hope everyone back home is doing okay. It was the next morning, and the team were walking through Route 120 until they stopped midway in a clear area. It was time for Ash and Izuku's battle. Ash, this should be a good spot to have a battle. Pikachu, Kaneko, why don't you be the ref, Kaneko? I don't know how to do so. Meowth, it's easy. Just say stuff like, battle begin, or this Pokemon is unable to battle. That Pokemon wins. Kaneko, oh. Okay then. Clears throat, okay. Trainers, send out your Pokemon. Izuku, alright, Ricky. Ready. Ricky, ready. Pikachu, let's do this. Ash, hold on, Pikachu. Pikachu. HM. Ash. As much as I want to use you, I have someone else in mind. Pikachu's ears drooped slowly. Pikachu, dang it. Kaneko, how many Pokemon can a trainer have? Pikachu, they can carry 6 at a time. As for how many they can catch, there's technically no limit. Meowth, is Chimmy in his party. Kaneko, Chimmy. Pikachu, an Infernape. And yes, he is. Kaneko, I don't know what that is. Meowth, do you have a phone? Kaneko, yes. Meowth, we need to find a Rotom after this. Pikachu, yeah. Also Meowth, I don't think he's using Infernape. I have a feeling I know who it is. Izuku. So, you aren't using Pikachu. I've never seen your other Pokemon. Who are you going to use? Ash brings out a Pokeball. Ash, this one. I choose you. He throws out his Pokeball, and out comes he throws out his Pokeball, and out comes Izuku. That looks like Riptide. Ash, Riptide. Ricky, the second user of 1 for Aura. Author's note. While Izuku and Kaneko were talking about his past, Ricky told everyone about 1 for Aura when Meowth finished explaining why he joined Team Rocket. Pikachu, wait, the second user of 1 for Aura was a Greninja. That explains how you're able to use Water Shuriken. Greninja, you what? Ash, long story. Izuku brought out his Rotom phone. Rotom phone, Greninja, the ninja Pokemon. A water and dark type. Greninja creates throwing stars from compressed water. When it sends them spinning at high speeds, they can split metal. Ash, Greninja, I could use your help here. We need to see Izuku and Ricky's limits. Greninja, limits for what exactly? Ash, you'll see. Kaneko, battle begin. Ash, Greninja, water shuriken. Greninja followed that command and fired off water shuriken. Izuku, Aura Sphere. Ricky fired off Aura Sphere, and the two attacks collided and exploded. Izuku, Kanto Strike. Greninja, wait what? Using 1 for Aura, Ricky got in front of Greninja and kicked him, sending him back. Greninja, Yuch, that is quite the strong kick you got there. Ash, Aerial Ace. Ricky didn't have time to react and got hit. Ricky didn't have time to react and got hit. Ricky got Izuku, Dragon Pulse. Ricky fired off Dragon Pulse at point-blank range. Greninja was blown back. Izuku, now use Bone Rush. Ricky brought out a Bone Staff and rushed forward. Ash, use Cut. The two attacks collide and they attack repeatedly until they jump back. The two attacks collide and they attack repeatedly until they jump back. And that's when Dash, the second one's Izuku and Ricky, Dash, the second one's Izuku and Ricky, a veil of water and another veil of aura appear. Kaneko, wait, both of them. Pikachu, yep. It's the reason why I'm not Ash's strongest Pokemon. Izuku, so that's why you said you've used the bond phenomenon as well? Izuku, so that's why you said you've used the bond phenomenon as well. Ash, exactly. This is why I chose Greninja. Greninja, I'm impressed. I never thought I'd meet someone else with the bond phenomenon. Ricky, that makes 2 of us. What's with the giant water shuriken? Greninja, no clue. It just shows up. Not that I'm complaining or anything. Ash, ready to continue the battle. Izuku ready. Water shuriken. Ricky used water shuriken. Ash, you use water shuriken too. The two water shuriken collide, but Greninja's water shuriken overpowers it and hits Ricky in the stomach. The two water shuriken collide, but Greninja's water shuriken overpowers it and hits Ricky in the stomach. Izuku and Ricky hold their stomachs in pain. Kaneko, wait, what happened to Izuku? Ricky was hit. Not him. Pikachu, it's a side effect. When the bond phenomenon activates, the trainer and Pokemon share everything together, including pain. Kaneko, that's not good. Izuku, okay. It looks like Greninja's water shuriken is stronger than Ricky's. Smokescreen. A thick purple smog covers the area. Izuku float. Ricky jumps up and gets above Greninja. Izuku, Hoenn Strike. Ricky comes right at Greninja. Ash, double team. Ricky slammed his fist down onto one of the Greninja, but it wasn't the real one. Ricky slammed his fist down onto one of the Greninja, but it wasn't the real one. Ash, water shuriken. All the Greninja launched their giant water shuriken at Ricky from every angle. But danger sense went off. Izuku dodged it. Ricky avoided the real water shuriken thanks to danger sense picking up where the real one was. Izuku, Sinnoh Smash. Ricky launched towards the real Greninja and slammed his fist into Greninja's face, launching him back. Ash gripped his face in pain as the fakes disappeared. Ash, so strong. Greninja, just what kind of Lucario is he? Ash, aerial ace. Greninja's hands and feet lit up and ran towards Ricky at speeds too fast for danger sense to pick up. Izuku blocked it. Both put their hands / paws up to their face, just as Greninja tried to punch them in the face. Since he hit the spikes, it caused some damage to him as well. Ash gripped his hands while Ricky was sent back. Izuku, Dragon Pulse. Ricky fired off Dragon Pulse. Ash, don't let up. Use water shuriken on the ground. Ash, don't let up. Use water shuriken on the ground. The two attacks collided, but Greninja's attack overpowered the Dragon Pulse. Ricky tried to avoid it, but was still hit in the leg. Izuku and Ricky, ga. Izuku, Aura Sphere. Ricky shot an Aura Sphere at Greninja. Ash, aerial ace. Greninja used aerial ace and knocked the Aura Sphere back. But during that time, Izuku and Ricky were doing squats to store kinetic energy. Izuku, full 100%. Ricky shot forward at incredible speed, and then Ricky's spikes on his paws became leaf blades. They slashed Greninja in the stomach and sent him back. Ricky's spikes on his paws became leaf blades. They slashed Greninja in the stomach and sent him back. Ash, GH. Ash and Greninja clenched their stomachs in pain. Greninja, that was Leaf Blade. Pikachu, now Ricky knows Leaf Blade. Airy, so cool. Man, that was a long nap. That was a long nap. Ricky, a Sceptile. Sceptile, keen grasp of the obvious, kid. The name's Blade. I'm the third user of one for Aura. Congrats on unlocking my signature move, Leaf Blade. Use it with care. Or you could be like me and use it to slice watermelon. Your choice. Blade disappears and Ash, Greninja, Ricky, and Izuku sweat dropped. Ash, seriously. Watermelon. Izuku, wait, you saw him. Ash, remember, I can speak to the spirits of the dead thanks to my aura abilities. Izuku, yeah. Ash, this should make things interesting. Aerial Ace. Izuku, Leaf Blade. Izuku, Leaf Blade. Neither side was letting up. But Ricky has taken more damage than Greninja, so he's beginning to struggle. Izuku, Meteor Mash. Ricky used Meteor Mash and punched Greninja in the face, sending him back. Ash and Greninja clutched their faces. Izuku, Black Whip. Ricky shot out Black Whip and grabbed onto Greninja. He yanked his fist back and pulled Greninja to him and kicked him in the stomach. Ash ga. Aerial Ace. Greninja was able to break free of the Black Whip and jumped back. Greninja was able to break free of the Black Whip and jumped back. Ash, let's finish this fight. Izuku, Aura Sphere. Izuku, Aura Sphere. Ash, a giant Aura Sphere. Greninja, water shuriken. Ignore Alan and Charizard dash. Ignore Alan and Charizard. I couldn't find a shorter gif of this. The two throw their attacks at each other, and they both hit their mark. A huge explosion happens, and the entire field is covered with smoke. Kaneko, such power. And he wasn't even using his sacred gear. When the smoke cleared, Greninja and Ricky were both still standing. But then Izuku. Everyone looked at Izuku. Izuku, I can't move. I dash. Izuku and Ricky both collapsed and went back to normal. Izuku and Ricky both collapsed and went back to normal. Kaneko, our Ricky's unable to battle. Greninja wins. Greninja goes back to normal, and they both fall on one knee. Ash, phew, that was close. One more attack, and we would have been done in. The others rushed to them. Airy, Papa, Uncle Ricky. Greninja, don't worry. They're okay. They just need to rest for a bit. Eri sighed in relief. Kaneko, I guess we should wait before we continue our journey. The others nodded. Greninja, I must say, though, that Lucario is really one of kind. I can see why you chose me to fight him. But how is he able to do all that? Pikachu, I'll explain everything. Izuku's eyes slowly opened, but he was floating in a pitch-black place. Izuku, huh? Where am I? The last thing I remember was losing to Ash and Greninja. How'd I get here? Izuku started to look around. Izuku, Pikachu, Greninja, Eri, Kaneko, Sunshine, Meowth, Ash, Ricky, anyone. Hello. No one was there. Izuku, this isn't the vestige world of One for All. Where am I? Your mindscape. Izuku, oh, that makes sense. Wait, who said that? That would be me. A bright light lit up the place. When the light died down, there stood Izuku. Calm down. Izuku, all right. Sorry. No worries. It's understandable. Izuku rubbed head. Izuku. Haha. So who are you? I am Albion Guiber, the Vanishing Dragon. Izuku. And nice to meet you, Guiber. Albion. Just call me Albion. Izuku, all right. Nice to meet you, Albion. My name is Albion. I know who you are. I'm the spirit that resides in your sacred gear. Izuku. Seriously. Albion nods. Albion, I must say, it's nice to finally have a proper conversation with you for once. Izuku, what do you mean by that? Albion, who do you think was the one stopping you from killing yourself all those times? Izuku, that was you. Albion, yes it was. I've been wanting to speak to you many times, but never got the chance. Your school does not let you catch a break, you know. Izuku, why yeah. I see what you mean by that. Albion, plus, since you had no idea you had a sacred gear all this time, I wasn't able to talk to you for long. So I had to make it count. I've been lonely here. Izuku is sorry. Albion, you don't need to apologize. Your world doesn't have sacred gears. To be honest, I have no idea how I ended up with you. But you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. That is something you humans say, right? Izuku, why yeah. So, I'm here because you wanted to have some company. Albion, well, that is one of the reasons. But there are more pressing matters to talk about. Izuku, what are they? Albion, for starters, I would like to talk to you about the Red One. Izuku, the Red One. Albion, the Red Dragon Emperor. A long time ago, back when I still had my body, I had many battles with the Welsh dragon Drake, a being that could rival my power. We fought for many years, but one day, during our many battles, we were interrupted by the three factions of the supernatural, who were at war at the time. Angered by the interruption, we attacked the leaders. That led to us losing our bodies and our souls being sealed in two sacred gears. I reside in the divine dividing sacred gear, while the Red One is sealed in the boosted gear. Even sealed in these sacred gears, our rivalry hasn't changed. Izuku. So basically I'm getting dragged into fighting whoever has the boosted gear because you two just can't stop fighting. Albion was silent. Izuku. Albion. Albion, yeah, pretty much. Izuku face-palmed. Izuku. Oh, for Arceus' sake. I've been in this world for a long time. Albion, yeah. Anyways, that's something to worry about in the future. But we have one other thing to talk about. Izuku, and that is Albion, divine dividing itself. Since it's been laying dormant within you all this time, all it's been doing is gaining more power thanks to One for All. It almost concerns me. Almost. At this point, divine dividing might have the ability to do entirely new things that have never happened before. Who knows how it will work on people in your world? It could have added effects now, and where did you get that notebook from? Izuku, huh? I always keep one on me. Albion, W were literally in your mind. He shakes his head. Albion, anyways, I'm not sure how it will affect your other quirks as well. But one thing's for sure, you're going to be a force to be reckoned with. Izuku smiled brightly. Izuku, thanks Albion. Hey, I have a question. Albion, what is it, partner? Izuku, do you think I'll be able to save Shigaraki? Albion, by yourself, no? No matter how much power you have, this isn't something you can do on your own. Izuku looks down. Albion, so that's why? You should do this with the help of others. Shigaraki needs help from multiple people, not one. If you can work together with all your friends, you'll be able to stop all for one and save Shigaraki. That I promise. Izuku smiles. Izuku. Thanks, partner. Izuku was starting to fade away. Albion, it seems like you're waking up. Your new friends must be worried about you. Mumbles, especially the Nakomata. Izuku, will we be able to talk to each other from here on out? Albion, yes, but it's best we don't unless we're sure it's just you and your friends. Some Pokémon have telepathy. We don't want them to freak out over you having a dragon in your mindscape. Izuku, that's fair. Albion, good luck, partner. I know you'll become the strongest white dragon emperor of them all. With that, Izuku woke up and Kaneko was sleeping with her head on his shoulder. Izuku. KKKKK Kaneko. She woke up and realized the predicament she was in. She blushed and got up. Kaneko, sorry. Izuku. Aye, it's fine. Ricky, glad you're finally up, Seiji. I took the liberty of taking a photo of you two in your predicament. Izuku and Kaneko, you did what? Pikachu, you might want to run. Ricky, you don't have to tell me twice. Ricky started to run from Kaneko. Eri, Papa. Izuku, Eri. Eri, Papa. Izuku, Eri. Eri, Papa. Izuku, Eri. Pikachu. That was funny. Izuku smiled. Izuku, so what did I miss? Ash, nothing much. We decided to wait for you two to wake up before continuing to Lily Cove City. Izuku, oh, glad to hear it. Later, everyone went back on the journey. Along the way, stay away from them. Izuku, what was that? Kaneko, we better go check it out. They rushed towards the voice. There, they found Ash, a Blacephalon. Ash, a Blacephalon. Izuku, Blacephalon. Rotom Phone, Blacephalon, the fireworks Pokémon. A fire and ghost type. Blacephalon surprises opponents by exploding its own head, then absorbs their energy. Izuku, fireworks. Aoyama would love it. They noticed something. It was trying to kill these two Esper. Rotom Phone, Esper, the restraint Pokémon. Rotom Phone, Esper, the restraint Pokémon. A psychic type. Esper's psychic energy can travel hundreds of feet, blasting everything around it. They also noticed someone protecting them. Someone who made Pikachu's eyes widen in shock and worry. Izuku. That Pokémon is causing them harm. We have to help them. Izuku. That Pokémon is causing them harm. We have to help them. Ash. It won't be easy. That's an Ultra Beast. Kaneko. An Ultra what? Ash. Ultra Beast. They're like aliens. Kaneko, oh. Ash. In order to stop it, we have to catch it. But that's almost impossible with regular Pokeball. Izuku. What do you mean by regular? Ash. We need to use these. Ash. We need to use these. Izuku, what are these? Ash. Beast Ball. They're designed specifically for catching Ultra Beasts. We need to use these. Izuku, got it. Ricky. Hang on, that Pikachu over there, no could it be? Pikachu rushed forward without thinking. Ash. Pikachu. Blacephalon was about to hit the other Pikachu, but Ash's Pikachu came in just in time and slashed the Ultra Beast with his sword and flung it back. Pikachu, Eli. Are you alright? The other Pikachu, now known as Eli, looked up to see Pikachu. Eli, no way. He's here. Ash, why did Pikachu rush in like that? Ricky, I know why. Ash, why? Ricky, because that Pikachu is Eli. Big Biro. Ash, did he just say Ricky? You heard it right. That's Inazuma's little brother. The only one left on his father's side of the family. That Pikachu means more to Inazuma than his own life. He'll do anything and everything to keep him safe. He raised him since he was an egg. Blacephalon, a 2 HD ek ust ped happen. Translation, what the heck just happened? Kaneko, what did it say? Meowth. No clue. Ultra Beasts always speak nothing but gobbledygook. Izuku was writing in his notebook. Izuku, not exactly. The words are all scrambled. Kaneko, wow. You learn fast. Eli. Oh, you're toast now. You're fighting against my big bro. He's the coolest, strongest Pikachu in the world. My strength pales in comparison to my big bro Pikachu. Little bro, you're over-exaggerating. Eli, no I'm not. You're the coolest. No one's as cool as you. Ricky, forgot to mention. Minizuma idolizes Inazuma. Kaneko, That's kinda cute. Blacephalon, I ill Yodritz you. Translation, I will destroy you. Pikachu, little bro, what do you say we fight this Ultra Beast together? Eli, really? I'm so in. Esper 1, are you sure you can, Eli? With Big Bro here. Of course. He's the best. Trust me. The two then charge at Blacephalon. Eli, you first, Big Bro Pikachu. Sure thing. Thunderbolt. Pikachu fired off Thunderbolt at Blacephalon. But Blacephalon dodged it quickly. Blacephalon, mack him. Translation, calm mind, Eli got in front of Blacephalon. Eli got in front of Blacephalon. Eli, Thunder Punch. Eli, Thunder Punch. Eli was able to hit Blacephalon and send it back a bit. Blacephalon, Swataho Lock. Translation, Shadow Claw. Pikachu blocked it with his electric sword, zapping Blacephalon a little before it jumped back. Pikachu blocked it with his electric sword, zapping Blacephalon a little before it jumped back. Blacephalon, mack him. Blacephalon used Calm Mind again. Izuku. Blacephalon used that move again. Why? It doesn't seem to do anything. Ricky, that's Calm Mind. It raises the user's special attack and special defense stats by 1 each. Izuku, I see. Pikachu. Iron Tail. Eli Dig. Using their respective moves, Blacephalon grabbed onto Pikachu using Shadow Claw, but wasn't able to keep Eli from hiding underground. Using their respective moves, Blacephalon grabbed onto Pikachu using Shadow Claw, but wasn't able to keep Eli from hiding underground. Pikachu, Electroweb. Ash. That's just like when we fought Clement and Diggers by Back when he was still a Bunnelby. Ash. That's just like when we fought Clement and Diggers by Back when he was still a Bunnelby. The Electroweb didn't fully form before it bursted in Blacephalon's Shadow Claw, sending it back. Pikachu. Now, little bro, Eli shot out of the ground and punched Blacephalon in the back. Pikachu, Quick Attack. Pikachu shot towards Blacephalon, who had used Calm Mind again. He then used his electric sword and hit it before grabbing it and throwing it to the ground. Izuku, why does it keep using Calm Mind over and over again? It doesn't look like it's doing any good. Blacephalon, Ixlium Urfi. Translation, Mistle Fire. The two brothers narrowly avoided the attack. The two brothers narrowly avoided the attack. Eli, Surf. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Using their respective attacks, Blacephalon got hit by them, but used Calm Mind before a hit and after. Izuku. Guys, something's wrong. Why is Blacephalon focusing more on raising its power rather than attacking? Ricky. Now that you mention it, it does seem odd. Pikachu. I think we got on the ropes. Eli. Then what do you say we finish this off together? Pikachu. You bet. I'll combine Thunderbolt and Quick Attack. Eli, great. Let's do this. Big Bro Volt Tackle. The two came charging in as Blacephalon disregarded avoiding the attack and just used Calm Mind one last time. The two came charging in as Blacephalon disregarded avoiding the attack and just used Calm Mind one last time. Their attacks then hit. Blacephalon was breathing heavily, but not out. The two brothers, however, were perfectly fine. Pikachu. Seems like it's tougher than we expected. No matter. One more attack should do it. The two is Spur. Go, you two. Go. Blacephalon. Ossifo. Translation. Fools, Izuku. Wait, we still don't know Blacephalon's final move. Ricky. Well, I don't see how it can help. Blacephalon. Urstu Uprio. Translation. Stored power. The attack was devastating. With just one move, the two brothers were blown back and dealt so much damage they were running on fumes. The attack was devastating. With just one move, the two brothers were blown back and dealt so much damage they were running on fumes. Eli, WH what? Be Big Bro. What was that? Pikachu. I think it was stored power. The more stages raised in a user's stats, the stronger it becomes. Blacephalon must have been using Calm Mind so much to power it up. Eli, be Big Bro, what do we do? Pikachu, don't give up. We didn't get this far by giving up. The two slowly started to move towards Blacephalon. Meowth. Oy vey. How can they win like this? Izuku, I don't know. But then a flamethrower hit Blacephalon. It didn't do much, but it was still surprising. Everyone turned to see. Everyone turned to see. Izuku. Who's that? Ash, a pig knight. Izuku. Pignite. Rotom Phone. Pignite, the fire pig Pokemon and the evolved form of Tepig. A fire and fighting type. Pignite's food converts into fuel for the flame that burns in its stomach. And when fuel burns in its stomach, its speed increases Kaneko. But whose Pignite is that? Before Blacephalon could react. This Pokeball will be able to catch the first wild Pokemon it hits. Blacephalon turns around and gets hit with a regular Pokeball. Ash. Wait, who said that? Kaneko. Must be the Pignite's trainer. Ash. Even so, there's no way that a regular Pokeball will be able to catch Blacephalon. But he was wrong. Blacephalon got caught in the regular Pokeball. Everyone, WHA. Ash. How did that even happen? I get that Pikachu and Eli weakened it, but still. Eli, big bro. Who are those guys? Pikachu. They're my friends. Oh, and the Lucario is Ricky. Eli. That's Ricky. Pikachu. Yep, hey, come here, you guys. The gang rushed towards the fort to check on them. Ash, are you guys all right? Pikachu, yeah. But how did? Seems like you found your friends again. Glad to see it. They turned to see someone that Izuku knew about. His eyes were incredibly surprised. It was Kathleen Bate, Kathleen Bate, a.k.a. Stars and Stripes. But how? To answer that, we need to go back to when Kathleen died. Flashback. Kathleen's eyes opened in a white void. Kathleen, what happened? Where am I? Is this heaven? No, it is not Kathleen Bate. Nor is it hell. Kathleen, wait, does that mean I'm in limbo? Well, not exactly. Kathleen, who are you? I do not disclose any information unless I deem it necessary. All you need to know is that I am giving you a second chance at life. Kathleen, what? What are you talking about? You will understand soon enough. Very soon, you will wake up in a land unfamiliar to you. Kathleen, Canada. So I guess I should have been a bit more specific than that. Listen, you will find your way home one day. But until then, remember to not waste your second chance at life. Kathleen, no offense whoever you are, but this sounds very far-fetched. The strange voice chuckles for some reason. Sorry, I couldn't help but chuckle. Anyways, as you humans say, seeing is believing. So, you're about to see for yourself. Kathleen then blacked out. Later, Tepig. Hey, wake up, Tepig. Hey, wake up. Come on. Please. Wake up. Kathleen slowly opened her eyes and saw the Tepig's ears. Kathleen, All Might. Tepig went up to her face. Tepig. Who? Kathleen's eyes shot open. Kathleen, what the? She shot up. Tepig. Glad you're okay. I saw you falling from the sky. But you landed on a bunch of trees which slowed your descent, so I wasn't sure whether you survived or not. But, no offense, you're kind of freaky. Kathleen, hey. Tepig. Sorry. But you grabbed my face after I told your sleeping self I was a Tepig. Kathleen, why were you talking to me while I slept? Tepig. I was actually talking to myself. But that's not the point. When you grabbed me, you said, Tepig will now shoot water out of its nose. And now, ACHO. Tepig sneezed out water, surprising. Kathleen. Tepig. Sniff C. I don't even know how that is physically possible. You know, for Tepig. Kathleen. How is that possible? I thought my quirk was stolen. Something strange is happening here. Tepig. A Mississippi Kathleen, oh. Sorry. I know why this happened. It's my quirk. Tepig. You're what? Kathleen. My quirk. Don't you know about those? You know, superpowers that 80% of the world have. Tepig. I have no idea what you're talking about. Humans don't have superpowers. Kathleen. But what about you? Tepig. I'm a Pokemon. Duh. Kathleen. What's a Pokemon? Tepig. What? You don't know. Kathleen. Wait, that voice I heard. It must have somehow brought me back to life, given back my quirk, and sent me to another world. Tepig. What are you talking about? Kathleen, oh. I guess I should explain. Kathleen went on to explain her world to Tepig. Tepig, whoa. That is cool, scary, and strange at the same time. So, you died and were brought back to life. And, somehow, transported to my world. We need to get you back somehow. Kathleen, then I better find the answer. Tepig, no. We must find the answer. Together. Kathleen, huh? Tepig, I want to help you. So will you let me? Kathleen, if we somehow get back to my world, you do know how dangerous it will be, right? Tepig, I know. But I want to do something for the benefit of others throughout my life. Make it something worthwhile. What better way than to help a heroine save her world? Kathleen smiled. Kathleen, thank you. What's your name? Tepig, I don't have one. Why don't you come up with one for me? Kathleen, Pigmite. Tepig, Pigmite. Kathleen, my MSTR All Might. He had these bangs like your ears. That's why I confused you for All Might. So Pigmite. Tepig smiled. Tepig, I like that name. Okay, from here on out, I will be Pigmite. Into flashback, Izuku. No way, Kaneko. Izuku. What's wrong? Izuku had stars in his eyes. Izuku. OHMYRCUSYOURESTRSANDSDRIPSD CHINUMBER. 1. HERO of FAMERICBUTHOWERE IOUHEREIKCHU GHTYOUWEREKLLEDON YOURWAYTOJPN. Translation. OH my Arceus. Your stars and stripes. The number one hero of America. But how are you here? I thought you were killed on your way to Japan and mutter. Kaneko. Snap out of it, Izuku. Izuku, oh. Sorry. Kathleen laughed. Kathleen, looking at your outfit, I can tell you're from my world. It's been a while since I met someone from my world. Eri. Hello, Ms. Star. Kathleen, you're such an adorable little girl. Izuku. This is my adopted daughter, Eri Midoriya. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Can I have your autograph? Everyone except for Izuku, Eri, and Kathleen deadpanned. Kaneko. I had no idea he was such a fanboy. I mean, I know he idolizes All Might, but I thought it was just All Might. Kathleen overheard her. Kathleen, so a fellow fan of All Might, huh? Sure thing, kid. She signed his notebook. Izuku had stars in his eyes, and it was adorable. Kaneko blushed, seeing him like that. Kaneko, was he always this cute? Wait, why am I thinking that? Kathleen, as for how I'm alive, I'm still piecing the answer together. For now, though, I'll tell you what I know. The two Esper and Eli approached the gang. Izuku. Eli, are you traveling with my big bro Izuku, yeah? Eli, do you think you can capture us so we can help you out? Izuku. Hey, are you sure? Eli, yeah. I want to help out and be a hero like big bro Esper. And we believe you can help us with evolving. Izuku smiled. Izuku. Sure thing. Kaneko. I'll take one of the Esper. You take Eli. Izuku. Okay. And I think I know someone who would love the other Esper. Ricky who? Izuku. My homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa. He's a cat person. He loves all cats. Meowth's ears perked up. Meowth. All cats. Izuku then caught Eli and one of the Esper while Kaneko caught the other one. Izuku put Melody and the Esper in the box and brought out Eli, who climbed on top of Izuku's shoulder. Pikachu, nice up there, isn't it? Eli, you bet, big bro Kathleen. Now, I should tell you all how I'm still alive. But first, I believe you should take this Ultra Beast. I'm sure you can put to good use. Kathleen gives the caught Blacephalon to Izuku, who places it in the box. Kathleen then went on to tell them everything. Kathleen, and that's everything that's happened since I left America. Ash, good thing you're alive. I know how it feels to be dead. It's not a good thing. Everyone looks at him. Izuku, I'm sorry, what? Ash, anyways, what's your quirk? Everyone, he just ignored the question. Kathleen, it's called New Order. It allows me to set a rule onto my surroundings after touching the target and calling out their name, allowing me to manipulate and bestow new properties onto themselves and the world around them. This can range from simple descriptions to more conditional ones based on cause and effect. I can give myself additional abilities as well as manipulate the condition of my opponent's body. Aside from physical entities such as people, New Order is able to affect incorporeal things such as the air, laser beams, and even other quirks. I can even impose new rules on New Order itself. The rules remain active even if the quirk is removed. However, I can only make 2 rules at once, and the limits aren't omnipotent. I can't just make myself invincible or something. Izuku was muttering about New Order. Kaneko, wait. You have a quirk that could defy reality itself, and you still lost. Why? Izuku, hang on. It might be because Shigaraki is having an identity crisis right now. He probably isn't sure if he's Tamura Shigaraki All for One, or even Tenko Shimura. So her quirk probably won't work on him. Kathleen, now that you mention it, I did impose a rule on him that if he moved, his heart would stop. That explains why it didn't work. Kaneko, sorry. Kathleen, don't be. It's not like you knew. Izuku, hey, why don't you join us on our journey? Kathleen, I'd like to, but Pig might, and I need to find a way to get back home. Izuku, that's exactly what our journey's end goal is. Kathleen, it is. Ricky, if Seiji wins the Pokemon League, he'll get the Azure Flute. Pigmite, of course. That's the key to getting to Arceus. Kathleen, okay, what am I missing here? Ricky, Arceus is the god of our world. Kaneko flinched. Ricky, if anyone can get you guys back, it's him. But to do that, Seiji needs to win the league. Pigmite, and before he can do that, he needs to get 8 gym badges. Kathleen, oh, now I understand. In that case, heck yeah, I'll join you. Izuku, Omi Arceus were traveling with the number 1 Haruf Americathizis the greatest Twait. Translation, oh my Arceus. We're traveling with the number 1 hero of America. This is the greatest. I can't wait. Eli, does he do this often? Almost everyone shrugs. Eri, you'll get used to it. Sunshine, it's making my head spin. Izuku, sorry. Kaneko, why is he so cute? Kathleen, one question before we continue. Izuku, sure. You can ask me anything. Kathleen, how did you adopt that little girl? Did a Pokemon introduce you to her or something? Eri then took off her hat. Kathleen, oh, she's from our world too. Izuku, yeah, but I'm not sure if I should. Eri, you can tell her and Ms. Kitty Papa. I'm okay with it. Izuku, or are you sure? Eri nods. Kathleen, wait. Ms. Kitty. Kaneko showed her Nakomata side. Kathleen, is that your quirk? Kaneko, actually, I'm from a different world. She went on to explain her world. Kathleen, I'm going to be honest here. That sounds awesome. Anyways, about how you adopted tell them how he saved Eri and what she went through. Kaneko, she was experimented on. Like Yudo, maybe worse. How awful. I'm glad Izuku saved her. No wonder she calls him Papa. Kathleen put her hand on Eri. Kathleen, you're a brave little girl, you know that. Eri smiled brightly. Ricky, later, the gang had finally gone back on their journey. Eli, so, what type does the next gym specialize in? Pikachu, psychic. I'm not a big fan of psychic types, though. Izuku, why is that? Ash, we've had a lot of trouble with psychic types in the past. We don't want to talk about it. Izuku, I'll take your word for it. The gang finally arrived in Lily Cove City. Kathleen, whoa, this place is nice. Blaze, this is Lily Cove City, a place that's undergoing a sort of revival thanks to Pokemon contests. Kaneko, Pokemon contests. Izuku, what are those? Ash, well, Pokemon contests are when a trainer uses their Pokemon on stage and they go all flash and bush and are judged for that. Kathleen, what? Kaneko, for the love of. Pikachu, good grief, Ash. They don't understand what you mean like I do. Eli, you understand what he's saying, big bro. Pikachu, I've known him for 6 years now. I was able to catch on. Eli, you're so cool, big bro. Kathleen, your little brother idolizes you. Pikachu, I wish he'd stop over-exaggerating so much. Ricky, Inazuna, you literally raised him on your own. It's only natural. Blaze popped out his Pokeball and held Eri's hand. Blaze, let me explain about Pokemon contests. You see, Pokemon contests are a type of competition often contrasted with Pokemon battles and held in contest halls. Pokemon are judged on their condition and moves in 2 rounds to determine which one is the best of its category. A Pokemon contest is divided into 2 parts. In the first round, called the performance stage, coordinators have their Pokemon performing their moves in order to showcase their style and skill. The appeals are awarded points by a panel of judges. The coordinators with the highest scores proceed to the next round. The number of coordinators that advance to the second round varies. The second round is the battle stage, in which coordinators compete in Pokemon battles while continuing to show off their Pokemon style and skill. Each battle lasts 5 minutes, and the object of the battle is to decrease the opponent's points. Coordinators lose points when their Pokémon are hit by an attack, when their Pokémon's attack fails, when the opponent's Pokémon performs a particularly appealing move, or when the opponent's Pokémon uses their Pokémon's attack to its own advantage. A battle can also end when one of the Pokémon is unable to battle, called battle off by the judges. In this case, the coordinator with the remaining Pokémon is declared the winner. A coordinator needs a contest pass from a particular region to enter Pokémon contests there. Coordinators who win 5 ribbons of a specific region are able to enter that region's grand festival. A ribbon won from events, such as the Wallace Cup, can be used in any region. Also, ribbons do not expire, and multiple years can be used to collect the 5 needed for the grand festival. However, after being used to enter the grand festival, the 5 cannot be used again. Winners of the grand festival earn the ribbon cup and become top coordinators. Kaneko. See, that's a much better explanation. Kathleen. If we weren't trying to get back home, I would totally try it out. Eri, how do you know so much? Blaze, my little sister. She always dreamed of joining a contest, so I researched everything about Pokémon contests and taught her what she needed to know. Ash, that's very nice of you. Blaze, thanks. Pikachu. Well, the boat to Moss Deep City should be here in about 2 hours, so we'll have to wait for a little while. Ash. Pikachu, it's great to see you guys again. They turn to see Ash and Pikachu Dawn. Piplup. Ash and Pikachu Dawn. Piplup. Dawn. Long time no see you two. Ash and Dawn high-five each other. Piplup. Hey, who are these guys? Ash, oh, these are my new friends. This is Izuku, Midoriya, his Lucario, Ricky Steele, his Rabbit, Blaze, his Pikachu Eli, his adopted daughter, Eri Midoriya, Kaneko Tujo, Sunshine, Solar Flare Pearl Leaf, Molly, Kaneko Tujo, her Glacian, Lazuli, Kathleen Bate, and her Pignite Pigmite. Dawn, nice to meet you all. I'm Dawn, and this is Piplup. Piplup, yo. Izuku, Piplup. Rotom Phone, Piplup, the penguin Pokemon. A water type. Piplup is a proud Pokemon and an excellent swimmer, and it has a layer of down that keeps out the cold. Izuku, that's really cool. Dawn then noticed Meowth. Dawn, Meowth, why are you here? Izuku filled her in on what happened. Dawn, oh, I understand. Sorry, Meowth. Meowth, it's fine. Dawn, hey Pikachu. Pikachu, what's up? Dawn, I have someone who's been dying to see you for a while now. Pikachu, huh? Who is O? Dawn and Piplup chuckled a little. Eri, why O? Everyone else shrugged. Dawn, come on out. She threw a pokeball, and out came. She threw a pokeball, and out came. Blaze's eyes widened. Izuku, what Pokemon is that? Rotom Phone, Buniri, the rabbit Pokemon. Buniri perks up its ears at the first sign of danger. It tucks its head into its fur to sleep on cold nights. Izuku, oh, I see. Why is she wearing a vest? Dawn, because she loves to wear it. Kathleen, makes sense. Buniri, Pikachu. Pikachu. She jumped toward Pikachu and knocked him to the ground. Buniri, I missed you so much. She was nuzzling his cheek. Pikachu, Buniri. Please stop. Whoa. Blaze was giving him a death stare. Pikachu, Blaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Buniri, wait, Blaze. She looked towards Blaze and gasped. Buniri, brother. Everyone, brother. Blaze, Peebo, mind explaining why my little sister was nuzzling you? Pikachu, whoa, whoa, whoa. Buniri, come on, brother. Why are you always so overprotective? Blaze, Kyra, you my only sister. Of course I'd be overprotective of you. Pikachu, wait, your name is Kyra. Dawn, why didn't you tell me? Piplup, or me? Kyra, you never asked. Blaze, so I'm going to burn you to a crisp, Peebo. Blaze started chasing Pikachu around. While that was happening, Ash filled Dawn in on all that has happened. Dawn, well, Izuku, I wish you good luck. Piplup, hang on, why don't we travel with them again and help cheer them on? Dawn, I don't mind it. What about you guys? Kaneko, the more the merrier. Ash, sure thing. You should see Ricky in action. He almost defeated Greninja. Dawn, whoa, really? Then Ricky must be strong. After that, the gang saved Pikachu from Blaze, and they got ready to depart on the boat. But 30 minutes before it arrived. Keep away. The gang turned to see James running away from Jesse. No, that isn't Jesse. Meowth. Oy vey. Not her. Dawn. Hey, I remember her. Ash. So do I. Izuku. Who is that? Dawn. That's Jessie Bell. Dawn. That's Jessie Bell. Jessie Bell, Vile Plume go. Rotom Phone. Vile Plume, the flower Pokémon. Rotom Phone. Vile Plume, the flower Pokémon. A grass and poison type. Using the largest flower petals in the world, it spreads large clouds of pollen that cause allergic reactions. Dawn. She's James' fiancée. But she's a total control freak who is a stuck-up, elitist woman and obsessive. James doesn't want to marry her, but she is constantly trying to force him into it. Kaneko. That sounds like with Rias. Ash. I still don't know what a fiancé is. Everyone looked at him funny. Dawn. Sai still as clueless as ever, I see. Jessie Bell. Stun Spore. Vile Plume used Stun Spore and caused James to fall down unable to move. Jessie Bell laughed like a madwoman. Jessie Bell. No more running now. James was terrified, but then Izuku grabbed her shoulder, his hair covering his eyes. Jessie Bell. Huh. Who are you? James. Wait, I remember you. Izuku, hey. Let him go. He doesn't want to marry you. Jessie Bell. This doesn't concern a low-class person like you. Izuku didn't show any reaction for it. Dawn. I kinda expected him to get angry at that comment. Meowth, nah. The twerp's been told much worse. Dawn, Piplup, Kyra, Kathleen, and Pigmite. What do you mean? Blaze, trust us. You don't want to know. Izuku. I said, leave him alone. If he doesn't want to marry you, he doesn't want to marry you. End of story. Jessie Bell. And I said for you to stay out of it. This doesn't concern you. Izuku. You know, all my life, I want to be a hero. And you should know meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. Now I'm going to say this one last time. Leave him alone. Danger Sense went off, and Jessie Bell tried to punch him. But he caught her fist. Jessie Bell, WH what? Izuku. I guess you leave me no choice. Just as he was about to use one for all. Hey kid, what's going on? He turned to see. Izuku. Who are you? I'm Officer Jenny. Now, could you please tell me what's going on? Jessie Bell. He tried to attack me for no reason. Izuku what? Jenny, I see. Izuku. Jenny, I just need you to answer some questions. Jessie Bell. Yes. Jenny. If that's true, why is he only holding your shoulder and fist? Also, why is it that the man with blue hair is scared of you, but not him? Jessie Bell started sweating. Jessie Bell? Izuku. Can I give you my side of the story, ma'am? Jenny. Call me Jenny. And yes. Izuku. I saw her chasing that man, trying to force him to marry her. She had her Vile Plume use Stun Spore on him so he would stop running away. I simply grabbed her shoulder and told her stop, but she said that it doesn't concern a low-class person like me. Not the worst thing I've been called, but it was still rude. After trying to convince her 3 times, she tried to punch me, and I caught her fist. Truth be told, I was planning on punching her, but then you came and here we are. Jessie Bell. He's lying. Jenny. Why would he lie about that? If he was really lying, he wouldn't have openly stated that he was going to punch you. I believe him. But kid, why did you do that? Izuku. Because it's always been my dream to become a hero. And my idol once told me that meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. Jenny pat him on the head. Jenny, you've got guts, kid. Pretty heroic of you, if you ask me. She approached James. Jenny, I need you to tell me the truth. Whose side of the story is correct? James. It's Izuku Midoriya's side of the story that's correct. Jenny. Is that your name, kid? Izuku, yes. Jenny. All right then, miss. You're under arrest for harassing this man and trying to punch a minor. And with that, Jessie Bell was taken away. Izuku held out his hand. Izuku. James, are you okay? James started to cry tears of joy and hugged him. James, wah. Thank you so much. I'm finally free from her. Izuku gently pat his back. Izuku, it's okay. You have nothing to fear now. Because I am here. Dawn, wow. Never thought I'd see this side of James. Kathleen, you should know, Dawn, bad guys are people too. They aren't born. They're created. Every villain usually has a reason why they went down the path of evil. I'm willing to bet that Jessie Bell was the reason why James became a villain in the first place. Kaneko. I wonder would he be willing to help Rias. I shouldn't ask him about it yet. He already has his own problems. After that, James decided to join the others for two reasons: to find Jesse and to repay his debt to Izuku. Even if Izuku said that there was no need for him to feel indebted to him. With that, they boarded the boat to Moss Deep City and took off. The gang has finally arrived in Moss Deep City. Kaneko. So this is Moss Deep City. It's pretty cool, Kaneko. So this is Moss Deep City. It's pretty cool. Ash, I know, right? Meowth. Jesse, James and I once tried to steal their rocket. Izuku, why? James, we're Team Rocket. Kind of in the name. Kathleen, makes a bit of sense. Dawn, I'm sure your gym battle there was a good one, Ash. Ash, it was. Pikachu and Swellow fought hard. Can't wait to see how Izuku will handle it. The team went to the gym and entered to find the team went to the gym and entered to find Dash. See, there's no need to fight. See, there's no need to fight Dash. You're right. Izuku, a Sylvian. The three looked towards the gang. Ash, hey Tate. Hey Liza. Pikachu, it's been a while. Tate and Liza. Ash. Pikachu, great to see you again. Sunshine, Mommy Sylvia. Sunshine went up to hug Sylvia. Sylvia, Sunshine, I was so worried about you. I'm glad you're okay. Sunshine, it's thanks to my new friends. Sylvia approached them. Sylvia, so you guys took care of her. Thanks. I'm Sylvia. Everyone introduced themselves to her. Flair, it's great to see you again, Sylvia. Sylvia, I'll say. So is the gang all together? Lazuli, not really. We still don't know where Black, Crystal, and Speed are. I mean, our friend, Izuku has an Umbreon, but he's not black. He's stronger and way more interactive. Sylvia, can't wait to meet him. Izuku, her energetic personality kind of reminds me of Nijire. Kaneko, Tate, Liza, I'm surprised you two are getting along so well. Siblings tend to fight a lot. Izuku, it's because of Sylvia's ribbon-like feelers. They send out waves that have a calming effect that can put a stop to conflicts. Kaneko, really? Izuku nodded. Izuku. So, Tate, Liza, I'm here to challenge you both to a gym battle. Tate and Liza, we accept your challenge. That's when Max and Bonnie came in. Max. Hey Tate, Liza, I'm here to Ash. Izuku. Ash. Max Bonnie. Izuku. Hey Max, hey Bonnie. It's been a while. Ricky, you're here to challenge this gym too. Max, yeah. Now that the grand festival is over, we can focus on my side of the journey. Bonnie, hey Dawn. Thanks again for the great match. Dawn, hang on. You three know each other. Max, we met at the Do4 gym. Didn't think we'd see each other until the league. Is that Ricky? He evolved. Ricky, sure did. Liza, hey Izuku, would you mind if Max joins you? Our gym battle involves double battles, and we both fight you, so it would be fair to do so. Izuku, I'm in. What about you, Max? Max, sure thing. With that, they went to the battlefield. Referee, the battle between the gym leaders, Tate and Liza, and the challengers, Izuku Midoriya and Max Maple, will now begin. Each trainer gets to use one Pokémon and only one. The battle will be over when both Pokémon on either side will be unable to continue. Send out your Pokémon. Tate and Liza, go Solrock/Lunatone. Tate and Liza, go Solrock/Lunatone. Rotom Phone, Solrock, the Meteorite Pokémon. A rock and psychic type. Sunlight is the only source of Solrock's power. It can float silently through the air. Lunatone, the Meteorite Pokémon. A rock and psychic type. Lunatone is believed by some people to have come from outer space. It moves around most actively during full moons, and its powerful red eyes instill fear in anyone who beholds them. Max, Gardevoir, I choose you. He sent out a Gardevoir. Rotom Phone, Gardevoir, the Embrace Pokémon. A psychic and fairy type. If Gardevoir's trainer needs protecting, Gardevoir creates a small black using all of its psychic power. Izuku, incredible. Ricky, let's go beyond. Ricky, right? Referee, battle begin. Max, Gardevoir. Light screen, Gardevoir on it. Izuku, what's this? Izuku, what's this? Max, light screen. It's a move that halves the damage of ranged attacks. When I saw Ash fight Tate and Liza, I noticed that a majority of their moves don't make physical contact. So Light Screen will have that power. Izuku, have huh? Kaneko, that's a smart move. Bonnie, Max, Dawn, and I have learned a lot while traveling with Ash. Dawn, not just us. We both know that Ash has traveled with way more people. Ash, you're not wrong. Liza, use Ice Beam. Lunatone, Ice Beam. Izuku, dodge it. Max, you too. Ricky dodged it. Izuku, use Aura Sphere on Soul Rock. Ricky fired off an Aura Sphere at Soul Rock. Tate, use Psychic and launch it back. Soul Rock did just that. Izuku, one for Aura. Use it with Bone Rush to knock it back. Ricky powered up one for Aura and used Bone Rush like a bat, knocking the Aura Sphere at Soul Rock in even greater speed. Too great for it to avoid. Max, Future Sight. Gardevoir used Future Sight and wormholes appeared, and electrified psychic energy went into those wormholes. Liza, Light Screen. Lunatone used Light Screen as well. Max, Moonblast. Gardevoir used Moonblast, but the Light Screen appeared around Lunatone, having the damage. Max pushed his glasses up. Max, I had a feeling something like this would happen. So I taught Gardevoir a physical move. Shadow Sneak. Gardevoir's shadow snuck up behind Lunatone and started hitting it. Since it's a physical move, it's not affected by Light Screen. On top of that, being a ghost-type move, it is super effective. Tate, Solar Beam. Soul Rock started to gather up sunlight. Max, Izuku, you have to act fast. Solar Beam is a powerful grass-type move. Izuku nods. Izuku, Leaf Blade. Tate, Liza, Soul Rock, Lunatone, Max, Gardevoir, Bonnie, Dawn, Piplup, Kyra, Sylvia, James, and Dedenne. Wait, what? Ricky jumped towards Soul Rock and used Leaf Blade and hit Soul Rock, causing a critical hit. Max, how? No Lucario can use Leaf Blade. When Lucario landed, everyone took notice that Ricky's right eye turned green and Izuku's left eye turned red. And then you know what comes next? You know what comes next. Bonnie, I asked it what I think it is. Kyra, Pikachu, isn't that Pikachu nods? Pikachu it is. Max, OH my Arceus. Izuku, ready Ricky. Ricky ready. Soul Rock then unleashed Solar Beam, but thanks to Danger Sense, they avoided it. Izuku, Float. Ricky jumped up used Float to stay in the air. Gardevoir. Max, that is no normal Lucario. Max, clearly. Liza, Ice Beam. Lunatone shot Ice Beam at them and hit them, but they felt half the pain they should have felt thanks to Light Screen. That's when Future Sight came in and hit the two Meteorite Pokémon, causing a decent amount of damage. Max, Izuku, can you bring Ricky over here? I have an idea. Izuku nods. Izuku, Ricky, come over here. Ricky, coming. Ricky came over. Izuku, what's the plan? Max, what can Ricky do like this? 'Cause I know Lucario don't fly. Ricky, I was floating. There's a difference. Izuku, well, in this form, we share powers. So right now, he has my powers. The other powers are called Smokescreen. It's self-explanatory. Danger Sense, also self-explanatory. Fa Gene, by repeating a motion over and over again, we can temporarily store kinetic energy to be released later. And Black Whip, we can shoot out black tendrils of energy and use them for mobility or as a capture weapon. Max, perfect. Here's the plan. I need you and Ricky to capture those two with Black Whip, but you'll have to slow them down a little. Think you can do that? Izuku on it. Let's do this, Ricky. Ricky, right? Izuku, Water Shuriken. Ricky launched his Water Shurikens at Soul Rock and Lunatone. Liza, use Psychic and have them hit each other. Lunatone did just that. Izuku, Smokescreen. Ricky sent out a massive blast of purple smoke. Tate, how can we see anything in here? Izuku, Ricky, find their aura. Izuku then saw the world through Ricky's eyes and found where they were. Izuku there. Go. Ricky launched himself towards them, and then the attack hit both Pokémon and dealt lots of damage to them while clearing the smoke for everyone to see what happened. The attack hit both Pokémon and dealt lots of damage to them while clearing the smoke for everyone to see what happened. Soul Rock and Lunatone were sent to the ground. Tate, what? Max, that was Darkest Lariat. Ricky, another one. You bet, another one. The name's Wildfire. Great job unlocking my signature move. But there's no time to waste. Dash, the name's Wildfire. Great job unlocking my signature move. But there's no time to waste. Ricky nodded, and the spirit left. Izuku, quick, Ricky. Black Whip. Ricky shot out Black Whip and caught Soul Rock and Lunatone from a far distance. Thanks to the massive damage from the Darkest Lariat, they didn't have enough strength to break free. Max, great job, you guys. Gardevoir, and I will finish it off with this. Max, great job, you guys. Gardevoir, and I will finish it off with this. Izuku, what's that? Max, a Z ring. With it, I'm able to use a powerful move known as a Z move. He then takes out Max. This is a Ghostium Z crystal. Max, this is a Ghostium Z crystal. With it, Gardevoir, and I will be able to use the Ghost-type Z move. Get ready. Izuku, right? First, he crossed his hands over his face. Then the Z crystal started to shine brightly. Then he brought his arms down and crossed them in front of him. And then he brought his hands up in a classic ghost position, when kids pretend to be ghosts. And then he brought his arms down and crossed them in front of him. And then he brought his hands up in a classic ghost position, when kids pretend to be ghosts. And then the hands all reached for the two Pokémon and a massive explosion happened. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, the two Pokémon were knocked out. Kaneko, that was incredible. Referee, Solrock and Lunatone are both unable to battle. This means that the victory goes to Izuku, Midoriya, and Max Maple are the victors. Ricky and Izuku go back to normal. Max, all right. We won. Izuku, yeah. Great job, you guys. Max, thanks. But we couldn't have done it without you. And so, Liza, you guys were incredible. Tate, take this. Tate, the Mind Badge. Tate, the Mind Badge. Proof of your victory here. They both take their Mind Badges. Max, thanks. Now I can enter the league. Izuku, wait, what? Max, yeah. Bonnie and I went out of order. How many badges do you have left? Izuku, just one now. Izuku showed Max's badges. Max, seems you're missing the Rain Badge in Satopolis City. Izuku, then that's where we head to next. Max holds out his hand. Max, I'll meet you at the Pokemon League. Izuku shook his hand. Izuku, I'll win it. Max, as much as I want you to win it, I'm not just going to throw in the towel. So let's make our battle at the league a good one. Deal. Izuku, deal. And with that, they all left the gym and rented boats to head to their next destination. Luckily, they were able to earn enough money to do so. The team was getting closer to Satopolis City. During their boat ride, Kaneko was filling Dawn in about sacred gears. Izuku, we're almost there. But then, stop. They turn to see Izuku. What Pokemon is that? Izuku, what Pokemon is that? Rotom Phone. Feeney's in, the dolphin Pokemon. A water type. It likes playing with others, using the water ring on its tail. It uses ultrasonic waves, emotions of other living creatures. Then, a bunch of other water Pokemon show up. Dash. There's two of them. Kathleen, 10 water Pokemon. Izuku. I recognize some of them. But who are the others? Rotom Phone. Poliwag, the tadpole Pokemon. A water type. The swirl on its body is its internal organs seen through its skin. The swirl can look different depending on where a Poliwag lives. Izuku, a tadpole, huh? Rotom Phone. Slowking, the royal Pokemon. A water and psychic type. If a Shelder bites a Slowpoke's tail, Slowpoke evolves into Slowbro. But if a Shelder bites a Slowpoke's head, the Slowpoke evolves into Slowking with the intelligence of a genius. Izuku. Genius, huh? Rotom Phone. Binacle, the two-handed Pokemon. A rock and water type. Binacles stretch and contract their bodies to pull their rocks along with them. They eat seaweed that they find washed up on shore. Izuku. Stretch and contract. That's like Shoji's Dupliarms. Rotom Phone. Azurill, the water ball Pokemon. A water type. Azurill is able to throw its tail like a lasso, using the momentum to move about. Izuku. Interesting. Rotom Phone. Surskit, the pond skater Pokemon. A bug and water type. Surskit moves as if skating across the water. Izuku, skating. Rotom Phone. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokemon. A water type. During battle, Squirtle hides in its shell that sprays water at its opponent whenever it can. Izuku. Sprays water, huh? Rotom Phone. Froakie, the bubble frog Pokémon. A water type, Froakie protects its body with tiny bubbles. Although it may appear defenseless, it constantly checks its surroundings. Greninja is its final evolved form. Zen, you're not going any further. Kathleen, why not? What do we do? Froakie, it's because of you humans that our home is being destroyed. Izuku, hold on. What are you talking about? Surskit, you humans are in league with that dumb bald guy with the Electivire. Dawn, dumb bald guy with an Electivire. Izuku, could you give us more detail, please? Poliwag1, as if we would tell you humans when you kidnapped our newest friend. Izuku, what? Ricky, what do you mean, kidnap? Sobble, our friend, Crystal. You humans kidnapped her and are going to sell her. Pikachu, back up. Is this Crystal a Vaporeon? Squirtle, yeah. Pikachu, you gotta let us through so we can save her. Izuku, Pikachu, why did you get that reaction after hearing this? Crystal is Pikachu. She's Flair's sister. Everyone, the Eve Evolution Squad, Pikachu, and Eli, what? Izuku, please, let us through. Azrael, no. How are we supposed to trust you? Izuku, please, let us help you. We want to save your home. Zen, why? What do you have to gain from this? Izuku, nothing. Nor do we want to gain anything. Just knowing that you're home, and you are safe is good enough. The water Pokemon stayed quiet for a minute. But then Zen, fine. We, the ocean defenders, will guide you. But if you don't keep your word, you will pay for it. They then showed the way. They reached their destination and saw that there was some construction going on over the reef of where they live. They were destroying the reef without any second thought. Izuku, this is awful. Kaneko, these people aren't even caring about the Pokemon that live here. Pikachu, look, they saw she was trapped in a cage. She was trapped in a cage. And in front of that cage was author's note. I hate this guy. Dash, author's note. I hate this guy. Ash, hey, I remember him. It's that guy, Mr. Greedy Creep. Izuku, huh? Ash, wait, that's not his name. I forgot it. Dawn, Ash, you know that guy. Ash, he tried to get rid of my friend Kiawe's farm, the Masked Royals Arena, even used an Ultra Beast as a pedestal. He uses dirty tactics to get what he wants, like blocking the water that Kiawe's farm uses, cheating in arena matches. He once had his Electivire use Thunder on Kiawe's little sister. Everyone, what? Froakie, so let me get this straight. You stopped it before. Ash, multiple times. Zen, guess we can trust you guys. Squirtle, wait. Where'd the broccoli kid go? He was gone. That's it. Keep it coming. Crystal, why can't you just let us be? Who cares? No one's going to care about your home being destroyed. There's plenty of coral reefs in the world. Just move there. Worker, Viren, sir. Viren, what now? Worker, is there supposed to be purple smoke coming around here? Viren, purple smoke. What are you talking about? He didn't answer back. Viren, ahem. I asked you a question. Izuku, I don't think he'll be answering you for a while now. I knocked him out. Viren, huh? Who are you? The smoke clears, and they see Izuku holding the unconscious body of Viren's worker. Izuku, I'm Izuku Midoriya, but you can call me Deku. And you? Viren, I'm Viren, CEO of Rainbow Happy Resorts. What do you think you're doing here? Izuku, stopping you from destroying this reef. Viren, you're wasting your time, kid. Electivire, get rid of him. Rotom Phone, Electivire, the Thunderbolt Pokemon. Rotom Phone, Electivire, the Thunderbolt Pokemon. An electric type. One Electivire can produce enough energy to power every building in a large city for an entire year. Izuku, I see. I can't use my quirks without drawing suspicion. So Tamao, let's go beyond. Izuku brought out Tamao. Tamao, let's do this. He sees Crystal. Tamao, whoa. Who the heck would dare cage a beauty like her? Crystal blushed. Crystal, be beauty. Izuku, he did. I need your help to stop him. Tamao, you can count on me. Viren, Electivire, use Thunder Punch. Electivire charged at Tamao. Izuku, use Dig. Tamao burrowed his way down and avoided the Thunder Punch. Viren, hey, quit destroying my structure. Distracted, Viren forgot to take notice into the super effective attack that Tamao was about to unleash, and Electivire took a lot of damage. Izuku. Seems he cares more about his structures than his own Pokémon. Viren. Use Thunder. Electivire. Use Thunder. Izuku. Spin around and use Flamethrower. Izuku. Spin around and use Flamethrower. The flames were going everywhere. Izuku wasn't just aiming to defeat Electivire. He knew how Viren would act over losing. He would just continue destroying the reef regardless of whether he won or lost. He had to show him what it's like when something you care so much gets destroyed. Electivire's thunder was countered and he was hit instead, but Viren only cared for his structure that was getting destroyed. Viren, stop destroying it. I'm trying to build a water park here. Izuku, you're doing all of this for a stupid water park. That's why you're running these water Pokemon out of your home. The others were watching from a distance, and everyone but Eri was looking scared. Ricky, I've never seen him get this angry. Eri, I have. When Papa and I took down Overhaul. For most, it's terrifying, but I only see it that way if it's directed at someone who I care for. Not someone like Overhaul or that meanie over there. Viren, Electivire, use Rain Dance. Electivire used Rain Dance, and it started to rain. Izuku, Rain Dance, that's IT. Crystal, try and break out of the cage now. Crystal, right? Hydro Pump. Using Hydro Pump, Crystal was able to break free from the cage. Izuku, are you okay? Crystal, yeah, I'm fine. Thanks to you and that hot Umbreon over there. Tamao, are you flirting with me? Crystal, I'd say I'm pretty good at it. Tamao, Viren, use Thunder. Viren, use Thunder. Electivire tried to hit them with Thunder, but the other water Pokemon, Hydro Pump. The combined Hydro Pumps were able to easily counter the Thunder. Izuku, thanks you guys. Now, Tamao, let's hold on. They heard a voice from the sky. Looking up, they saw Ash, Tapu Koko. Izuku, Tapu Koko. Rotom Phone, Tapu Koko. The land spirit Pokemon, an electric and fairy type. This guardian deity of Melee is brimming with curiosity. It summons thunderclouds and stores their lightning inside its body. It confuses its enemies by flying too quickly for the eye to follow. It has a hair-trigger temper, but forgets what made it angry an instant later. Tapu Koko quickly came in front of Izuku. Tapu Koko, you. Izuku, WH what? Tapu Koko, here. He gives Izuku a Z ring, as well as 4 Z crystals. He gives Izuku a Z ring, as well as 4 Z crystals. Kaneko. Hey, aren't those Kaneko? Hey, aren't those Ash? Z crystals. Tapu Koko. Viren comes from the Alola region. I want you to defeat him with an Alola original move. Consider it a gift for a hero. Izuku gained a determined look and nodded. He then put the Darkium Z into the Z ring. And then Izuku, it's time to go beyond. Plus Ultra. Use Black Hole Eclipse. Izuku, it's time to go beyond. Plus Ultra. Use Black Hole Eclipse. Tamao jumped up and unleashed a huge black hole that Electivire, and even the entire construction, got sucked in before it exploded, destroying the structure, leaving Electivire fainted, and everyone splashed down into the water before getting caught by Izuku's black whip and taken to the boat. Izuku, is everyone okay? Tamaya, but that was awesome. Izuku, Tapu Koko, thank you. Tapu Koko, my pleasure. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to take Viren and his crew back to Alola and report them to Officer Jenny. Izuku, probably a lot of Jennies there too. Sure thing. He gives Tapu Koko the scammers, and they all left. The group was then encountered by the water Pokemon. Zen, hey, I'm sorry for being rude to you all. Izuku, it's alright. I understand. You were just worried that I would cause more harm. But now, you've got your home back. Zen, yeah, but we still have a lot of training to do before we can become the real ocean defenders. Izuku, if you'd like, I have a bunch of friends who are also training to become heroes. It's a long story, but I feel like you guys would be a great help to them. Azurill, really? You still want to help us even more. Izuku, it's what a hero is supposed to do, right? Zen, yeah, it is. What do you guys say? Water Pokemon, I'm in. Crystal then noticed Pikachu and Eli. Crystal, Peeboo, Eli, you guys are here too. Pikachu, yeah, we're all helping each other out. And I saw you flirting with Tamao. Crystal, you know him. Pikachu, we've been friends since before Eli hatched. Crystal, okay. I'm coming too. Izuku, then I guess I better catch you all. Izuku then proceeded to catch the Pokémon, and they continued on their journey until they finally arrived at Satopolis City. Meanwhile in Alola, so, did you give it to him? Tapu Koko, yes. I did. I am thankful that you suggested to have me give him a Z ring and those Z crystals. I expect that he will do more great things in the future. Yue was in panic. First, they lose Izuku, their best chance at surviving this war. And then, they lose his adoptive daughter, Eri. Everyone was worried, but none more so than Inko Midoriya. She was currently in her room that Yue provided her. Inko, Izuku Eri why? But then she heard footsteps, followed by the door to her room opening. And then she came face to face with the hooded figure that started this whole mess. Inko knew about the hooded figure because Aizawa told her what had happened. The hooded figure then walked towards her. Scared, Inko backed away and looked for a weapon. She then found one and picked it up. Inko, stand back. I have a chancla, and I'm not afraid to use it. The hooded figure stopped. Inko then heard a feminine voice from the hooded figure. Hooded figure, you're Inko Midoriya, am I correct? Inko nodded shakily. Hooded figure, you're worried about Izuku and Eri, aren't you? Again, she nodded shakily. Hooded figure, you don't have to worry about them. They're both safe. Inko, why should I believe you? Hooded figure, because I'm a mother as well. I wouldn't dare to hurt someone so important to a mother, such as yourself. Inko said nothing, and the hooded figure sighed. Hooded figure, I suppose introductions are in order. My name is she then takes off her hood to reveal, dash. Aurora. Inko, what did you do to my son and granddaughter? Aurora, I didn't do anything to Eri. As for Izuku, to explain what I did, I'll need to give you some insight. But rest assured, your son is okay. Inko, go on. Aurora, to get things straight, I'm not a human with a mutation quirk. I'm not human at all. Inko, what? Aurora, I'm what's known as a pocket monster. Or Pokémon, for short. Pokémon are creatures from a completely different world. A world where quirks do not exist. Inko, what? Aurora, yes. I come from a different world. However, up until a few years ago, you humans couldn't understand with us. Nowadays, Pokémon can speak human language. Pokémon are basically like those Nomu in your world. Creatures with multiple quirks. Unlike Nomu, however, we have a choice in what we do. Inko, and then they all look like you. Aurora, no. There are over 1,000 different kinds of Pokémon, but there are multiple Pokémon of the same kind. As for me, I'm a Lucario. Inko, Lucario. Aurora, yes. I'm the Aura Pokémon, Lucario. As for where your son is, he's currently in my world. Inko, so why did you send my son to your world? Aurora, Inko, would you do anything and everything for your son? Inko, of course. He's my baby boy. Why? Aurora, because so would I. And the fact that you would do anything and everything for your son shows how much of a caring mother you are. While I said that quirks don't exist, I slightly lied. There is one, a quirk just like your son's. One for aura. It stockpiles aura and turns it into strength. Inko's eyes widened. Inko, is it well known? Aurora shook her head. Aurora, it's not that well known. Inko, how do you know about it though? Aurora, my husband, Max Steele, and my son, Ricky Steele, are the 9th and 10th users of this quirk. Inko, what? Aurora nodded. Aurora, unfortunately, Max died before Ricky was born, and I have no idea how to control one for aura. It pains me every time I see Ricky use it. Whenever he uses it, he breaks his bones, and eventually, the time came for him to move out and become independent. But as a mother, I constantly worried about him, and I know you felt the same way when your son had to move out. Inko nodded. Aurora, about a week after he left, I prayed to my world's version of God, Arceus, to help him with controlling his power. That's when I was brought to him. Inko, wait, how? Aurora, as I just said, he's my world's version of God. Inko, oh, right? Aurora, needless to say, I was in complete shock and awe standing right in front of Arceus himself. He heard my pray and told me of a plan he had. Inko, what plan? Aurora, Here's the thing. There's this Pokémon known as Shalebi. Shalebi is a time-traveling Pokémon. One day, Shalebi made its way into your world and used its time-traveling abilities. And what it saw was the aftermath of the war that your son will soon be fighting in. And it wasn't that great. Inko was worried. Inko, did Izuku make it? I really hope he did. Aurora, don't worry, he survived. Inko, Aurora, it's one of the things I can do. As a Lucario, I have telepathy. Inko, whoa. Aurora, whoa indeed. Anyways, although the heroes won the war, the end result wasn't good. Tenko Shimura was killed, Himiko Toga died from BLD loss. Toya Todoroki was slowly dying. Katsuki Bakugo would have died if it weren't for Edge Shot. There were many major injuries that happened to Izuku in his class. Izuku ended up losing his arms for a little while. He also ended up with a big scar on the right side of his face, and your son lost his quirks. Inko, WH what? Aurora, I know. Although the heroes won, the outcome could have ended much better. When Shalebi saw what had happened, they rushed back to Arceus to inform him of what had happened. Inko looked down. Aurora. Not long after that, Arceus heard my wish to help my son. That's when he brought me to him. He then gave me a mission. He wanted me to send your son to our world. That way, he could teach my son how to control one for Aura. And also, while he's there, he will be able to build a massive army of Pokémon to help fight in this war and change the outcome of the fight. Inko looked at Aurora. Aurora, with an army of Pokémon joining the war, the outcome of this battle will be much different. That's why I sent Izuku to my world. He and Ricky will be able to help each other out. So please understand. I didn't like the fact that I ended up making you worried, but I only had one opportunity. It had to be when Izuku met with Kurogiri so that I could inject him with a trigger drag that had a bit of the ruler of space, Palkia's power in it in order to warp him to my world. When Izuku is ready in Arceus' eyes, he will be brought back to this world. Inko then hugged Aurora. Inko, thank you for helping him. Aurora hugged back. They then broke the hug. Inko, but what about Eri? Aurora, Arceus sent her to my world so she could reunite with Izuku. Arceus brought her to where one of my son's best friends were at, so he could join Izuku after helping Eri find him. Inko, thank you for telling me. Aurora, you're welcome. But please, don't tell anyone. The only reason I'm telling you is because you're Izuku's mother. I'm trusting you to keep this a secret. Inko, I understand. Thank you. Aurora, you're welcome. Now I have to leave before I'm spotted by anyone else. She puts her hood back on to hide her face, and she turns to leave. But before she opens the door, she stops and turns her head towards Inko. Aurora, Inko, we will meet again one day. I promise. We will meet again when your son returns. Inko, I'll be looking forward to it. Goodbye, Aurora. Aurora, goodbye, Inko. And with that, Aurora left without anyone else noticing. Inko, Izuku, I hope you and Ricky are getting along well. I look forward to seeing you and Eri again, as well as meeting Ricky. The team enter the gym. Wallace. Well, it's been a while since I've seen you, Ash. Wallace. Well, it's been a while since I've seen you, Ash. Ash. Hey, Wallace. Wallace then sees James and Meowth. Wallace, you. Kathleen, you don't need to worry. They're cool now. Wallace was skeptical, but Ash convinced him. Wallace. So, did you come here for a match? Ash, not me. Izuku, I am. Wallace, I see. Well, I accept your challenge. They then got into position. Izuku, this is it. If I win this, I enter the league. I have to give it my all. Referee. The battle between the gym leader Wallace and the challenger Izuku will now begin. Each side uses 4 Pokémon. Kaneko, 4, Dawn. Not all gyms follow the same code. This one is very different from the others. Referee. The first battle will be a double battle. When Juan's first 2 Pokémon are unable to battle, the rules will change into a single battle. When all 4 Pokémon on either side are unable to continue, the battle will be over. Furthermore, only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokémon. Battle begin. Wallace, Whiskash. Lovedisk. Go. Wallace, Whiskash. Lovedisk. Go. Izuku, let's see. Rotom Phone. Lovedisk, the rendezvous Pokémon. A water type. Lovedisk lives within warm ocean waters. It especially loves to sleep in the branches of Corsola. Whiskash, the Whiskers Pokémon. a water and ground type. Whiskash has strong territorial instincts and goes berserk when any enemy approaches, creating earthquakes. Izuku, I see. So using Eli isn't a good plan. And on this terrain, Blaze is at a major disadvantage. Same thing goes for Amber. In that case, Tamao. Melody, let's go beyond. He sends out Tamao and Melody. Wallace and Dawn, isn't that the Duford siren? Melody, I am. Wallace, I wasn't expecting this. Tamao, let's bring it on. Kathleen, why isn't he using his Lucario? Dawn, I wonder why as well. Izuku, Pikachu, and Kaneko, you'll see. Wallace, Lovedisk, use Water Pulse. Lovedisk shot out a ball of water. Izuku, Tamao, you use Water Pulse too. Wallace and Dawn, wait what? Tamao shot out Water Pulse, and the two attacks canceled each other out. Izuku, Tamao, jump on top of Melody. Melody, rush at them. Tamao jumped on top of Melody's back, and they dove into the water. Wallace, go after them. They did just that. Wallace, use Waterfall Whiskash. Whiskash dove under Tamao and Melody and rammed into Melody's stomach, sending them all up in the air. Izuku, Tamao, use Leaf Blade. Wallace, Leaf Blade. Tamao's tail became a Leaf Blade. The attack landed on Whiskash. Wallace, Attract. Izuku, Attract. Lovedisk used Attract on Tamao and Melody. Tamao, oh. The move had no effect on Melody, but Tamao became infatuated. Izuku, Tamao. What happened? Tamao, Lovedisk, you're so appealing, but Izuku. Use Thunderbolt. Tamao didn't do anything. Wallace, Aquatail. Whiskash used Aquatail on Tamao, and the attack landed, sending him into the water. Izuku, Tamao. Melody, save him. Melody, on it. Melody dove into the water and grabbed Tamao. Wallace, Lovedisk. Draining Kiss. Lovedisk dove into the water and gave both Melody and Tamao a draining kiss. Melody, GH. Izuku, DM in it. There has to be a way. Wait, that's IT. Melody, get as high up as you can. Melody heard his command and did just that. She shot up from the water. Wallace, what could he be planning? Izuku now. Use Ice Beam and freeze the water. Wallace's eyes widened. Primarina nodded and used Ice Beam on the water and froze the entire body of water with Lovedisk and Whiskash inside. The two then landed, and the effects of Attract wore off on Tamao. Tamao, huh? What happened? Why is the water frozen? Izuku, I'll explain later. Melody, jump again. Tamao, use Hyper Beam. Tamao jumped on Melody's back, and she jumped high into the air. Tamao, I wanted to say this for a long time. Emma firing my Lazar. Bwah. Tamao, I wanted to say this for a long time. Emma firing my Lazar. Bwah. Kaneko, did he just Pikachu? He's always been a fan of memes. Kyra, I thought he used to be a bully. Kaneko, memes are for everyone. Kathleen, she's right. The attack landed and defeated Lovedisk and Whiskash. Tamao and Melody landed back in the water. Referee, Lovedisk and Whiskash are unable to battle. Umbreon and Primarina win. Tamao, phew. Can't really move right now. Izuku, Tamao, Melody. I think you've done enough for now. Tamao, but Izuku, I understand you want to continue, but the way you both are now, I'm not so sure you can tackle on anymore. Tamao, all right. I understand. Melody, same. Izuku then returned the two. Dawn, why take them out of the fight completely? Kathleen, because he cares that much for his Pokémon. His decision is reasonable. Ash, nothing to worry about, though. Izuku and Wallace. Swap sides. Wallace, seeking. Your turn. Wallace, seeking. Your turn. Izuku, seeking. Rotom Phone, seeking the Goldfish Pokémon. A water type. Seeking is the evolved form of Goldeen. Its sharp, drill-like horn is capable of crushing even stone. Izuku, interesting. All right, Eli, let's go beyond. He sent out Eli. Eli, let's do this. Pikachu, you can do it, Eli. Kyra, wow. You seem to care for him. Pikachu, well, yeah. He's my little brother. Kyra, brother. Dawn, I didn't know you had a brother. Ash, how do you think I felt? Referee, begin. Wallace, use Rain Dance. Seeking use Rain Dance, and it started to rain. Arian, sunshine, yay. Musical note, it's raining. It's pouring. Musical note, Kyra. Ah, that's adorable. Izuku, Eli. Get ready. Eli got down on all fours. Wallace, surf. Seeking started surfing. Izuku. Dig's not going to work here. You surf as well. Eli started to surf towards him. Wallace, horn attack. Seeking's horn started to glow. Izuku stayed silent as he waited for the right time. And then Izuku, now Eli, use your lightning swords. Eli brought out an electric sword, and both attacks made contact. However, Seeking took much more damage. Izuku, now Eli, thunder punch. Eli's fist was coated in electricity and attacked Seeking. Wallace, hyper beam. Seeking redirected himself and hit Eli with hyper beam. Izuku, Eli. Pikachu, BRO. Eli was sent into the water, but he was still able to continue. Izuku, you okay? Eli, yeah. Izuku, I have a plan. Use your electric swords and put them in the water. Eli nodded and did just that. This caused the entire area to be electrified, and Seeking was in the water. This caused Seeking to faint. Referee, Seeking is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. Pikachu, all right, Eli. Eli, yes. Ricky, 1 to go. Wallace, I must say, I'm impressed. You've been able to counter my Pokémon by playing to the field's strengths. Izuku, in a battle with a hero and villain, you have to make use of your surroundings. Wallace, but you still have to face this. Milotic, Wallace, but you still have to face this. Milotic, Rotom Phone, Milotic, the tender Pokémon. A water type. Milotic is said to be the most appealing Pokémon in the world. Ricky, meh. I think Amber is much more appealing. Eli, let's keep going. Izuku, are you sure? Eli, yeah. Izuku, all right then. Use Volt Tackle. Eli started to use Volt Tackle and jumped across the platforms at incredible speeds. Wallace, use Twister. Izuku, Twister. Eli got hit by the Twister. Eli got hit by the Twister. Izuku, Eli. Eli was pushed back a bit, but he kept charging forward. Eli, I won't falter. Big Bro would push onwards. I will too. Eventually, despite the damage of constantly being hit by Twister, he was able to land a direct hit. Izuku, Eli, you did it. Eli, why yeah, I did. Wallace, use Recover. Milotic completely recovered. Milotic completely recovered. Eli, WH what? Wallace, Hydro Pump. Wallace, Hydro Pump. The attack hit Eli, and he was knocked out. Referee, Pikachu is unable to battle. Milotic wins. Eli, sorry. Izuku, don't be. You did great. Ricky, my turn. Izuku, yeah. Let's go beyond. Ricky jumped in. Referee, begin. Wallace, use Dragon Pulse. Izuku, you use Dragon Pulse too. Both Pokemon used Dragon Pulse and canceled each other out. Izuku, Leaf Blade. Wallace, what kind of Pokemon does he even have? Ricky used Leaf Blade and rushed towards Milotic. Wallace, Twister. Milotic once again used Twister and hit Ricky. Izuku, there's got to be a way to counter Twister. Wait, I got it. Ricky, I have a plan. Ricky, what's the plan? Izuku went on to tell him the plan while he was dodging a bunch of Dragon Pulses. Ricky, good idea. Izuku, Leaf Blade. Ricky got Leaf Blade ready and rushed towards Milotic. Wallace, Twister. Milotic fired off a Twister. Izuku now, Galar Strike. With the incredible wind pressure, Twister was countered. With the incredible wind pressure, Twister was countered. Wallace, that is incredible. Milotic was then hit by Leaf Blade. Ricky then jumped back. His right eye now green, while Izuku's left eye is red. And then a giant veil of aura appeared, and when it cleared, the two were in their powered-up form. A giant veil of aura appeared, and when it cleared, the two were in their powered-up form. Dawn, what? Kathleen, I did not see that coming. Izuku, Sinnoh Smash. Ricky rushed to Milotic and punched it in the face and sent it back. Wallace, dive underwater and use Twister. Milotic dove underwater and got right below Ricky. That's when Danger Sense went off. Izuku, below you. Ricky jumped off the platform and got far with Float, and a giant water tornado showed up right after. Ricky, that was close. Wallace, Hydro Pump. Milotic stopped the Twister and hit Ricky with Hydro Pump. Izuku ga. Ricky fell to the ground, but he got up. Wallace, recover. Milotic recovered from most of the damage. Izuku, DMN. Even if I still manage to do plenty of damage, the problem is that recover. It's like the super regeneration quirk. Izuku then remembers Izuku. That's it. Ricky, come over here. Izuku, that's it. Ricky, come over here. Ricky nodded and jumped to Izuku. Izuku then put on his Titanium Z. But then the crystal changed to Izuku. Is this a new Z crystal? Despite what happened, Izuku knew what to do. So he activated the Z crystal and Ricky charged up a lot of Z power. Wallace, I've got a bad feeling about this. Ricky rushed at Milotic and the blows just kept coming. The blows just kept coming. Wallace, quick, keep using recover. Milotic did it over and over again, but it wasn't doing any good. The blows were too fast, until finally, Milotic was unable to recover anymore. And then Izuku and Ricky, United Regions of Pokémon World Smash. That final kick did the trick. Milotic completely collapsed after that. Referee, Milotic is unable to battle. Lucario wins, which means that the victory goes to Izuku, the challenger. The two return to normal. Izuku, we did it. Ricky, yeah. Everyone in the audience was in awe. Kathleen, that was quite the move. Ash, I've never seen a move like that before. After that, Wallace, I must say, Izuku, that was one of the best matches I've ever had. Take this. The rain badge. You earned it. Izuku took it with a smile. Izuku, we did it, Ricky. Now all that's left is to win the league. Ash, great job. Izuku, so where are we going now? Ash, Evergrande City. That's where the Pokémon League is being held. Izuku, then let's go. And with that, they left for Evergrande City. The team has made it to the entrance of a special cave. Izuku, so we have to go through this cave in order to get to Evergrande City. Ash, that's right. But it's not just any kind of cave. We call it Victory Road. Every region has it. It's basically the ultimate test before getting to the league. Dawn, we have to be careful. There will be a lot of strong Pokémon here. They all nodded and ventured into the cave. In the cave, they found a lot of Pokémon. They were all pretty strong, but the combined efforts of them all were able to fend them off. They decided to take a quick break to rest, so Kaneko and Kathleen sat down beside some rocks. Kaneko, this is quite the long journey. Kathleen, yeah, but the more we battle, the stronger our Pokémon become. We need Izuku's Pokémon to get as strong as possible so he can win this league. Kaneko glanced at Izuku, who was talking with Ash about strategy, and slightly blushed. Kaneko, yeah, you're right. Kathleen noticed this and smirked. Kathleen, so you love him. Kaneko blushed a bit more and looked at Kathleen. Kaneko, what? Love who? Kathleen, it's kinda obvious. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Kaneko, there are two boys in that direction. You need to specify. Kathleen, Izuku. Kaneko, crud. Kathleen, so it's true. Kaneko, fine. Yes, it's true. But don't tell him. Kathleen, sure thing. But you know, you gotta tell him soon. You never know when someone is going to come along and steal his heart. Kaneko, easier said than done. Kathleen, true. But still, you're a cute girl. Don't you have any experience with guys? Kaneko, nope. Most boys I've met are perverts. Kathleen, oi. Even at school. Kaneko, it used to be an all-girls school, so most of the guys that go there are pervs. 3 of them even peek on us while we change. Kathleen, geez. Kaneko, but Izuku's not like them. Far from it. There's this one boy I know who isn't a pervert, but Izuku, he's like a Kathleen, bunny. Kaneko snorts a little. Kaneko, I was going to say a cinnamon roll, but I guess that works too. Kathleen snorts. Kaneko, and yet, despite all of the SHD he's been through, he still wishes to be a hero. Kathleen, what exactly has he been through? Kaneko, that's not something I should explain to you. It's Izuku who should. Kathleen, I see. Eri then shows up. Eri, you like my papa. Kaneko turns with her eyes widened. Kaneko, how much of that conversation did you hear? Eri shrugs. With Izuku and Ash Izuku. So by using Iron Tail on the ground and then using quick attack, you were able to make shockwaves. Ash, yeah, it really came in handy. Then, danger sense went off. Izuku, Ash. There's trouble nearby. Ash, really? Then let's get the others and check it out. Izuku, right? He wanted Eri, Kaneko, and Kathleen to get them to come with him. Then he got Dawn, who was practicing for her next contest. They then leave and follow Izuku to where the trouble was to see a couple of poachers beating up an unconscious Jessie, as well as 2 other Pokémon. They then leave and follow Izuku to where the trouble was to see a couple of poachers beating up an unconscious Jessie, as well as 2 other Pokémon. The Ponyta was also unconscious. James and Meowth. Oh no. Jessie. Rockruff. I won't let you harm them anymore. New intro. Earlier, Jessie ended up in Victory Road and saw 2 poachers try to harm the Rockruff and Ponyta. She tried to protect them, but it didn't end so well. The Rockruff, however, stood tall against those poachers, who were using dirty tactics to beat them up. But that Rockruff wasn't going to go down so easily. Poacher 1. Just give up. You DM in mutt. Poacher 2. It'll be easier for you both if you just surrender. You'll fetch yourself a nice price. Rockruff, shut up. You BSDRDS. Poacher 1. The hard way it, Izuku. Ricky. Use Aura Sphere. Ricky, right? Aura Sphere. He shot an Aura Sphere at them, and it hit them. Poachers. GAH. Rockruff, what the? They noticed the 5 trainers. Poacher 1. Who the hell are you? Izuku. We're just some trainers on our way to the league. We saw what you were doing, and we're putting a stop to it right now. Poacher 2. If you want to save them, you'll have to defeat us. They send out. Rotom Phone. Armourouge. Rotom Phone. Armourouge. The Fire Warrior Pokémon. A fire and psychic type. This Pokémon clads itself in armor that has been fortified by psychic and fire energy, and it shoots blazing fireballs. Shiftry. The Rogue Pokémon. A grass and dark type. Shiftry. The Wicked Pokémon. Its large fan can cause winds in excess of 100 feet per second and can blow anything away. Izuku, Ricky. Think we can handle it. Ricky. Oh, we got this. Ash. I'll help out too. A 2-on-2 battle. Izuku nodded. Izuku, Eri. You and the others need to get to Jessie and Ash, Ponyta, and Rockruff. Izuku, right? Get to them and help them. Eri. Okay. They rush over to them. Poacher 2. You are in way over your head. Izuku. We'll see about that. Ash, all right. Lycanroc. I choose you. He sends out. Poacher 1. You have some strong-looking Pokémon. I bet they would sell for a fortune. Izuku. Selling Pokémon for money is just wrong. Ricky. Use Bone Rush on Armourouge. Ricky creates a bone staff and rushes at Armourouge. Ash. Use Accelerock on Armourouge. Lycanroc's eyes turned red, and then he charged at Armourouge. The attacks landed on Armourouge and did a decent amount of damage. But Armourouge are great with defense. Poacher 2. Use Flamethrower. Armourouge fired it at point-blank range. It didn't do much to Lycanroc, but Ricky was a different story. Ricky, GH. Izuku, Ricky. Poacher 1. Use Leaf Blade on Lycanroc. Shiftry charge at Lycanroc, but Ash. Use counter. Ash. Use counter. Shiftry, GH. Shiftry was flung into a rock. Poacher 1, damn it. Izuku. Ricky, are you okay? Ricky, yeah. Ash. Lycanroc. Use Stone Edge. Ash. Lycanroc. Use Stone Edge. Poacher 2. Use Armor Cannon. The Armor Cannon destroyed the Stone Edge. Poacher 1. Shiftry. Get back in the fight. Shiftry rushed in. Izuku, Ricky. Use Dragon Pulse. Poacher 1. I don't think so. Use Sucker Punch. Ricky was hit before he had a chance to unleash his attack. But then an orange aura surrounded him. Ricky let out a roar. Izuku, what the? Kaneko, what's going on? Dawn, this must be Ricky's special ability. Ash, that ability. It's justified. Izuku, justified. Ash, when a Pokemon with this ability is hit by a Dark-type move like Sucker Punch, the Pokemon reveals a strong sense of justice and increases their attack stat. Izuku, so we get a boost. All right then, Ricky. Use Sinnoh Strike. Poachers, wait, what? Ricky, right? He charges at Shiftry. Ricky, Sinnoh strike. He punched Shiftry and sent him flying. When he landed, he was starting to have trouble standing. Poachers, what the heck? Ash, use bite on Armorage. Lycanroc charged at Armorage and bit his hand. With the others, they were in front of Aerie to block the Poacher's view of Aerie, who was using her quirk to heal their injuries. Poacher 2, shake him off. Armorage shook his hand rapidly until he was able to get Lycanroc off. Poacher 2, use Armor Cannon on that Lucario. Armorage shot Armor Cannon at Ricky. Izuku, Ricky, look out. But then Ricky's paws changed into purple cyan blades. Ricky's paws changed into purple cyan blades. He split the attack in two. Poachers. OH, come on. Izuku. Could this be Ricky? I think it is. Then, another spirit shows up behind him. Dash. That's correct. I'm Spectre, the 7th user of 1 for Aura. You've unlocked my signature move, Bitterblade. Ricky, awesome. Ceruledge. This should give you the advantage in battle. Izuku. So what move was that, Ricky? Izuku couldn't see Spectre because the bind phenomenon wasn't activated. Ricky told Izuku what happened. Izuku, alright. Then use Bitterblade on Armorage. Ricky nodded and charged at Armorage. They kept on clashing until finally, he landed a hit on Armorage. Half of the damage dealt to him restored Ricky's health. Armorage, gah. Poacher 2. Don't lose, Armorage. This Lucario is worth a fortune. Izuku clenched his teeth. Izuku, Ricky, boost your power up to 30%. Poachers, wait, what? Ricky did just that, and Armorage was not able to keep up with him in the slightest. He kept getting hit by Bitterblade over and over again until he collapsed. Poacher 2, and oh, Armorage. Ash, Lycanroc. Use Accelerock on Shiftry. Lycanroc charged at Shiftry. Poacher 1, use Sucker Punch. Both attacks collided and pushed them back. But then, Ricky got right in front of Shiftry. Izuku, Bitterblade. Ricky slashed at Shiftry, and it was enough to defeat him. Poacher 1, damn it. They returned their Pokémon and tried to run out of the cave to escape. However, Officer Ginny was out there waiting for him. For those who know how she knew they were there, don't underestimate the Officer Jennies. They were taken into custody. Izuku and Ash rushed to check on Jessie, the Ponyta, and the Rockruff after Ash returned Lycanroc. Izuku, how are they looking? Kaneko, they seem to be just fine. Meowth, what a relief. Rockruff, that fight was Kaneko. Awesome. Rockruff, manly. They stare at him. Izuku, manly. Rockruff, yeah. That fight where your Lucario learned a move that they shouldn't be able to. And that dusk form Lycanroc was incredible at fighting. It was so manly. Izuku, you know you remind me a lot of a friend of mine. Rockruff, sounds like a real man. Jessie then woke up. Jessie, huh? James. Meowth. Meowth, Jessie. Glad you're awake again. James, thank goodness you're okay. Jessie got up. Jessie, yeah. But how do I not have a single scratch on me? Meowth, that would be thanks to her. Ah, geez. They all turn to see everyone. So cute. Everyone. So cute. After that, Meowth explained everything that happened since they were separated apart from Izuku's past. Jessie decided to join them on their journey. However, the Rockruff asked Izuku if he could introduce him to Kirishima. Izuku agreed to it and caught him. As for the Ponyta, she grew very attached to Aerie, and Aerie wanted to keep the pony. So Izuku caught her for Aerie. She named her Starlight. And finally, the gang made it to Izuku. So this is it, huh? Ricky, are you ready to win this? Seiji. Izuku nodded. Izuku, let's win this. Everyone enters the conference hall and are met with Sawyer. Ash. Is that you? Ash, Sawyer. Hey man, how have you been? Pikachu. It's been a while, Sawyer. Kathleen, you two know each other. Sawyer, who are you guys? Ash, these are my friends. Kathleen Bate, Dawn, Kaneko Tuju, and Izuku, and Aerie Midoriya. Sawyer, nice to meet you all. Izuku, nice to meet you too. Sawyer, wait, why are Team Rocket here? Izuku, long story. He explained everything. Sawyer, that makes sense. But I don't exactly trust them. Meowth, can't say I blame you. James, yeah, we aren't exactly the best of people. Sawyer, so Ash, why are you here? Are you entering the league too? Ash, actually Izuku is. Eri, and Papa's gonna win. Sawyer, did she just say Izuku? I adopted her. Sawyer, oh, that makes much more sense. Izuku, so, how do you sign up for the league? Sawyer, I'll show you. Come on. He takes Izuku with him to get registered. Izuku, so, how many people are entering the league? Sawyer, normally there are tons of people who enter the league. However, this time is different. There are only 8, including you and me. Izuku, I see. Why is that? Sawyer, I'm sure you've heard of the Loyal 3. Izuku, not really. Ricky, those 3 Pokémon that attacked me the day we met. That was them. Sawyer, the Loyal 3 keep attacking unsuspecting trainers just for the sake of it. A lot of trainers quit their journeys because of how bad their encounter with them went. Only the strongest trainers have been able to get past them. Izuku, I see. Someone has to do something about them. Sawyer, unfortunately, they're very strong. I hope that someone comes to defeat them once and for all. Izuku, I see. After that, Izuku got registered for the league. Then, excuse me, they turn to see. Sawyer, whoa. An Umbreon. He brought out his Rotom phone. Rotom phone, Umbreon, the Moonlight Pokémon, in an evolved form of EV. The rings of Umbreon's body glow faintly when exposed to the moon's aura, and it gains a mysterious power. My name is Black. I'm looking for an EV by the name of Sunshine. Have you seen her? Sawyer, can't say I have. Black, I see. Thanks for Izuku. I can take you to her. Black, you can. Izuku, yeah. She's with my adoptive daughter, Eri. Black, aren't you a little young to be a father? Izuku, yes. Yes, I am. Come on. Sawyer, hey Izuku. Izuku, yeah. Sawyer, let's have a good match when we face off against each other. Izuku smiled. Izuku, you got it. He then took Black over to Eri and the others. Izuku, hey guys. Everyone, yeah. Izuku, look who I found. Black, hi. Sunshine then walks up to him and hugs him. Sunshine, big brother Black. Black smiled a little. Black, Sunshine, good to see you're all right. I hope the others are okay. Sunshine, the only one we're missing is Daddy. Izuku, the rest are with us. Black, I guess I'll stick with you guys until then. Izuku, I guess so. Kaneko, I'll catch him. You already have an Umbreon. Kaneko then proceeded to catch him. Izuku, all right. Now, the tournament will start tomorrow, so until then, we should get to our room and get some rest. Everyone, right? Pikachu, I can't wait to see how you fight in the tournament. Ash, me too. They then head over to their rooms. Since there were so many, Jesse and James were put in a separate room. Meowth wasn't put in there due to him being the one who builds the machines that the trio uses. When they got into their room, Eri and Sunshine jumped on the bed. Eri, W.E. Sunshine, this is fun. Izuku, Eri. What did I say? They stopped jumping and Eri sighed. Eri, no more jumping on the bed. Izuku, that's right. Sorry, Eri, but I don't want you or Sunshine to get hurt. Eri, okay, Papa. Sunshine, sorry, Mr. Deku. Kaneko, hey guys. I think I'm gonna go take a walk. Izuku, all right. Ash, have fun. Kaneko then leaves to have a look around. Kathleen, hey Izuku. Izuku, yeah. Kathleen, I want to know what you've been through on the past. I was told you've been through a lot, but I need to know the whole story. Izuku, fine. I'll tell you. With Kaneko, Kaneko said she was going to look around, but she was lying. She was wondering how her friends were doing. Rias Gremory, Akino Himejima, Yudo Kiba, Asia Argento, even Issei Haidu. The last time she saw them, Riser came to visit, and they were now given the chance to save Rias from him by participating in a raiding game. However, shortly after he left, Kaneko glowed a bright light, and the next thing she knew, she was in Izuku's arms. In this new world, Kaneko, mumbling Izuku has enough to deal with as of right now. Asking him for help now wouldn't be right. Asking him for help with what? She looked up to see Max and Bonnie. Kaneko, I remember you too. Max and Bonnie, am I right? Max, yeah. I'm sorry. I don't think we ever got your name. Kaneko, I'm Kaneko Tuju. Bonnie, it's nice to see you again. So, I'm assuming that Izuku got all 8 gym badges. Kaneko, yeah. Now all he has to do is win. Max, that's easier said than done. Keep in mind, while there aren't as many trainers as there usually are, the ones that did are all incredibly strong. Kaneko, I believe in Izuku. I'm sure he can win. Max, I understand. But keep in mind it won't be easy. He will be in 3-6 on 6 matches. And his other opponents don't know about him being from another world. They are going to go easy on him because winning the league is their dream. They don't want to throw that away. Kaneko, you have a point. Bonnie, by the way, we heard you say something about needing Izuku's help with something. What's that about? Kaneko, I guess it's only fair that I tell you about my world. Kaneko then tells them about how, in her world, the supernatural is real and also about sacred gears. Max, that's fascinating. Bonnie, but why do you need Izuku's help? Kaneko, my MSTR, Rias Gremory. She is stuck in a forced marriage with this PP named Riser Phoenix. He's the worst. His entire peerage is just meant to fill his perfect HRM. He disgusts us all. Max, yikes. Kaneko, you don't know the half of it. We're meant to do a rating game to fight for Ria's freedom. Bonnie, what's a rating game? Kaneko, it's basically chess in real life. Bonnie, oh. Kaneko, we were given 10 days to train for it, but shortly after that announcement, I started glowing a golden light, and then I ended up in this world. I'm concerned about how the others are doing. Bonnie, and you believe that Izuku can help. Kaneko, I know so, especially because of his sacred gear. Max, he has a sacred gear too. Kaneko nodded. Kaneko, his sacred gear can beat Riser no doubt. But Izuku has his own problems right now. Max, maybe so, but what do you think Izuku would do if he found out about your problem? Would he let you deal with it alone? Or would he find a way to save you and your friends? Kaneko, you're right. Thanks for talking with me. But I won't tell Izuku about my problem just yet. Bonnie, why not? Kaneko, because he needs to focus on the Hoenn League. If he gets distracted, it'll cost him the match and our chance to get back to our worlds. Max, she's right, Bonnie. He has to focus. Bonnie, good point. Kaneko looked to see the sun was setting. Kaneko, I better get back to my room. It's getting late. Bonnie, we should do that too, Max, right? We'll see you tomorrow. Kaneko nodded and left. After that, they went to bed, although it took Kaneko the most time to fall asleep. Kaneko, I really am in love with Izuku. I should confess to him, but not yet. Maybe after the tournament. 10 minutes after that, Kaneko fell asleep. The next day, everyone was in the stadium, watching as the torch lighting ceremony took place. After that, the matchups were shown, and Izuku's first match was with Ash and Dawn. Barry. Kathleen, he a friend of yours? Ash, yeah. He's also my rival. Izuku, he seems strong. Ash, he is. Izuku, well, I better get to my match. Let's go, Ricky. Ricky, right? And so, they went to their match. Izuku, hi. My name is Izuku. Barry, nice to meet you, Izuku. Barry, nice to meet you, Izuku. Let's make this an epic match. So give it your all. Izuku nodded. Izuku, you as well. Barry smirked. Barry, big mistake on your part. Referee, trainers, send out your Pokémon. And so they did just that. Izuku sent out Draken and Barry sent out Rotom Phone. Roserade, the bouquet Pokémon. Rotom Phone, Roserade, the bouquet Pokémon. A grass and poison type. Roserade uses its sweet aroma to attract prey, then strikes with thorny whips to defeat it. Izuku, a grass and poison type. Not a great matchup for Draken. Draken, bring it on. Izuku, Barry, their Pokémon, and the referee are the only characters who aren't in the stands, so if they're not talking, it's someone in the stands. Dawn, this isn't good. Izuku should SWCH out for a different Pokémon. Ash, why? Dawn, his tyrant has the disadvantage. Max, have you forgotten how many times Ash has won a match despite having the type advantage? Dawn smacked her head. Dawn, you're right. My bad. Kaneko, have faith in Izuku. He'll win this. Everyone stared at Kaneko with wide eyes. Kaneko, what? Dawn, where did you get all that food? She had a giant bag of food with her. And I mean giant. Kaneko, found it. Everyone, that is a bold-faced lie and you know it. Ash, can I have some food? Kaneko, no. Ash flinched. Everyone, Eri note to self. Don't mess with Kaniko's food. Eri, can I have some? Kaniko turns to Eri and smiles. Kaniko, sure. She give her some food. Eri, thank you. They both eat. Kathleen, you know you two are like mother and daughter. Kaniko's eyes widen and she starts coughing uncontrollably. Eri, we are. Ash, I don't know. Kathleen, what do you mean, you don't know? Ash, I don't have any siblings. Everyone, oh. Dawn, well, she's right. Besides, you both have white hair. Eri, I thought I had blue hair. Dawn, it's a little of both. Kaniko, let's just focus on the match. Referee, battle begin. Barry, Rose Raid. Use Petal Blizzard. Barry, Rose Raid. Use Petal Blizzard. Izuku, use Scale Shot. Draken, use Scale Shot to counter the Petal Blizzard. Izuku, now use Ancient Power. Draken used Ancient Power and it hit Rose Raid. Barry, Rose Raid. Use Poison Jab. Izuku, dodge it. Izuku, dodge it. He kept dodging. Izuku, use Poison Fong. Draken bit down on Rose Raid. Rose Raid got, but then Draken was poisoned. Izuku, Draken. Barry, that's Rose Raid's ability. It's called Poison Point. Izuku, Draken, are you alright? Draken, why yeah. Izuku, then use Ancient Power. Draken used Ancient Power on Rose Raid. Barry, dodge it. Rose Raid did just that. Izuku, now use Stomping Tantrum. Draken stomped his feet on the ground a bunch and sent a powerful shockwave at Rose Raid. Barry, no. Rose Raid. Rose Raid got up. Rose Raid, it's okay. I can still go on. But then Draken started glowing a bright blue light. He then evolved. Izuku, Draken. You evolved. Rotom Phone, Tyrantrum, the Despot Pokémon. A Rocket Dragon type. Using its jaw, Tyrantrum can rip through thick metal. In times past, it was considered unbeatable. Izuku, and you learned a new move. Draken, evolving took a lot out of me. Not sure how much I can last, but I'm still gonna fight to the bitter end. Izuku nodded. Izuku, then used Psychic Fangs. Draken ran up to Rose Raid and used Psychic Fangs on Rose Raid. Barry, Rose Raid. Draken wasn't letting go. Barry, use Venoshock. That attack was enough to take Draken down. But he tightened his grip on Rose Raid, so he could take Rose Raid down with him. Referee, both Pokemon are unable to battle. Barry, Skarmory, you're up. Rotom Phone, Skarmory, the Armor Bird Pokemon. Rotom Phone, Skarmory, the Armor Bird Pokemon. A Steel and Flying type. Skarmory's body is covered with a steel-like armor and can fly at speeds of over 100 miles per hour. Izuku, Amber, let's go beyond. He sent out Amber. Amber, I'm ready. Referee, battle begin. Barry, use Steel Wing. Skarmory charged at Amber while using Steel Wing. Izuku, dodge it and use Flamethrower. Amber jumped over Skarmory and used Flamethrower on him. Barry, Air Slash. Skarmory used Air Slash to counter the attack, and it hit Amber as well. Izuku, Amber. Amber fell to the ground, but quickly got up. Amber, I'm okay. Izuku then used Psyshock. This time, Amber's attack landed. Barry, use Rock Tomb. A bunch of rocks started falling down on top of Amber. Izuku, Amber. Barry, use Drill Run. Skarmory charged at Amber while spinning like a drill. Izuku, return. He was able to recall Amber before she was hit. Izuku, Tamao. Let's go beyond. He sent out Tamao. James, Izuku made the right call. Jesse, Drill Run is a powerful ground-type move. It would have taken Amber down. Barry, use Steel Wing. Skarmory charged at Tamao with Steel Wing. When he got close enough, Izuku, use Fire Fong. Barry, Fire Fong. He bit down on Skarmory's wing with Fire Fong and started burning him up. Barry, what kind of Umbreon is that? Izuku, let's just say he's not a normal one. Barry, use Drill Run. Shake him off. Skarmory started to spin around like a drill as fast as he can. Izuku, hang on tight, Tamao. Tamao, trying. But he couldn't hold on for long as he was launched off and into a boulder as they were in the rock battlefield. Izuku, Tamao. Tamao got back up. Tamao, that hurt. Barry, all right, Skarmory. Use air slash. But before Skarmory could unleash his attack, he was engulfed in flames. Barry, Skarmory. Kaneko, what's up with Skarmory? Pikachu. Skarmory was burned. Kaneko, burned. Pikachu, a status condition that some fire-type moves and even a water-type move can cause. It causes the opposing Pokémon to take damage over time. Skarmory won't last for much longer. Barry, Skarmory, use air slash. This time Skarmory used air slash. Izuku, use dig. Tamao, right? He burrowed his way underground. Barry, dang it. Where did he go? He then jumped out of the ground from behind and was high enough to reach Skarmory. Izuku, use Thunderbolt. Tamao sent a Thunderbolt at Skarmory. Barry, OH, come on. Skarmory fell to the ground and tried to get up, but the burn status kicked in and finished him off. Referee, Skarmory is unable to battle. Umbreon wins. Barry, Skarmory, return. Thanks for your help. Hitmonlee, it's your turn. Rotom Phone. Hitmonlee, the kicking Pokemon and the evolved form of Tyrogue. Rotom Phone. Hitmonlee, the kicking Pokemon and the evolved form of Tyrogue. A fighting type. Its legs double in length, and opponents are surprised by Hitmonlee's attack range when facing it for the first time. Referee, battle begin. Barry, use Mega Kick. Barry, use Mega Kick. Izuku, detect. Tamao used detect and dodged it. Izuku, use Foul Play. Tamao charged at Hitmonlee with Foul Play. Barry, use High Jump Kick. Hitmonlee jumped to dodge the attack, and then hit Tamao with High Jump Kick. Izuku, no. Tamao. Tamao struggled to get up, but was still able to do so. Izuku, can you still fight? Tamao nodded. Izuku, then use Play Rough. Tamao managed to hit Hitmonlee with Play Rough, but Barry, close combat. Barry, close combat. He kept on kicking Tamao over and over again before finally launching him away and knocking him out. Referee, Umbreon is unable to battle. Hitmonlee wins. Izuku, Tamao, return. Thanks for your help. You did amazing. Barry, I must say that Umbreon is incredible. How do you use those moves? Izuku, Tamao's not a normal Umbreon. His DNA is far more unstable than the normal EV. As such, he can use moves from every EV evolution. Most of my team is of abnormal Pokemon. Amber's the only one left on my team that isn't. Barry, well, this match got a lot more interesting. Izuku, Amber, let's go beyond. He sent out Amber. Referee, battle begin. Barry, use Blaze Kick. Hitmonlee charged at Amber and sent a Blaze Kick her way. Izuku jump and dodge it. Amber jumped up to avoid the attack. Barry, you jumped too. Hitmonlee jumped. Izuku, just as I thought. Barry, huh? Izuku, Flamethrower. Full blast. Aim it at the ground. Amber fired a massive flamethrower at the ground and propelled herself further in the air. Barry, HUH. Izuku, use Psyshock. Amber fires Psyshock at Hitmonlee and sent him crashing into the ground. Barry, no. Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee slowly got up. Izuku, use Flamethrower to land safely. Amber did just that. Barry, use Close Combat. Hitmonlee charged at Amber, but Izuku, Grass Knot. Amber used Grass Knot, and Hitmonlee tripped. Barry, uh-oh. Izuku, Psyshock. Amber fired off Psyshock at Hitmonlee, and it hit. Hitmonlee could no longer continue. Referee, Hitmonlee is unable to battle. Breaks and wins. Barry, Hitmonlee, return. You were awesome. Thanks. Referee, Izuku, you have to return breaks into their Pokeball. The arena is going to change. Izuku nodded and returned Amber. The battlefield was then changed to the grass battlefield. Referee, will both trainers send out their next Pokemon? Izuku, Amber, let's go beyond. He sends out Amber. Barry, Staraptor, your turn. Rotom Phone, Staraptor, the Predator Pokemon. Rotom Phone, Staraptor, the Predator Pokemon. Staraptor has an aggressive temperament and will bravely attack enemies that are far bigger than itself. Izuku, ready Amber. Amber, ready. Referee, battle begin. Barry, Staraptor, use Aerial Ace. Staraptor used Aerial Ace on Amber and hit her. Izuku used Psyshock. Barry dodged it. Staraptor was able to avoid the attack. Barry now use Air Slash. Staraptor hit Amber with Air Slash. Izuku hang in there Amber and use Flamethrower. However, she flinched. Izuku Barry now use Close Combat. Staraptor hit Amber over and over again with his wing and Amber was knocked out. Referee Breakson is unable to battle. Staraptor wins. Izuku Amber return. Thanks a lot. Get some rest. Barry now, let's see what your other special Pokemon can do. Izuku, you asked for it. Eli, let's go beyond. He sends out Eli. Barry, a Pikachu. Wonder if he's as strong as Ash's Pikachu. Eli, believe it or not, I'm that Pikachu's little brother. Barry, his little brother. Then this should be interesting. Referee, battle begin. Pikachu, you can do it, little. Thank you for joining us on this journey through What If Deku Went to Pokemon World. We hope you found it as captivating as we did. A big thank you to MHA and N1NT3 Indie Zero Fan for creating such an engaging story. Don't forget to visit their profile on Wattpad for more fantastic works. The link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give a thumbs up, share with your friends, and subscribe to Zenin Fanfics for more intriguing explorations into fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions in the comment section. See you soon in the next video.